Please.
Hold on, please. Let's let him rest more. Hopefully he remains here whilst we go round and we'll come back, because I also have more questions, but let's let other people speak. All right, thank you very much. By the way, okay. Let's quickly move on. All right. Okay, round up your submission so that I can bring more people, please.
Thank you. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, great.
I'm good.
You can drop yourself now. Anyway, who is next? Okay, let me let um Mr. Kolade please go on.
My brother, I greet you. Okay, so I've been listening. Yeah. People have made very good submissions, so I will just add to it. Again, I'll repeat. There is no reason for my PDP brothers to come and gaslight anybody. On this matter, hmm, Atiku needs Obi more than Obi needs Atiku. Take that to the bank. We all know that. And on this matter, we all know that it's going to be, in quote, a repeat of 2023. If any of them refuse to bow, it's going to be a three-horse race. Mhm. And yes, the chances for Tinubu to win, if the three of them contest, might be on the high side, but there is no guarantee that he might even win. If it is free, fair, and credible, there is no guarantee that any of the two of them will beat Obi. We all know that. So there is no reason anybody should not come and gaslight the other. If we want to talk about, okay, let us talk. How do we like get out of it? How do we beat these people with a huge margin that they will not, even they will, after leading, they will still be defeated? If we want to have that conversation, we can have it. But trying to now use tactics, the issue we're having here is we all are not kids. When you see people like so try to shape the narrative, it's just narrative shaping. If they try to shape the narrative online to make it look like, oh, Atiku,
Um,
we, hey,
Colade.
guy.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on,
Kolade,
no.
let him finish. Let him finish.
No, don't do that.
Colade, no, don't please. Okay, I'll let you speak here, but
Comrade, don't,
no,
don't,
no,
don't, don't go there. Don't. Comrade,
hold on.
no. Don't.
No, I'll let you speak for God's sake. And what I want to tell, I beg, no refer me as guy. Please, I don't like it. That's what I want to tell you. They don't say make I let it, and I wanted to adhere, but I just want to just chip that in, please. You don't even know what I wanted to tell you, but go
Listen,
ahead.
listen. Okay, so let me,
Colade, make your submission. Make your
comrade,
submission.
listen. This is Deji. This is one thing again we need to also address. Comrade, if you're on spaces, it
Colade,
is
see, Colade, wait, hold on. Colade, please don't address me. Just make your submission. Yeah? Just I wanted to interject you. You say I should not interject you. Please, I withdraw it. Just make your submission. Please, I'm just not happy with the way
you
you went
can't
about this thing.
you can't
Or
mute me and
if you want to make this about me and
please
you, I
can
will
you
oblige you.
listen? Can you
Make your
just listen? You were not on the space when I was speaking. You came on the space at
Colade,
the
make
middle
your
of my
submission.
conversation.
Just make your submission. I
I will
apologize.
make
Just
my
make your
submission, but
submission. Yeah.
okay, accepted. Okay, so I will continue. So if we want to find a solution to this, we can find a solution to it. But nobody should come online and to shape the narrative to make it look like, oh, they should just go into they should just like come together and just go into a what's it called, an election, or we should just like, if I ask anybody today, who is the one championing this coalition? Are you gonna say Atiku is not the one championing it? Are we gonna say, can you say with your heart of heart that Atiku is not the one championing this current coalition as it's been set up?
Okay,
So
so you will not advise Obi to go into any coalition that they will have
he
to
should
do
not. No,
with.
don't
No,
get me
wait.
wrong.
Yeah, I never
Mm-mm.
even finished. Just relax.
Okay.
So you will not advise him to go into any coalition that would require him to subject himself to a primary. Is that correct?
I think we said this yesterday. to any primary. If it's not in court, if it's this kind of primary they hold, which is this money primaries, which is what the plan is. Because again, I will ask you, if they are doing this coalition, let's say they put up a party, are you saying they're not going to fund it? Who are those? How would that funding come out? How would that money to fund in quote that structure that will hold in quote that primary for them? How would that funding come out? So there's a lot to this.
Okay,
And
so
again,
you like once he goes or once he agrees, you would prefer they just hand it over to him.
they may not hand it over to him. They can all have. My point is, they should have in quote an agreement. This coalition is not to say
But
that
what? How
everybody
would that
come.
agreement
Let's
look
go
like?
into the
Can you
contest.
give us like your own thoughts? Like what sort of agreement would that be?
Okay, the agreement is simple. Like as it stands, we want to kick APC out of that place. Okay, so what can we do? Let's come together. In coming together, how can we do this? We are not talking election, we're not talking primaries. How can we do this? Can you run? Can you be the vice? Can you hold this? Can you hold that? Once they have an agreement, once they have an agreement, then they are going into a coalition to say, you know what, we're all coming together. But they should not go into anything without having that concrete agreement. It's going to be at Peter Obi's detriment. CPC, until they had a firm agreement, they did not form any coalition. There was nothing like APC. They were meeting, they were discussing until they have their solid agreement to say, you know what, this is how we are going to do it. They did not form any coalition. So nobody goes into, in quotes, a meeting and say we are forming a coalition without knowing exactly what is coming out of it. It might just be a trap. It might be a trap that can ruin one person's ambition. And that is what majority of the people are against. Nobody is saying that they should not come together to work. But all we are saying is we can see through the line, we can see beyond what they are saying, which is that they are just laying a trap, believing that once they do whatever, it will just give in quotes one candidate, which is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Baba Abubakar. And he, as we were saying, age is not on his side. And aside from age, he does not have what it takes today to get us where we need to be as
Okay.
it pertains to Nigeria. Because
Um,
we cannot
the-
defeat Tinubu square and without, we cannot.
All right.
yeah, Deji, let me just say something. Yeah. I think the issue here now, Kolade submission. I mean, Kolade is creating a no lose condition for Obi, right? Like it is a trap. Who is funding the party? Who is doing this? Like they should just give Obi everything. Now that's just all I got from your submission. Yeah, like you, like you are creating a no lose condition. Like okay, he should go into a primary, but he should bear in mind that it's a trap. Yeah, we should just do a coalition to just crown Obi and just go home. Like this negotiation is, I mean, it should just have a predetermined outcome now. Yeah, that I like. I don't know. Like, what? Yeah, did you go ahead?
Yeah.
But can I ask a question? I have a question for Kola there. I don't know.
Uh,
No. Don't
no,
wait,
no, no,
wait,
no, no,
wait.
no, Sir Josh,
I want
please.
to
Yeah.
go round the speakers first before we start doing all those back and forth. No vex. So yeah, comrade, when we're talking about this coalition thing, I am still in that space where I understand that some people, their own acceptance to this would obviously not be like like mine, and we all have different understanding of how these things should look like. So that's the essence of this conversation. Not
So,
necessarily to convince anybody that
so,
coalition is the only way, is this, but to first of all understand your point of view, and we can then have conversations to
Deji,
tailor our mind to
Deji,
possibilities.
Deji,
Yeah.
Deji, Deji. So, like, here's the thing. When there are some submission, you see, okay, like, you see that, okay, this person is priming himself to be immovable, right? Like an immovable object. You understand? Which is fine, right? But you see that whole concept of attacking, like it is a paradox to the topic of the speech. You are talking of a coalition, but you are launching attack left, center, right? See, if you make a case for your candidate, which I think Olade did to an extent, why your candidate is the best position, yeah, that is fine. You get, but I feel like it is divisive when we start launching attack, and I'm not saying it's just Colade. Some article members also do it, right? But so that's why I was trying to appeal to him to shoot his shot. I'm not saying his argument is invalid, but like you see, remove that element of attack because it only alienates. Yeah. So my position have always been the same. I am not here to convince anybody to change their preference. Your preference is your preference, right? And perhaps when reality is setting, it will mean nothing, right? So I think this discussion is basically okay. We are trying to say, okay, let us keep an open mind. Yes, let us keep an, and the more people keep open mind, the more um it encourages others listening to do the same thing. But I don't think we will gain anything to be defiant. Like it's quite easy. It's the easiest thing to be defiant, but not to reach compromise. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Ima, earlier, Ovie said,
Deji,
yeah.
Deji, please, just 30 seconds if you can allow me, please. I will drop after that. Please. I just want to just say something to this. Deji, if I let me shock you. Do you know that I had, for once, on the public space, my comrade was away. I said that I would support Obi to be VP to Atiku. You know, I said that. You know why? Why it's just like like, come on, no, wait. It's because I can see like people like so or orchestrating something like you can see when they are like practically like stylishly just putting it in the mind of people that it must be Obi must be the one to deputize Atiku, that that's the only way out. That is like they are playing with people's mind. So that is why you see me like you just think I'm just like no. It will become to say, you know what? I've thought about this is what I'm gonna do. Oh well and good. All I'm just saying is people should not come stylish. My brothers, they articulated the not come stylishly and begin to like play people's mind to make it look like they're on a free and fair things. But meanwhile, all they are just trying to do is they are routing and just trying to just for their person. That's all I'm saying. Nothing crazy here.
Colade, say now me they moderate this space since Colade, even Obedient have been doing the same thing on this space. So that is coming from both sides. Yes, like if you get 4 submission where okay, it is a neutral submission, people keep it open mind. The 5th person will come from a political angle. Like for me, like yeah, and I get that, right? So I don't think it is limited to one side. Even Obedient, right? They come through the back door to say it is Obi that way. They will come with it is the turn of the South, right? So I don't think that's in that is they talk now. I'm not saying it's not true, but Obedient have been doing it too, yeah, right? Yeah.
Private conversation with my co-host. How can this coalition work with this so much distrust amongst all the coaliting parties? Can we still pull this off, comrade? Is it time to close the Great Coalition series? Let's just go and rest.
Yeah, so you diagnose the issue rightly. Yeah, you see, there's element of paranoia. There's element of lack of trust in this whole thing. Yeah, everybody think the next person want to stab him in the back, right? And it is okay because this discussion is just starting, so it's not abnormal, Deji, actually, right? So I think my frustration comes from the fact that it is Kolade that was even doing that, not because somebody is showing this trust, but because I feel like Kolade have advanced beyond that based on my personal relationship with him and all that, right? So that's why if Kolade can still harbor this level of distrust, then what is the hope of of the common man?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So it is not abnormal. It is not an anomaly for this level of distrust to exist right now. I will only be surprised if this distrust happen far into this discussion, maybe like the Great Coalition 10.2. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's move on now. I was going to ask Ma earlier that when Ovie was making the submission, right, he talked about the fact that Atiku, or should I say, Atiku supporters, and by extension, Atiku are trying to, benefit and reap the sweat that Obi and obedience have put in, to grow their movement, grow their wave, and Atiku just wants to take advantage of that. Do you agree with that?
You know, LG, I've tried first and foremost, when I was listening to the guy that was speaking, I think it's Ovie, I looked up and it's annoying when you see charlatans come on spaces to throw insults on people. Imagine calling people who support Atiku or PDP data boys. I looked at his picture and
It's okay.
I posted.
Let's
No, no,
Yeah,
not
no, I
let
know,
us.
I know.
Let us not
no,
call
No, no, no,
let's
no,
not
no,
Emmanuel.
call
because
you.
the guy kept on throwing insults
Yeah,
on
yeah,
us,
yeah. It's
and we
okay.
didn't
So
caution
no
him.
vex, no vex.
He
We
kept
stopped
throwing
him,
insults.
right? So let's stop it.
So let me go to your question. You see, I listened to you and comrade. You asked comrade a very important question. Where's the trust? And this is why in the earlier submission I told you that I am not interested in all this coalition conversation because you see, there's this um, nonsense ego. When you hear people come in and speak and make it look like as if all of a sudden Atiku is the way they speak about it seems like as if Atiku has been the president of this country before. And then we had terrible economy, we had that bad. Record speaks for itself. Atiku was once vice president of this country. And the period when he was actively working as a vice president, during his first tenure as the vice president of Nigeria, we know how the economy of Nigeria was. The records are there. So when you hear people come here and speak about it, and sometimes I just find it very funny. This is the same article who in 2018, just towards the ending of 2018, just after the primaries, I remember vividly that the leaders of PDP from the southeast were in Enugu and they hosted a press conference. And in that press conference, they made it openly clear that they did not want Obi as their vice presidential candidate. In fact, they were very angry with Atiku for choosing someone without even their input. And the man stood his ground and said, "This is who I want as VP." I can't remember Atiku doing anything terrible to Obi as a person. This is someone who stood his ground. In fact, some of the betrayals that Atiku got from that 2019 election, Ebony gave Buhari 25% because of that issue. The governor did not hide it. He was tactically supporting Buhari in 2019 because he was angry, Dave Umahi, that Atiku went ahead to nominate Peter Obi as his vice. The governor of Enugu, Ugwuanyi, worked against Atiku, gave him 25%. So all of a sudden, Atiku is now deaf because when you hear these guys speak about, and sometimes I'm wondering, has Atiku ever been president of Nigeria? Someone said, "Oh, he's going to his friends. He went to visit Buhari. So because he visited Buhari, all of a sudden Atiku is devil. Meanwhile, the same P2B we saw on picture here exchanging pleasantries with Tinubu. So I see it is annoying when you see these guys say these things and they do these things. They say, "Oh, we are gaslighting people." Atiku we know the level of suppression of Atiku's votes in places like Zamfara, in places like Borno, in places like Yobe. Atiku got far more than what they were giving to him. And I'm saying this based on we had our results. We had a standard situation room. We had our results. I'm not talking of people that didn't even have the situation. So I can verify whatever statement I'm saying here. But I've said on different I am not putting Atiku on my head and saying it must be Atiku or not. I have been on different spaces, even on your space DG, on several occasions where I said, see, if the coalition comes out tomorrow and say it is P2B, and we'll all work in synergy, I know a good number of PDP guys who have opened that they do not mind P2B as their candidate. What do you get for just in the last 4 or 5 minutes? Someone has come here to insult Atiku. He's this, he's that, he's 80 years old, he's this one. And I'm like, can you just talk about your candidate without throwing aspersion on Atiku? Because sometimes when I hear this conversation, it's annoying. Atiku is this, Atiku is that one. I'm like, oh,
Okay.
Atiku cannot survive without P2B. I'm sorry, I'm about to round up. Atiku cannot survive without P2B. If Atiku does his whole entire career is about P2B, all sorts of jab thrown at Atiku. And for some of us, we don't care, honestly. Like Tinubu can literally finish his second term. Nigeria wants to let wars happen. Let the wars really, really happen. Sincerely speaking, man.
Yeah.
Let the wars happen.
So
Because me, I'm not suffering Tinubu's government.
Okay, Emma, it's okay.
So
Emma,
if
it's okay.
no,
No, it's okay.
No, give me. I need to round up, please. So if people can't come here and talk like reasonable people and make your point without throwing jab at people, at this point, man, I don't give a damn. After all, we're 2 years into. I've done 8 years of Buhari. We're 2 years into Tinubu's government. Heaven has not fallen. And if heaven wants to fall, it will fall.
Emma, it's okay. Okay,
So this arrogance. People
hold
coming here
on.
to throw
Emma,
people shut up.
Emma, hold on. Like I said, you see, this whole, this whole arrogance where they talk about, you go still see PDP guys, we go still come to them. Regardless, there are also PDP guys that has come to speak. Okay, they want to keep an open mind to this. So this whole tantrums, I feel like it cut across both sides. Yeah, it got across. And man, me, I even get issue with you too. Like
it is more from obedient camp. I can tell you this. I've said this. Thank God
Brother,
you confirmed it.
you had a post today on Facebook.
that
It's
is
the
what I
same
wanted
thing.
to
So don't
say.
do that.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
Hold on. Let me. Hold on. That is even what I wanted to say. When I say I get issue with you, man. Emma, you are doing as if we are still in political times, right? You post a big picture and you and Dos Santos still do that thing, that campaign thing, right? So like, Emma, you are doing that same thing. That's my issue, right?
I made it deliberately and I have no regrets whatsoever.
So don't complain about it. It's the same arrogance. You do the same thing.
No. I made that post this evening. Go to virtually to almost all major obedient handle since yesterday. Go and check my preview. You will bear me witness. If there's anybody that have championed coalition and not even talking about a candidate, you will know that it's me. On different occasions, you've asked me what is my thought about Atiku, and I said, I am not supporting Atiku, I'm not supporting anybody. Whoever the coalition brings, we'll work with. You can bear me witness, DG. But on several, since yesterday, day before yesterday, go and check major handles of P2B supporters and see the things they've been saying about Atiku and PDP. So you can't beat a child or you push someone to the wall and say, oh, you don't react. No, you won't tell me how to react. And I did that deliberately, and I have no regrets whatsoever. And I'm saying it here today. Tinubu can continue till 2030,
Okay.
2030.
Emma,
All right.
that's
Fear
the
not.
problem.
All right.
Hold on. Emma, that's the problem I have here, because like, okay, you have a mindset already. You understand? We are talking about the Great Coalition. What are you doing here? Like, you get the point. If you are not here to help us foster it, right? So yeah, I'm not saying your complaints are not valid, and I will acknowledge some of them, but to come the talk say, I think where feedback they come from.
Okay, it's probably me. Sorry.
Yeah. So to come the talk say Tinubu can continue because of like a petty anger, right?
No, comrade, you weren't here when the thing got really heated, because when you
Okay.
left,
It's okay.
two people
It's
spoke,
okay.
right?
It's okay.
And they really spoke attacking. That was why
It's
one of the
okay.
reasons.
So
But you have to
Yeah,
say
but
maybe
you know, say when I came,
comrades.
I collated the talk, right? And I know waiting don't transpire, and I saw the angle he was
Don't
going.
worry, comrades. No, see, everyone will base their reason for speaking that way on the other person. Those people, if you ask them now, they will say it's because he literally even said, right? Like Ovie said, it was some of the things that Odoko was saying before that made him come up, right? So you Ima also some obedience to say it was that publication by Punch, more or less saying that Obi was offered this or that made them to, I mean, for me, no way, and obviously you too, you people saw how they reacted to that. You also came to talk here. So see, something people will always point at something for as the reason for them to do what they are doing, which is fine. So let's not go down that lane. But I'm noticing a trend here. I'm noticing a very, very interesting trend. Like I was telling JK earlier, Tinubu is laughing right now. You know why? Because Ima and Ege have two different opinions on this matter. But you know what they agree on? Tinubu should rather continue. if if their position does not go, it's better for Tinubu to continue, which is very interesting. Omo, let's move on. Let's move on. I think
Make Okpe talk. I don't know
no.
Okpe don't talk since.
Okwe just told me that he's done, and I dropped him. Why is he
Okay.
back?
Sorry, please. I just want to ask one question. And this question is very fundamental in terms of all of this conversation. And that's why I said, the statements that we are offering you, it's already a very pregnant statement. And one of the first statements is, if we are going to go into this coalition, what is going to make up those who will elect the national, what they call it, the presidential candidate, like this selection process. Because the first thing you start, let me ask you, wait, hold on, let me get back. News here. It was a pit, it was articles come.
And
That
I've
issue
answered this,
that-
and I've answered this, and I said that at that level front page, I think it's planted. That's my opinion.
So
I don't
you
think-
felt it was article that planted it out.
I don't know whoever planted it, but I think someone on his camp, those type of things wouldn't get to the front page of the
No,
newspaper.
hold on. Because that same thing happened yesterday, where there was a statement from one obedient directorate group, and I denounced it to the extent that it did not emanate. It's not a statement from Obi, right?
No,
So based
it's
on
not
that,
from
we
Peter
have
Obi, but that's from the
so-
obedience
so-
movement
so-
now, because that's the
So,
legitimate
but you think
obedience.
that the ruling party cannot plan that thing?
So
They
a lot
play,
of people
they
can
don't know.
plan that thing, right?
What are you saying?
Obe-
So
The
it
ruling
was.
party plant them.
I
yeah.
understand the ruling party can plant it, so it was
Anybody,
it was,
articles
so
come.
hold on. So it was only normal for the obedience movement with the handle, I think, Nana Kazure, to come out and deny that no such thing happened, and that shouldn't offend anybody. Nobody should say these people are not serious, because every time they do these things, for instance, you say today you want the coalition,
more every little thing. Say these people
No,
are
no,
not
no, I'm
serious.
not
You
interested
do
in
you do
coalition.
and you those things.
Just
So
to
nobody too is
clear yourself,
interested.
I am not
Exactly.
interested in
Nobody's
coalition.
interested. At the end of the
If
day,
you are not interested,
everybody
if you
will
are
be
not
fine.
interested, just leave
You
us
know,
for our space next
everybody
time.
will be
Yes, under
fine.
my own.
So what I was going to ask is that the process of selecting those who will go and elect the national president, the convention, is it still going to be the same skewed way where they will tell you that former this, former that, former this are automatic delegates, or are you really going to open it up and this was one of the things I was supporting PDP. I supported PDP in 2019. I've always supported PDP, and I remember one space where the Olasaraki came, and I asked him a simple question. I said, how is it so hard for you guys as political parties to truly open, your membership? And when you want to run like elections and whatever, if you have paying members, not everybody will be able to get to Abuja. You can leverage on technology. And I spoke to and I asked him because he was someone who was talking to the young people.
So,
But you're not going to get that same level of any former councillor who is now this is an automatic delegate. You obviously know that is a biased metric because those people.
hold on. We don't talk this and say, even if there should be a primary, yeah, now direct primaries, where that is more sensible. If Atiku have more political capital, he should come out on top, right? If Obi has more political capital in the direct primaries, he should come out on top, yeah. So the moment one person don't come out on top, we go know who they more popular, who have more political capital, and this should put to bed the whole who should be the candidate and who should put to bed that particular argument. Right?
Comrade,
That's
let
very
me
fair.
chip in.
That's very fair.
Comrade, let me chip in something
That's
to
very
this.
fair.
Let me chip in something to this, right? So, Okwe, at the party level, right? Election starts from the ward level. They'll nominate, vote for delegates to the next state level, vote for those delegates to next until it gets to the convention.
Brother,
That's how
that thing does not work.
Odogu,
That thing does not work.
let's not be naive.
hold
Yeah,
on, yeah,
That thing does not work.
indirect
And we know it.
primaries.
We know it. It doesn't
Okay,
work.
go ahead.
Even direct primary will be done.
Okay. I'm so sorry, guys. We are dragging this conversation back. I beg. Let's move on. Let's move on. Odogo, we don't want to lecture on what all of us already know. I beg. Let's move on. There's so many requests. People we keep trying to shuffle people so that new people can speak. But now all our voice now, just relax more. I beg. Let new voices also so that we can. By the way, guys, I don't know what time. Maybe sun they shine for our side. Sun no day here. It is midnight, more than midnight. And I actually have a video. Comrade, there's this video from Kenneth Okonkwo. He was actually asked the same question about this thing, and I thought it was an interesting answer, but I can't play it now. So maybe Great Coalition 3.0 we feature that recording. Let's move on.
Okay. Make if you want to speak, put your hands up. We'll go call it for now.
Yeah, but
Let's
no,
work
hold
with
on.
the Okay.
So it's no vex. So I know some people why I bring up earlier. So the good life, please go on. Oh, sorry. I never unmute. Sorry.
Thank you,
Please go
Mr.
on.
Dix. Don't know why you dropped me earlier, but it's okay. No wahala. So the thing is, obedient, arrogant, articulators are gaslighting. And that's the issue. When you have too many people with their own biases, it's expected. But what I'm expecting is that the PDP faction, I think they should be more mature. We know the people that are in the obedient movement, they don't know much about these things. I think the leaders know much, they know better. And if they come into a conclusion of a coalition, everything will work in place. I don't think, because I think Odogu said earlier that if we can, I don't think we can come together on this space, maybe in general spaces like this. I think if the leaders come together, then everybody will find their own fit. Maybe if you know agree for coalition, then you go and vote for your APC. I think that's better. And the thing is that I I think that statement is not even about the punch publication. I stumble upon a lot of PDP influencers echoing that publication by saying Obi just agreed that Obi. A lot of PDP influencers are echoing it. I think that is what triggered that press statement, and it's not even a bad thing if they debunk it. At least that's the reality right now. So at least that doesn't mean that later tomorrow Obi will not accept the vice presidential ticket. So I don't think that should trigger some people and believe that maybe the obedient are arrogant. Me, I vote for Obi. Right now, if I see goat, if we unanimously choose goat as our coalition leader for this coalition, I go vote for am because I know how this government dey affect me. So is a open thing. I don't think one person, some opinion, person will get one vote should be triggering. And that's the issue I have with this thing because we leverage on people's opinion, one person opinion, than the collective this thing that we want to achieve. I think if we can put that away, we will know what you are doing. In 2019, I don't like Atiku. I don't like Atiku because I know what he did when he went to APC. That time I was PDP. I like PDP then. But I don't like Atiku because the way he did in 2015, he was one of those that make APC to get to power. But when that was the ticket that was available, I voted for Atiku. So I don't think all these small people that just came to limelight in 2023 because of Obi should be triggering us because they feel like they have an opinion. Because I listen to obedient handles and I laugh at the way they think. Some people will tell you, if it is not to be or nothing, then count me out. If they count you out, how many votes you won't bring? How many votes? Then someone said, Atiku, Obi need Atiku. Atiku need Obi more than Obi need Atiku. I don't understand. The time where PDP has always been winning in the South, I think is the Southerners that even vote sometimes with open mind more than the North. So I don't know where the article need Obi need article is coming from. Then again, I think what we are missing here is that this coalition, we just wanted to make it a one opposition, right? So even if it is not Obi and Atiku, and we have other strong people who can come out and a very strong party to challenge the APC, I think people will unite. Go to this. I think what is hindering people now is people are tired of this government. They are just looking for alternative, just alternative. But the alternatives are just dilly-dallying, and that's the point. The alternatives, they don't want to stay in one place. I think if we can have one alternative with no distractions, this government will be booted out. And it's not about fighting and okay, we must be ready to see. This is not 2015. This is 2027. This is not, the person that is there is not Jonathan. This is Tinubu. It's different. All those shenanigans that the APC pull up in 2015 is very difficult to achieve this time around. You want Obi to come out on the street and lead you with protest. If they cash and you go talk, say, go run back, say, Shana, you send and work. It's a strategic work. Vote and stay with your vote at the polling unit. Don't let them win you. Come talk say you want protest. Which protest you want protest? So I think that's just it. We need to think this thing holistically, and everybody should lower their guards.
Yeah.
If you think that the obedient, we know the majority of us we are small children. We know mature all these things they trigger us. But the main goal is that these leaders, time is going. We are not even seeing any blueprint at all. Time they go. People are waiting. May they not wait for too long. So I think I can yield for now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Um, I think okay. Akuna, Akuna, Akuna Etibu. Omo, your name get us a picture. Go on. Is Akuna there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go on.
Yes, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Beji, everybody on the house. I don't know. I wish Ima was still here to hear somebody from a P2B supporter. I wouldn't say I'm an obedient, I just support P2B. I don't mind whatever and whoever becomes the candidate of the coalition. Do I want a coalition? Yes, I 100% want a coalition. Why do I want a coalition? Our situation is urgent as it is, and we need to do everything possible to sort things out and get APC out of power. Secondly, if the coalition does not work, do I understand it? I 100% understand why it may not work. And am I angry if it doesn't work? I am not. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, this is all politics. Everybody forget about all this whole Nigeria, that everybody is playing their politics, doing their thing the way they know how to do it. You understand? So when people say Obi has advantage, they may be right. Atiku has advantage, they may be right as well. So the question then is, this whole coalition thing, if, for instance, it was, say, Kwankwaso that had 6 million votes in the last election, probably the way PDP guys are talking about this coalition with Obi, they might not be saying, it may not be that way. You understand? So yes, Obi has something going on for him, and that can be understood why the whole coalition thing is centered around Obi going on and being a part of it, which I 100% want him to be a part of. I don't care whether he wants to be the vice president or whether he wants to lead the coalition. We need to rescue the country, and whatever does rescue the country for me works for me. So that being said, however, Obi on his own part, they are taking their time, which I don't understand. I'm not seeing anything, from the obedient handlers, the Morris and co. I'm not seeing anything that suggests that they are moving forward or backward with the coalition thing. Where is the stand? Where does Obi stand as a person when it comes to this coalition? If they do not want a coalition, maybe it should be stated in black and white so that everybody knows and we stop wasting our time. Those that want to stick with Obi will stick with him and do their campaign, and the PDP guys, people that want to do with Atiku, can stick with him and continue their campaign. We are 2 years short of the next election, which usually in our Nigerian context is the right time to start, your permutations, consolidating your base, and going into your weaker, areas as well. So the other thing I want to say is, sometimes when I've listened to many of the PDP guys, them Ima, Ose, Anini, and Beji, and all of that, it's always all about, every time they say the obedience keep saying or castigating Atiku and doing all of this and all of that. But at the core of it, deep down, they themselves also do the same thing to Obi. When
Sorry,
Sowore
which
posted
DJ are
that
you
video,
referring to?
no, not your own Deji, calm down. No, not your own Deji. So when he threw me off balance here, but so like I was saying, when Shawere posted that his own nonsense thing he cooks up with Sahara and all of that, Emma here was the first person that posted the video, in a form of derogatory. And I commented and said, you are looking for a coalition. It is the same you that is posting this thing and saying your shame, the shame. At the end of the day, you don't even know what happened. I don't go into nitty-gritties of all of these things. Obi being with being bounced or not allowed entry into a certain place. You don't know what happened. You were not there. Yes, you understand. So you were not there. You don't know what happened. So you just everything is not politics. At the end of the day, the pictures came and Obi was in the VVIP section. So what does that make you? You understand? So um this is at the end of all of this, we all want to work together. At my core, I'm like a hardcore PDP. If I'm to register for any political party today, I'll register with the PDP. That's me, 100%. I've always been a PDP guy. I've worked with since the 27 election, 2015, 2019. You know, up to the last election was the only election I was not around, and I didn't participate because I was not in the country. So, but the thing is, stick an Obi and an Atiku. Currently, I'll pick an Obi, but for them to work together, whoever emerges, fine. I like Atiku too. There are some of his ideologies that I buy. Atiku talks about restructuring, which is something I buy, and if he's able to pull it off, it's a win for the country. You know, privatization of NNPC. We saw how the NNPC has been bastardized, how much billions of dollars that's gone missing, and all of that. If NNPC was privatized, that wouldn't happen. So yes, I am in tune with some of Atiku's policies and his plans for the country. Quite all right. So this whole back and forth with Obi does that, Obi does this, it's very, very unnecessary. Emma is here saying that is no longer, that is it's a very childish thing. You know deep down that you want the coalition. Stop pretending. We will not go beg you. You want it and you need it. So calm down. We all need to work together and find a way. If possible, I don't know who has the ears of the obedient coordinators, whatever, Maurice and Tanko and Co. Probably they should maybe host a space one of these days and speak to their people. People should understand their own position. Where is Obi facing with this whole thing?
But they already released
So
a press statement now. Did you read it?
I saw the press statement, but this press statement does not talk about their stand with the coalition per se. It just debunked what was published. If you get what I
No,
mean,
they did say
at the
they
time.
said they
So
are currently they are still on that, like having conversation with relevant stakeholders, but they are just
so
haven't there's just no decision yet on anything.
yeah, so which means there's talks going on. So why are we in a hurry? Basically, why are the PDP guys in a hurry? Is it I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know.
I could.
Maybe 2027 represents Article's last time. Because after 2027, you probably can contest again. So many things.
Okay.
So thank you.
Okay, before you go, let's comrade, if you don't mind, let me ask Ako. So you have Peter Obi's ears right now. What will you be advising him going into that coalition negotiation?
In terms of who comes top or who comes,
I mean,
who deputizes who, is that?
your own outlook towards the coalition itself. Waiting you go to tell Obi to consider going into negotiations.
Well, going into negotiations, he has a capable team, and they are on top of it. So he knows what he wants out of the coalition. He has his base. He has his numbers with him. There's no much difference. Atiku took 6.9, Obi got 6.1 million votes. So on terms of negotiating power, they have equal. They can negotiate on equal capacity. So you won't say because of Peter Atiku picked Peter in 2019 that's enough reason for him to step down. So it's just at the end of the day, put the country first. What works, between the both of you, sit down, look at your manifestos. What is whoever going to take the ticket, what are they going to adopt from your manifesto to add to what they are doing into their own manifesto to add to get the country working? That is my own. Look, negotiate on the basis of your manifesto on what this person wants to do and what you want to do. Who wants to do the best for the country? Whose manifesto represents the best? Who gives us a better? I don't know if you get what I mean. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Ako. Francis.
Mr. Deji, I beg, check the comment section. I drop a post by Honorable Wilwi. I want you to see that post and see what you are talking about, please. I don't know how to put it on.
Send it to my DM. Francis, go on.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the platform. And I want to say something, and I want to address this thing to Deji for now. I just want to talk to him one-on-one. Now, if me and Deji are opposition, I'm an opposition, Deji is an opposition, then Comrade is an opposition. Let me just refer to the host and the co-host. Now, three of us are opposition. Then I and Deji is okay. After maybe we had an election in 2023. Then after that, now Comrade wins the election. Now, since Comrade became the leader or the president per se, he doesn't have time for me again. He doesn't have time. He doesn't talk about me. Every day, the people that follow Comrade, every single day, they spend more time antagonizing Deji. They spend more time demarketing Deji. They spend more time pushing agendas against Deji. Now, meanwhile, on the other side, who also contested for the election, they barely talk about me. Not like they don't, but once in a while. Now, Comrade always tell his people, I want to make this explanation just within our three so it becomes more clear. Now, Comrade is now pushing, in fact, it's now to the point that for you to become relevant in Comrade's camp, you have to be in all social media, denigrating Deji, pushing agenda against Deji for you to stay relevant in his camp. Now, and we are talking about a coalition, which I'm 100% in support of. Now, the election comes again. The same handles, the same accounts that Comrade have decided to have given the assignment to push agenda against Deji. Is pushing agenda. The same handles comes into spaces and then is now supporting me. Is now supporting me. The same handle pushing down Deji. They are spending more time pushing down Deji instead of even talking about, let me even bring it into the actualization here. The handles are spending more time denigrating Obi, saying things that even does not exist about Obi. For you to stay relevant in the APC, you have to say something and continue tweeting something wrong against Obi. Now, there is an article who also contested in the election, and it's not like they don't, but we all know that for every one article post, there must be a 9 P2B post before another one article post. So it's like 90% to 10. Now, the same APC people are in this space telling us that they will, if an alliance is to be made, they will prefer P2B. And they prefer Atiku. Now, we are here entertaining it. Now, have we not thought about it this way? If you are in the APC camp, wouldn't you be looking for a weaker person in the coalition?
Francis, who are the APC person? Like, now PDP and LP don't they talk since now? I don't understand.
No. There is a few APC persons who spoke here. There's one, I've forgotten his name. I would have written that name down.
Please, let's just talk on what we have in front of us. I beg.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'll bring it
This
back.
place is not about APC. Let's just
focus.
You people are interjecting me. Just allow me. This thing will affect my chain of thought. Just allow me. Now, this
thing is happening. What does it mean? It means that in this coalition, the people you are about to fight against, because in as much as the both of you want to leave APC out of this, we are doing coalition to remove APC out of power. So why can't I say sentence without talking about the APC, which we want?
Francis, we are talking about one or two APC guys that came to speak here. This place is not about their submission.
No. I've been in the space. I've been on the other space before coming here now. Most of them are there.
No. So I don't know what happened in that space, but I think this is this space where we are talking about coalition. Right? So let's focus on what happened in this space.
And I'm telling you that most of them are of the submission of Atiku. We can't see. Is the fact. I've been there. I'm telling you from my experience. So now, what it means that they are looking for someone that we all know how they play their politics. In 2027, they will bring up the agenda of the northern and the southern candidates. The power is supposed to remain in the south. So before them in the camp comes out to start saying Atiku is preferable, because they want, someone said it here, that even though he's APC, he will prefer so that Nigeria will not be a one-party system. Are you whining me? That Nigeria will not be a party. So therefore, Atiku, this one, he will make a stronger. Meanwhile, in their camp, they know that when election starts, when campaign starts, they know what they want to campaign against. They know what they want to use against that Atiku. That's why they are preferring the Atiku. They know who is the actual tsunami. They know who is the actual, who carries the wave. So me, in all of this, I'm still of the suggestion that P2B should lead the ticket, because we are here saying, who do we think? I am not denigrating Atiku. I am not here to talk against the Atiku people, but I am of the opinion that P2B should lead the ticket. Now, what happens on the Atiku side to make sure his interest is still there is, I've made my few research and I looked at this Bauchi state governor. That man can also be presented as a vice by Atiku, who can then become the chairman of the political party. Then they can discuss what happens in 2031. But by then, the power have left the APC. Then they can decide what happens in their new party and who they put forth for us in 2031. But for now, to remove that power, Obi being the flag bearer, it's very sacrosanct. I must say, it is very important. Because if you watch the opposition camp, who they have been attacking all this while, you understand that there is an agenda against that particular person. Probably because the kind of politics he play and all that, and he has the masses. Now, the same camp is telling you that the other person they are not attacking is the person they prefer for a proper opposition. Meaning that the main one who they are attacking as an opposition is, they don't want that person to be on the ballot box as the flag bearer. They want that person to be a second, so that they will now play their division politics. Say it is the time of the South. Convince the government. And currently, even as I speak to you, this Bala Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi, is the current chairman of PDP Governance Forum. His influence in the PDP Governance Forum cannot be underestimated. PDP currently has 5 governors in the north. And one of the governors last year made a comment about what an encounter he had with Willie Obiano, the former governor of Anambra State, and what Willie Obiano told him about how they managed the money P2B left. So now, this is to tell you that even if Bala is put up as the vice to P2B, there is still going to be a tsunami. The people, I am 100% sure that even the PDP, the wave of the PDP will support that ticket. And that is what will give APC more headache in 2027. This is my own submission. I'll yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Francis. All right. Odogu, you've had your hands up. Just quick one, because you've been here, you've spoken at length. So just quick one from you and we'll move on.
They do not find trouble now. The people don't talk, attack my people.
No matter, we have people that have not even spoken at all. So please just quick one.
Sir George hasn't spoken before. I said I would have wanted him to speak before I speak. So
No, I don't want you to water down Sir Josh's submission. Go on.
Leave me alone, oh. Leave me alone, oh. I'm the only PDP man on this speaker section
Sir
now.
Josh is also a
Anyway,
PDP man. Go on.
who is that?
Sir Josh.
Mr. George is not PDP. Oh. It's you
Ah,
people.
okay
He
now.
has become back. Is he back?
He's back. Oh, he's back to
Anyways,
the fold.
guys, see here. Let's calm down. We worry about the things that we shouldn't be worried about. Let these men up there decide whatever they want to do. For us, what we are just saying here is because we are concerned. We're just giving our opinions. Whatever those men decide is mainly what we all are going to do, to be honest. We can grumble to say, but politics is not winner takes all, right? You have to give and take. There's a lot of deliberation, negotiations, thinking and everything going up right there. At least I know some. I'm privy to some, So that's why I look at people when they come here to say stuff, I just laugh, right? Hey, Bala Mohammed, Bala that cannot tell his fellow governor not to decamp or not. You see, Bala Mohammed that is having a governors meeting and telling the other governors as a chairman that they're not going to go into, they're not supporting any coalition. Is that the person you want them to present? I don't understand. So we don't leave PDP governors. They do it in their life. We are the PDP. We don't leave them for them. They should do whatever they want. We are going with the coalition. If they like, they don't go. They like they represent Makinde as their flag bearer. It's okay. We will go with the coalition, and that's where and that's where some of us stand. To be honest, I understand everybody's, back and forth, the trust, the everything. That is politics. Even within the same political party, there are different groups before the primaries. Everybody go talk rishi, talk bad things against their own party members because before the primary, fight themselves. But when the primary comes, whoever wins, and everybody do it, come together again. That's just what is playing out. So when we calm down, they want to do something.
No, I'm asking you to round up.
Okay, so make everybody calm down. Our own is let the coalition be, let it come to light. If they agree and it doesn't work at the end of the day, at least we tried. That's the most important thing. It's not about who wants to be this, who wants to be that. They will discuss that one up there. Mind you, it's a numbers game. It is a numbers game. Let's put at the back of our minds.
Yeah.
It is a numbers game. I hear the mic.
Thank you. All right, quickly. Jamal, please go on.
Hi. Okay. So I want to come from a few perspectives. First of all, we assume that the elections will be free and fair. That's why we're talking about coalition. We forget that there has been institutional capture and state capture. So, while we can discuss about, getting out the vote and all of that, it doesn't make any sense to get out the vote when you're voting against INEC, for instance, or when you're voting against the Supreme Court, for instance. Do you get what I mean? So in choosing whom to support, we have to also choose someone that can command a certain level of hope, so that certain people in these positions of power, people who would ordinarily be tools or pawns in the hands of um, um, Tinubu and his lackeys, will have a change of mind. We saw such a thing happen in 2015 when certain people who were, in government institutions, risked their lives and all of that to support Buhari. It was not right, it was illegal, but because they had such great faith in Buhari, they were willing to make sure that they did not allow certain things to fly. We also saw the same thing happen in Abia State, where the returning officer demonstrated a strong sense of purpose, because I would imagine she had hope, and faith in the capacity of Alex Oti to deliver. So that's number one. Number two, when we talk about this coalition business, and certain people are talking about Atiku being on top and all of that, it's the intellectual dishonesty for me. Do you get what I mean? So there's nothing Atiku wants to do, as president if he ends up winning. First of all, Atiku will be severely impacted by his age and lack of agility. So you'd have a situation where you have Buhari part two. You have a president that is president in name, but then there are um, people, cabals, who are running the government behind the scene. And something similar to the Yaradua time, the Buhari time, so we need to be honest with ourselves. Um, Atiku does not have the agility to lead as he would have led in 2019, for instance, or as he would have led in 2015. So that's another thing. Also, when certain people say, oh, if Obi does not come out on top, then I'm not supporting. It's a principled position. It's a principled position. A lot of us who support Obi, have supported PDP in the past, and we support Obi because of what Obi has come to represent. We support Obi because of his antecedents. We support Obi because Obi says, I do not put my ambition over, certain values, certain principles, capacity, competence, the rule of law, and things like that. And we know that this is a man who means what he says and says what he means. So if Obi were to deputize someone like Atiku, then Obi would have gone against everything he has stood for. He would have gone against everything many of us have supported him for. Do you get what I mean? So at that point, Obi then loses, not just does he lose his following, he would also lose, the trust people have built in him. He has spent he has spent over a decade since he left office, going around espousing certain ideas. For him to then throw all that hard work away, to become vice president, to Atiku, even when he has said, I'm not doing this for my ambition, I'm not desperate for office, then that would be very dishonest, and that would be an antithetical to everything Obi stands for. A lot of obedience, a lot of people who support Obi will not support Obi based on that fact. Because, we're supporting Obi because we want a shift from politics as usual. If Obi goes ahead to do that, then that is not a shift from politics as usual. So there's that. There's also the issue of fairness. So when certain people come out and say Atiku has agreed to do one thing, that please, we're not children, we're not babies here. So Atiku agrees to do one term and he has signed, it's a signed agreement. Where would one enforce such an agreement? If, say for instance, Atiku becomes president in 2027 and decides to run again in 2031, where would you go for arbitration and say, oh, you signed to run for only one term? Please, this is not a this is not a child's play. The moment he becomes president, he'll say, "Oh, look, that paper, just squeeze it and throw it in the bin," and then we're back to this. So please, let's not try to talk to people as if we're stupid.
Yeah.
Say, "Oh, article will do only one term." We know that is not going to happen. On my own, from my own perspective, I have said it and I mean it that instead of Atiku to be president, let Tinubu continue. And the reason is simple. When we say, oh, we want to rescue Nigeria from Tinubu, if you rescue Nigeria in quote from Tinubu and give it to Atiku, you have not rescued Nigeria. Was it not Atiku that was just recently in the warm embrace of Buhari? You've not rescued Nigeria. What are we talking about here? So you can't rescue Nigeria from Tinubu and hand it to Atiku. What you're doing effectively is perpetuating a certain a mindset that the North or the Northern oligarchy, are these political Machiavelli or Northern political interests precede the interests of the other ethnicities in Nigeria. I'm almost done. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. The disdain or arrogance of the Northern oligarchy, has to be checked. You have a situation where whenever there's a southerner, then all of a sudden the north, starts to erupt. They want to get power back. Please, we're not children here. So let the south do their time. Let the south do their time.
Okay.
Instead of Atiku to come in, because there's fundamentally no difference between Atiku and Tinubu. So instead of Atiku to come in, let Tinubu just continue. If it's not to be, then let Tinubu continue. Thank you very much.
But Jamal, there are people who then turn around and say, if you're using this argument of let the South do their time, so are you suggesting that Obi would only be running for one term?
No, I'm not suggesting that Obi will be running for one term. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we must go with it has to be Atiku to rescue Nigeria, I don't see why it has to be Atiku. I've given multiple arguments.
Yeah, I get that.
And
I
there's
get
a reason
that.
why
So
I have ordered them
going by one of those
order.
Going by one of those arguments, right?
Yes.
Surely going by the South, let South do their 8 years argument that you've just made, that remaining 4 years, if Obi were to win it, are you saying that he should step down and let the North start their own 8-year term?
Again, we are focusing on the minors here.
But
I am saying that
you did.
instead of
You
I'm
also
saying that
also mentioned
I have given a certain I have given an order of things, and I've put my list to my mind, my least valid points at the end, to say that even if we must come to that, the most banal of all arguments, then let the South finish. But to my mind, that's the most banal. That's like we shouldn't even be talking about North and South.
Yeah,
But if we
I
must,
get that, but
then
it's also clear that you don't want to respond to that. Should we move on?
Yes, we should move on.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on. Thank you very much, Jamal. Chuka, please go on.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm just going to. I won't repeat the things others have said. I'm an obedient. I support P2B, but I'm not against a well-negotiated coalition. But the key word is a well-negotiated one, because there are some issues if it's not negotiated well. And I believe it should also be broad-based. It can't just be only Atiku. There have to be many other people. And the reason why I say it should be well-negotiated, I was discussing with some friends recently about this whole VP thing that, there's a lot of narrative shaping going on. And if Obi just accepts to be VP without negotiating it well, what will be the difference between him and the current VP we have, who doesn't have any powers, or the previous one? And then when obedience complain about different things, they say, oh, he's just VP, he doesn't have any real powers. And that's one of the issues with a lot of this just accepting VP like that. Because I always ask my friends, if Obi is VP to Atiku, who do you think will pick the minister? Who will be the most powerful person from Anambra, for example, who will pick minister in Anambra? It's probably not to be Senator Ben Obi. If you go to Enugu, you have maybe Okwinwodo. Because the point is, Atiku has so many close friends across every state in the country, because he's been around for it, and it's not a bad thing. So if you're going to do a coalition with an Atiku, you have to negotiate and shine your eye well. If not, by the time you get there, people will just be going to your office to read newspaper. But that's the first thing. The second issue that I also wanted to raise is with this thing is that Atiku needs to, because I understand why Atiku ran for last time in 2023. But if he's running again, he needs to explain to us what exactly are his views on zoning, because there's a sentiment in the country about power moving from north to south. And in 2011, Atiku was the Northern Consensus candidate. He ran against a sitting president. And he made a very strong case then that it's the turn of the North, so that the sitting president should step down for him to be president. And I was one of those that supported him then. I agreed with his argument. Well, I didn't think the president should step down, but I saw the sentiment. I thought that there should be some negotiation. So if he's coming now in 2023, he gave us the impression that he doesn't care about zoning anymore, because he was the turn of the South clearly, and he chose to run. So if he's coming back again to say he's going to run for, the South has not done 8 years, he's still, because no matter what the politicians agree amongst themselves, you need to get the people to vote. To get people to vote, you need to convince them. What exactly are your views on zoning? Are you saying you don't care about zoning anymore? Are you saying, because if Atiku runs, nothing stop Atiku, this argument people are making that Atiku can do 4 years, he'll sign for 4 years, the Obi will take over. What if after the 4 years Atiku stays and he wants to run? What stops Ekwan Kwaso from running against an Obi? Because we have to have an agreement as a country on what do we believe in zoning, about zoning. Because nothing is going to stop Ekwan Kwaso from running in 4 years after Atiku. Nothing will stop Shetima from running against an Obi. And they'll say, oh, that they have northern votes. So these are issues that have to be negotiated. You can't just, and that's why I'm happy that Obi is not jumping into any coalition. They should take their time. They should discuss all, and no issue should be out of bounds. They should discuss everything. And so that when we go in there, we know that any coalition we are getting has to be a coalition based on values. It cannot be the same kind of coalition APC gave us in 2015, where all they did was to grab power. And Nigeria went from bad to worse. So we want to, if we're going to get a coalition, want a coalition that will move the country forward. And that kind of coalition, it will take time. It will take good negotiation. Atiku should be there, Saraki should be there, Tambuwal, all of them should negotiate together. And then come up with a proper, no topic should be out of bounds. And let's know how they are going to do all that. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comrade, can you hear me? All this talk of if any of these things, Tinubu should rather just continue. When Tinubu then does indeed continue, are we still going to come here to start arguing governance?
Momo, like I just feel like the people they say make Tinubu continue, like I mean like the I'll just I think I'll just liken them to the petulant child, right? That when you don't get what you want, you throw in the towel. Right? So that's what I see happening here. Right? The moment you are not getting things is not going your way or your direction, you exclaim, "Oh, Tinubu should continue." That's what I mean. Like that's just typical of what a petulant child. That's why you liken them to a petulant child, right? So you throw tantrums and all that. So just see that as a tantrum. Yeah. So that's why that's why you see the question I asked him. Okay, if you want to, what are you doing here, right? So yeah. So I just think people are just conditioning themselves like not to think bi-directional. Yeah.
Yeah, the last thing I want is for Tinubu to continue, actually, in case I have not made that clear enough. Anyway, Sir Josh, please go on.
Don't worry, coast will clear. Don't
Host,
worry, Deji. Coast will
co-host,
clear.
sorry, my Twitter is
Okay, okay.
can I speak to this? I think I've been on stage before, even Chooks that spoke last and Sasha.
No, Max.
You didn't
Sajos
come
has been
before
here for
Sir Josh.
like,
That one I
yeah.
can assure you. So Sir Josh, please go on.
Okay. You see, I don't want to repeat what I said yesterday, but sometimes I love people that is clear on what they want. If you are supporting someone because of your religion, just come out plain and say this is just than going through the corners, going through the bend. No. If it's because he's a Southeasterner and Southeast have not been the president, open it and say it. Nobody will kill you than going through like torturing people's mentality or yeah, you go around and still come and say what is your mind. The why I even picked the mic was a man. I wanted to speak to him because I think if I see some obedience behaving how they behave, I would say maybe they are kids, they are new to the system. But sometimes if I see what a man does, he looks as if he's a kid too. So but he will be the one that will come and cry first, saying that people are doing this and doing that. So let's respect ourselves. I think when you are in a position, you are meant to see yourself as brothers. You are seeking for one thing. The government is not doing something that you want. That is why you want to take over from him. But when you see when we start seeing you fighting PDP abusing or rejoicing whenever there is issue about Obi, or Labour Party rejoicing whenever there is issue that Atiku is involved. That means we are not serious. We're just here making noise. So in politics, no, it's not what you want that always happen. And whenever you say that when it is not what I want, let's damage or let's just cut off the bridge, that means you're not playing politics. You're just, why not just stay at home? Why are you even coming to discuss about coalition if you know that if it is not Obi, nobody? Why are you here? You're meant to stay in your house, discuss it with yourself, decide anything you want on your own, because you already made up your mind that your mind is made up and is sticked. And again, there are people that condition their mind. They don't know that they have Tinubu in mind in one way than even how they have Obi in mind. Because you say if it's not Obi, let Tinubu continue. Obi have the chance of, if he's the VP, he has the chance of contributing in what will help Nigeria. He have that chance of contributing on solving some issues that affect the country. You don't know what is in Natiku's mind. You don't know if you allow him to work. At least even when Jonathan and Yaradua were working, they were working well. So, but you prefer someone that even bully you, would not even allow Obi to make a comment. He will not even speak on any issues. They want him just come on speak, on Twitter, like writing showing thread or about things that affect the country. They warn him with DSS. He prefer that person to continue. That means something is wrong with your brain. You don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you want. You will just better decide on what this is what I want. So he prefer that person to go down. If it's not my man, if it's not somebody I want, cut off the bridge. Better I will just be there. I will not even be better be dumb. I will not contribute. I will not make any contribution about the country. You can only change the country. I've been saying it only when you are in government. You know, it will not be when you are in government. You can bring idea and somebody will even consider it. Either you are a minister, either you are a vice president, but once you are outside the government, you are gone. Your idea is already on paper or on Twitter. You can make noise, if you make noise too much, they say you are disturbing the public. DSS can arrest you because you are disturbing the public. So anybody that is saying if it is not to be, Tinubu continue, that means you love Tinubu so much. You've been admiring him. All you do here is to disturb people on Twitter. You are just here to disturb people on Twitter because how would you tell you that you want someone that said that is clean the economy? That means you just want to make noise. So for me, I've been saying it many times that once you feel you have your mind fixed that if it is not be nobody, stay in your house. No need of coming to Twitter. We've heard you. So stay on your own. You made up your mind. Stay in your cocoon because you made up your mind. And nobody is a fool that is coming for a coalition to just because you made up your mind as you are the king. Let's go and crown you. And everybody will say, as you can
Sir
decide.
George, you don't think the concerns that some of these people are raising may also be, genuine?
Everybody have concern, no. I have my own concern.
Sajos, remember, was it this time last year? Last year, where I was part of the anti-merger guys, right? Where you get
I
issue.
dropped you.
You
I
dropped
dropped
me
you many times
exactly.
yeah. I
Exactly.
dropped you
As you
because
dropped me,
you
I
see.
went to open my space and I called it a merger from hell. So
Yes.
whatever, like that infamous space, right? So I've been there. I've been in that cocoon, right? I've been yes, I've been in that plantation, and so I know how it feels, and I feel like I've moved on from that, right? So if I'm telling people to keep an open mind, it's not because I've not been there. I've been there, right? A die hard as they come. But go ahead, Sir Josh.
I know you called me old order. You see, I supported Obi even with my money. I came down. I voted for him. But in politics, I've done politics. I've been at least I've done politics in local. I've done local politics. At least head a local government. So I know how it works. You must sit down and decide. Sometimes you play long games. Sometimes you even give up your right. hoping that you get more tomorrow. That is politics.
Okay.
You cannot just
All right,
decide. You cannot
Sajos,
just tie
so
your
that
mind.
we tap from this your political experience. Tell us, when these juggernauts are in that smoke filled rooms, as El-Rufai described it. What does this negotiation, what would it look like? What will these two guys be telling each other?
Before, like, even before you will become government chairman, they will negotiate who will be your vice president, your vice chairman, who will be your supervisors, who will be your secretary. Like Obi will not just even though he say he want to give him VP, he will not just take VP and move away. No, he must sit down and negotiate other things that he knows that will affect the country. So nobody will just throw a VP for him and he just take it. No, at least he have input in where he thinks that he can operate well. Like if you know that in economy, maybe Atiku as the main man that will take maybe if they narrow it down that is him, at least he have to give out many things. He have to give out things.
Okay, so just round up, yeah.
Because you are not going there as only you. You're not the one that will go. Everybody have parts. Everybody have what they contribute. So it will not be that easy. Nobody is negotiating power. You negotiate and you agreed on terms, and these are the things I will bring. Anybody that is bringing, even though it's 100 votes or 1,000 votes, you must at least hear his own opinion. Hear that what he wants to contribute to the government. So for me, let me round up. What I'm saying is that let's stop all these things that we are saying, because we are meant to see ourselves as brothers. Man, stop all this thing you are doing, because it's like kids playing. We are meant to see ourselves as brothers, because we are fighting one enemy, which is APC. But we'll take 1 hour and fight ourselves and force ourselves. We'll use 30 minutes and discuss the issues. So thank you so much. But comrade, what I want to say with that threat of sacrosanct, Abuja is sacrosanct. Let's try and end that Abuja is sacrosanct, or all eyes on the judiciary now. Now have the time, because if you continue doing that, all eyes on judiciary.
His lesson. He's not going to be doing
I wanted to commend you that you have spoken well, but you can't go spoiler. Yeah, but but yeah. So the take home here now, say this discussion is happening in good faith, and I can feel it, right? Because for context, right, Sajos na PDP guy. So, but in broad daylight, before our very eyes, he's admonishing his fellow PDP guy, man. Yeah, which I mean, we all disagree with him. I say, okay, that thing when he post about will be like, it's uncalled for, right? So, and I've seen obedient admonish fellow obedient due to their antics, unwarranted antics, right? So, yeah, this discussion is happening in real faith, and I'm happy about it. Yeah. So, DJ, I think Ayo should go next.
Ayo should not go next. Ayo came after Max. After Max, then
no. I don't think so, because Ayo was here when I came back, but Max was not here. Yeah.
Okay. Ayo, go on then.
You see,
how much you pay, comrade?
We know how to handle your own situation. It's not a problem. Please let me know when you cannot hear me again, because I'm in transit. But I'll approach this thing from 2 dimensions. One, as a good citizen, and secondly, as a politician. Let me start as a good citizen. We keep on talking about coalition, but these guys, Obio, Atiku, they've not told us the things that they are going to do differently from what Tinubu is doing now. Last campaign, they all said they're going to remove subsidy. And that is what Tinubu is doing. As Obi or Atiku come out and said, oh, I'm bringing back subsidy if I win, have they said, oh, educational subsidy has to come back, education has to be free? Have they said, oh, electricity prices, we will bring it down? These are the conversations that move people. It's not just coalition. What are we coaliting to do? The Nigerian people have to have a reason to want to go with you. So they can't come and vote for you, and then you will do the same thing that Tinubu is doing. That is how we got to where we are today. That is why the Nigerian citizens don't even care. They are all the same thing, you know. So, as a good citizen, before coalition, Atiku and Obi need to come out with their new manifesto and say, look, if I win, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do. Even the Egypt that Obi went to, you know, to say APC said don't go Egypt. So APC, they do wetin Obi and Atiku say they go do. So I don't know wetin, if you vote for Atiku or Obi, I don't know wetin they all do when they different from wetin Tinubu they do. That is number one as a good citizen. Now, let me wear my political agbada and tell you my mind. If Jonathan is not running, I'm sorry, you will lose. It's just what it is. You will lose. You see, the way you will lose, it will be before 11 o'clock. Mark my word today. Mark it. And I guarantee you, if you do not present a Jonathan, you will lose. And secondly, I supported Atiku in the last election, but I will never support him again in this election. My hierarchy of supporting people in this election is Jonathan number one. If I cannot get Jonathan, if Obi should run, I will support Obi. You get? If I see Atiku Obi ticket and Atiku is presidential candidate, I will support Tinubu. Because Atiku cannot kick out Jonathan in 2015 on the guise of saying power must go to the north. And all of a sudden, now that power must go to the south, he wants to still chook his head like a rabbit. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to. We are not stupid.
But
Atiku cannot be
did you not know
playing this
that last time
dilly-dally game.
when you supported him?
Oh, please, don't interrupt me. Oh. Don't interrupt me. Oh. You people have been talking here for hours. People for hours.
I'm just
For
asking a
hours.
simple question. Like, did you
Don't
not
ask
say?
me.
Did
Don't
you not
ask me
say that
question. Don't
last
ask me
election
question.
you still supported
Don't
him
ask
then?
me
So what's
question.
different now?
Don't ask me question. The last election, what happened was I honestly thought Atiku and Obi were going to work together. God who made me. I thought they were going to work together to kick out the APC. But last minute when I saw that both these two men could not even come together to defeat APC, that means that the fear of APC is not, the fear of APC does not supersede their greed to get power. So who am I? Who am I to come and be telling them to come together? If the two of them cannot sit down and say, look, this APC, let's take them out and, keep our interest in one side. Who am I that I'm just a regular citizen walking the street, earning my
Ayo,
daily 2K? I'll
but
not come and be
why
shouting.
Jonathan?
Oh, I'm still going there. Let me just finish with the Article OB thing. The problem with the Article OB thing is greed. And that's just what it is. Everybody is greedy. And there's nothing wrong in being greedy. Even Tinubu was greedy, and that is why he became president. He told them in 2023, he said, Emi Lokon, it's my turn. He was greedy. But when your greed supersedes the what is it called? The bigger good, the greater good, then there's a problem. So I believe that Obi and Atiku, they can never, mark my word, it can never happen. It will never happen that Obi is for followers and Atiku followers will come together. It will never happen. I would rather support an Obi alone to run. Why can't Atiku present a northern vice candidate and give Obi and say, okay, you know what? I will support you, Obi. I will pick the vice candidate, and he throws his support behind Obi because Atiku too is greedy. So it is what it is. But I will support Obi at this point because power is in the south. Now, reason why I'm saying a Jonathan, PDP must come back into the rotation of power. They must adhere to that rotation of power and find a way to keep back into that rotation of power. When you have a Jonathan, he's a southern candidate. APC cannot come and tell you that, oh, power must stay in the south. Yes, we gave you a southern candidate. Secondly, Jonathan has only 4 years. He cannot do more than 4 years. No matter what, the northerners will vote for him. He will do his 4 years and hand over power to the north. Thirdly, Jonathan is a Christian. We've not had a Christian president. Right now, we're on a Muslim ticket, which is dangerous for the country. That is why Tinubu had to go and attend the Pope's this thing in the Vatican to prove that, oh, we are still supporting the Christian, whatever is optics. Tinubu is about optics. The way he looks in the global space. That's why he went to the Vatican and made it such a big deal. So, Jonathan is a Christian. It balances our country back again. So many things. What Jonathan said he was going to do in 2015, the reason why they campaigned, they did the, what is it called, no to subsidy nonsense. Are they not the one that are removing subsidy? Can't you see the hypocrisy? The thing that Jonathan said he wants to do in 2015. Now when they don't say they get sense. Say they won't come do it for 2023. All the things that they criticize Jonathan for is what they are doing now. Campaign materials plenty for Jonathan. Campaign materials plenty. So I'm telling you for a fact, as a politician, if you don't have Jonathan, I'm sorry, and I am sorry. Tinubu will do another 4 years and hand over to the North. That's just where it's going to be. And Nigerians will not die. Nigerians will continue. And we will continue. And we will continue. Nothing will happen if Tinubu should win. The world will not end. So nobody can threaten anybody. Nobody threaten anybody. Me, I go vote for Tinubu. If I see Atiku face, I go vote for Tinubu. Anything apart from Atiku for me, and I was an Atiku supporter, and I'm a PDP man, but anything I will support. But see that Atiku, God forbid, he will never be president in 2023. Not because I be God, though, but they talk in 2027. Not because I be God, though, but he no go get my vote. And I they tell you, Ima, DC, all my PDP guys, I will never campaign for Atiku in 2027. Thank you.
Okay.
Bro, now your choice
Wait,
now.
wait,
Not the
wait,
new.
wait, 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 wait. I
Your
beg,
choice, no wahala.
wait. So, comrade, as I was listening to her, it was just giving me the vibes of one of those. I think one of those governors that have just defected to APC is Ayo's political leader. Because I mean, if we count how many times, if I took a shot of vodka for the number of times Ayo mentioned Tinubu's name on this space, I will be in ICU right now. Because I don't understand this whole Tinubu talk. Ayo, breaking news. This space has been going on for almost 7 hours. Guess what? This is the first time somebody has mentioned the name Jonathan. That shows you how irrelevant this man has become in our political space. Nobody cares. If you like, I think it will even do you more good to travel down to Otuoke, right? And beg this man to show one modicum of interest, like just to be
Even the wife,
interested.
even the wife, even the wife don't
Deji,
come.
Deji,
Please let me finish.
Odoga
Please let me finish.
abeg 1 minute. Even if
Yeah,
Odoga abeg
yeah.
1 minute. Yeah. So there's even the Jonathan wife don't come tell us say a husband no go contest. So I don't know whether I should believe the woman that lies in the same bed with Jonathan night after night,
I know.
or I should believe an Ayo from Oshobo. I don't know. Like,
comrade, you suppose don't know Ayo now. Ayo, they give excuse I want to go support Tinubu. Leave all these things that you're saying. We know. And again, let me remind him, the issue we're having in PDP today, who caused it? Jonathan. Jonathan wants to contest. He cannot talk to his own governors, PDP governors in his region. Not to decamp. Jonathan. What has Jonathan done since he left office for the PDP? Nothing. You ignore the party. You did there. Your region, south. You not get structure. They won't come and give you a platter of gold. I mean, make we leave all those things.
yeah. So
Yeah.
What we are
Like
facing
I was
today in
saying,
PDP is it,
Ayo,
when I hear him said,
Ayo and Dos
I'm coming,
Santos
Deji.
will do themselves a
Los
lot more
Santos
good. Hold on, please.
na Jonathan
Yeah,
people be
Ayo
that.
and Dos Santos will do themselves a lot of good if they
No,
camp in
why
Otuoke.
they have
Right?
accepted their
why
they have
be the
accepted their
moment I
fate.
see say that why be the advice you, I don't say there's a problem.
They have accepted their fate. See, Deji, we in the PDP, we know where our problem started from. We know, right?
Okay.
And we know it started from this same
All right.
Jonathan. When he went to sign an agreement that did not, now everybody is saying Atiku left. Was it only Atiku that left? Saraki left. Almost all the governors in the north left. What happened? You all knew what happened. But this is not a PDP
All right, yeah,
space. So make we
you are
leave am.
right. This is not a. We
Let's
are not even
continue.
here to cry over your
Exactly.
misfortune.
We will continue. Leave all these ones.
So
No, they find an excuse to go to Tinubu side. Everybody wants to go and eat that APC. Let them go. No,
that is
no,
a
remain.
serious allegation, Odogo.
Did I say behind him? Is he not here?
Anyway,
But Odogo is not giving allegation. Ayo said it himself, saying go support Tinubu.
He said it himself now.
It's not an
That he will
allegation.
do first.
so guys, I just also have to say that Ayo just re-echoed a talking point that I've heard a lot from APC supporters, which I can safely conclude that Ayo has now been completely gaslighted by APC supporters. Because this idea that, oh, these opposition leaders, they all said the same thing, they will remove this thing. Please, they are not the ones in power. One person won, right? According to you guys. He has won. He's the one that is there. He has implemented what he said he will do. Why are you now putting his own lack of or his own incompetence to manage his policies and projecting it on others? Right? It's a possibility. You have to vote them in to see how they will do it. So if you really want to know, guys, whether they will change the policies of Tinubu or not, vote them in. Let them come in.
But that argument where Ayo used against Obi and Atiku, it also applies to Jonathan, right?
Right. I was thinking about that too. Like
because he was the first person to take
nobody
up subsidy.
Exactly. And when he say,
You know, see, I say you don't get point.
so when he started by saying they never come show us what they want, that we are talking about coalition. The same applies to Jonathan too. Jonathan never come show us what he wants, right?
Even worse. We don't even see him anywhere. Like
he never talked for PDP matter since 2015.
So as we're about to move on now, that name Jonathan should just die a natural death on this space.
Well, that is not called speaker section.
We will drop it.
Let it die. Let me speak first before
We
you
are not-
die, because you guys called my
We are
name.
not discussing PDP.
No, you
now.
guys called my name. That's why I requested for the mic.
Who
Since
call
I
your
did
name? Go and sit
no,
down.
No. That's after your mic request has been there long ago. Maybe because they call your name.
No, very long. Let me just say, then I leave. You understand?
I want Max to go. Max has been. It's not
Hold
fair.
on now. I did somewhere. I beg.
Okay. Just briefly. Then we have to
briefly,
go to Max. Yeah.
Briefly. First of all, I'm happy with what is going on. You get what I'm saying? I, Dos Santos, Ayo, we are not bothered. You get me? We are seeing all the tweets, all the gbasgbos. What is the problem of this coalition today? I've said it before. Even Odogu DC and I, we have had one-on-one conversation. You want Jonathan to come out to contest when an individual, an Atiku, is the face of a coalition. You guys saw Punch newspaper now. You see, you saw the headline. You saw the headline. I've said this severally. An individual is the face of the coalition. It's supposed to be a political party. Political parties, opposition political parties need to come together to form the coalition. You have the party chairman. You have the party national secretaries. When you have such people forming the coalition, then you will see candidates like Jonathan or someone that wants like Jonathan coming out. You will see Peter Obi, Atiku, Kwankwanso, other people coming out. Have you seen Kwankwanso coming out to say you want to also do it? We are in a democracy. This is not independent. This is not independent candidacy. This is not independent candidacy where Atiku will be going about getting his own people to support his own coalition and said he wants Obi to be his running mates. Obi too, he said he's not part of any coalition that his own coalition is about hunger. Obi to have his own coalition of hunger, depression, and everything. You see?
Okay, that's how
Hold
you are
on
not
now,
saying. Hold on.
wait.
Just you jump the queue. No. Just round up in 30 seconds. Please land your plane.
Tinubu too is doing his coalition of ruling party, is doing his own as well. This is not an individual thing. When APC was formed, Tinubu no form APC. It was the party itself, CPC. Buba Galadima signed. El-Rufai too signed. Did they contest? No.
Okay, Don Santos. Yeah,
ANPP signed.
hold on. There's
These
no,
are the issues.
no, that is not the issue. That is the issue for you.
Oh,
Hold on.
listen. That's
Hold on.
why you guys are having issue for this coalition.
Hold on.
Already 2025, and I don't get vice president and president.
Hold on, Dos Santos. So here's the thing: there's no one pathway, right, to a destination. Yeah. So because like you just see it like, okay, it has to be this way, and you see this whole one directional thinking. I don't know, like
Comrade, go and read party administration. Go and read.
Don Santos, even that approach you're even talking is more difficult. So when PDP want to do a coalition with LP, right? Will PDP dissolve? So or you want PDP to acquire Labour Party? So that approach is even more difficult. So even the approach, okay, if you say individuals are coming together, yeah, the moment they agree to come together, they can just find one platform. Yeah, and they will become the major opposition. So this whole, anyways, Dos Santos, let's just leave it like that. Let's go to Max. Max, go ahead.
Now, need to debunk this issue.
No, you don't have to.
No.
Dos Santos, if you keep on muting, I will just drop you. Let Max go.
Conrad, thank you very much for giving me the mic, and Deji, God bless you. You see, I've listened to a lot of people speak, and I feel that I should advise, some people and also myself. We need to understand that the major problem philosopher Plato had about democracy is because he said that if, for instance, many who are evil are able to master the courage and manipulate the number and take power, the people will suffer. And that is exactly what APC ushered into Nigeria. So it made sense that we are concerned who will come on top of this coalition, who will become the number one. It made sense that we pay attention. Because you might think as well that Tinubu is the worst. Nobody is actually the worst. The next person can actually be worse than the person that is replacing. So let's have that behind our mind. And that will help us to pay attention. That because I've heard some people say here that even if now goats come out, they will vote the goat. That was also how they say anything but Jonathan. So let's have that behind our mind. Then the second thing is this. It is another thing for somehow nature and man and God to give us something that we really need, especially if we believe that Nigeria must go forward. And then suddenly we are saying that because of politics or the kind of politics we play here, therefore, it should be this and it should not be that. What do I really mean? I won't be wrong to tell you that only P2B has said among all Nigerian politicians, at least between 2020 and date, and declare that not only that he is not corrupt or has not stolen public fund, but also that you can go and verify if he's proven. I no wonder, therefore, why he's the only person that I can remember that EFCC is not going after. And when we have this kind of individual, and we're here saying that, you know what, oh, he's greedy. Oh, we're here saying, oh, you know what, if his followers say that if it's not him, they are not interested. Oh, it means that they don't have sense. Like Mr. Chuk said, that it means that they are not serious, they are still babies. The question is that, do we really want to move Nigeria forward? Do we really need a kind of leader that even if we are at the last breath of our life, we will say that, thank God we saw this thing happen. Thank God we saw Nigeria pick a better leader. Ayo came here and talked about, Obi wanted to remove subsidy. Obi took his time to explain to us why Not only that, what we're subsidizing is inflated.
Please forget all those ones.
Yeah, please, Max.
We are not here to dissect
All these policies.
policy. I beg.
Okay. And then he was also quick to talk about the past president, whom I don't want to mention the name so that I won't be told not to mention his name. And this past president had a budget for First Lady. And the same man Obi has come to tell you that he's not interested in, office of the First Lady because Nigerians did not vote for First Lady. And does he not tell you that this man is interested in, using the finance that is available for the best of Nigeria? And he went ahead to say that if you are not corrupt and your family is not corrupt and your family is also not involved in the government, whereby they could be exposed to acceptance of gifts and many other things, which actually paved the way for corruption, you cut corruption for more than 50%. He was correct. He knows what he's saying. If you have been a leader before and your wife comes home to tell you that, oh, this thing, that isn't, she wants you to help her do or give social position to social person, very few men will actually say no. For when this man say that if these people are not involved, they won't have an office because they are not voted for, he knows what he's saying. That is also another thing I want to say. And then based on the age-wise, because I've also heard people come here to say that that was a man actually who said that people are disparaging Atiku, they are talking about his age. Talking about someone's age is not disparaging. Atiku is plus 15 of Obi's age. And I've also heard Deji made mention when he asked someone who spoke, are you now saying that Obi can go, for one term, which is 4 years, and leave? Deji, it is important that your question is actually not only important, it should be an option on the table. Here is why. Nigeria is carefully working towards the north 8 years, the south 8 years. I can assure you that what the incumbent president and their evil APC is having on the table for the north is that let this man who is president today go extra 4 years. I mean, you have given me 4 years. What will it cost you to give me another 4 years? Then power goes back to the north. It means that anybody who is coming, if that person is from the south, the person also should be putting on the table the possibility of just one term. I'm being sincere here, mathematical, especially as it concerns Nigerian politics. So the question I want to ask is this: do you really want a leader who not only listens to you, who also has proven?
So, Max, I beg. So, in that case, when it comes to coalition, like, what is your idea? Like, do you want a coalition or not? Just because your submission, I feel like, okay, we are in campaign mode, right, in the general election.
Okay, it made sense that coalition happened. And in that coalition, it also made sense that we understand that the last election was not lost because there were no coalition. Rigging massively happened. It makes sense that I remind you that today, the Agbaje that was INEC person in Lagos could not present in court from ECS 8, according to what's his name, Farotimi, till today. The ruling party could not present material that showed that they won. So, whilst we are pursuing coalition, whilst I hope that it should be achieved, whilst I believe that the best person, if Nigeria must go forward, should be Obi in that coalition, we should also understand that it's also possible. And this party has mentioned recently, the ruling party, that INEC will consider voting without voters' card. So it means that they are expanding the frontier of vote dumping and rigging. So even coalition will not be absolute path to victory, but it is also an important path to pursuit of this victory that we all hope that will happen. So
what is the solution to this obstacle you have identified? Yeah.
The obstacle the one I can ask about INEC, right?
Yeah. I mean, the vote dumping, the new strategy, rigging, and all that. What is your
My
recommendation?
my
And
dear
you
brother,
can close there.
yes, my dear brother, you see, the only solution for Nigerians to actually vote and their vote will not only count, but the winner will be determined by the people is absolute biometric voting and real-time election
No.
result.
That will not happen. Like realistically, like going into this APC system.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you say that will not happen, even though it's possible it will not happen, and it is also a slap in the face that INEC was giving over 300 billion for biometric election and transmission of result. That it means that humongous amount is thrown into the ocean. But however, let's assume that it will not happen as you say. It means that Nigerians will be ready to defend their vote with their blood. It's as simple as that. Anything less than that, you remember that in every given election, the police and the army is always on the side of the sitting president. Only good luck actually did not bother to know how these two, you know, law enforcers work in elections. The rest have always used it anytime they are contesting for election. So that is what I have to say about that question.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So, and that is why I asked you that question, yeah. You've highlighted the need for okay, containing this whole rigging, APC rigging machinery, and I feel like a coalition is the first step to doing that. Yeah.
I do agree. I do
Yes,
agree.
because you see this whole point you made of identifying somebody's mic. Is your mic on? Yeah. Okay. Um so you see this whole then your mic is on again. Yeah. So you see this whole issue of identifying. Oh God, I don't lose my train of thoughts. Yeah. Okay. Let me just move the mic. Um. Yeah. You identify this whole IREV APC not having their materials in court and everything. Yeah. So um this thing happened in real time, right? We are watching that train move and nobody could do anything about it. Yeah, because you see, for example, DOB and his supporters, like they were not hardwired to do anything. Like, so that ticket going alone, we just give the same outcome. You get you will the same thing.
Comrade Obi and his supporters, I mean the obedient, it was
Yes.
like them. You remember that was
They
like
have
the
done what?
first time they are venturing into that kind of
No,
election.
brother. I can tell you with full authority that they have not learned anything. Like Max, like I worked with them, right? I know them. Nothing has changed. To think or to assert that anything has changed is to deceive yourself, right? Is to be naive, is to be ignorant. Yeah. So
Comrade,
okay, for example, hold on.
sorry,
Okay.
if I'm not sure you were not here when Gege was speaking, and he did mention this, and his own solution or his advice was that Obi has to, take that extra leap, as Abiola did at the time that this time around we died here. Do you think he's going to do that?
So I think like Obi is being protected a lot by like okay, did you know as at last year where I did talk about these things, yeah. Do you know how many people will leap under my comment to tell me he doesn't need to do anything? It is you that is so. Those kind of comment like when you say this guy should take charge. I mean, give a command and control. Even when it comes to protest, like for example, Obi can even go to Agulu to lead a protest there. Nobody, but people will tell you say, oh, they'll come and carry him. So that's why I can tell you, okay, everything happened on election day. They declared the results. Okay, fine. If let us say they were taken unawares, so they couldn't act to defend their votes, at least you will say, okay, that mistake will not repeat in the litigation after the judge went rogue. But the same thing happened again, right? And it's so, I beg, like, Max, in the life of a man, there comes a time you feel like you just know that you've seen enough to make a conclusion, right?
Well,
Yeah.
comrade, please, this not that back and forth. Maybe 20 seconds, I can actually hear the mic.
Okay.
But I want to remind you that to actually believe that a man hasn't learned, maybe because of the man's body language or because of his utterances, we might be actually not be correct. Let me give you one instance. It is factual that will be contested for the president for the first time. And it will also be wrong to believe that that same Obi hasn't learned anything. And then when we move down to obedient followers,
So do you want me to wait? Max, hold on. Do you want me to wait until election day to find out whether Obi have learnt or not? You think I want to take that risk? You want me to gamble on election day, then I'll now find out whether Obi have learnt or not? I don't gamble. I've never gambled in my life, right? So Max, I'm not going to wait till election day to find out whether Obi have actually learnt or not.
Sorry, Mr. Comrade.
No, hold on. Please save your please save your hold on. So let's just go to the next speaker, please. I think the next person now is a Chikwelu. Oh, Eri Laka, I see you. Eri Laka, I see you. Eri Laka, I see you. After is a Chikwelu, you go. Is a Chikwelu 3 minutes here.
I'm not good. If you
Okay,
tell me, comrade,
oh, but we'll let one person speak now. Yeah.
Comrade, if you tell me 3 minutes again, I will touch you from here. Seriously.
I mean, I want sleep. You don't they go sleep.
You want to sleep, but you've held this mic chatting the same thing.
Oh God, no, I was engaging.
You understand in the name of engagement, but real quickly, let me drop this right. All protocol observed. Let me stand in the protocol. DG, comrade, well done. Comrade, me and you get matter, but another space, no be now. Meanwhile, welcome back. Your neighbor, where you tap in Wi-Fi, like say the person never offer. So we still have you. Yeah. So this is my observation and concern about Nigeria. We are Nigerians, and we are if you talk about the elite, what will I say? Not the political elite. The elite of Nigerians are the ones here, the ones on Twitter, because we can read and write, we can operate AI-powered, devices. So we should be the thinking engine of the country. If all things are equal. But what I often notice is that when we talk, especially when we talk about leadership and management of Nigeria as a country, it does seem to me, and Comrade and DG, and any other person, please, I need someone to correct me if you feel I'm wrong, right? Nobody, I'm here to learn. It does seem to me all the time as if we discount ourselves, as if we don't matter, as if we don't have skin in the game, as if we don't have interest, as if we are not discussing our future and the future of our children. We discuss it as if we are discussing one person's career. Oh, we're talking about Atiku. PDP Hawks will hold on to Atiku. Oh, we're talking about Atiku. It has to be Atiku. Blah, 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 blah. Nobody has come up apart from Marx. Nobody has come up and put Nigerians, especially the ordinary suffering Nigerians, in the mix and say, who will move Nigeria forward? What are the requirements to move Nigeria forward? Who has that requirement? A very singular one is energy. Energy to jump from one place to the other to get things done. So if you hear people come up and argue, instead of me to support Article, I'm quoting somebody, don't say that's what I said, right? Let Tinubu continue. If you look at it dispassionately, right, the person is not wrong, because the same goes slow the same Tinubu that would struggle to get from one place to the other is the same thing that will get an article. The same political class that has been since independence. Please don't cut me off.
I will cut you off in 1 minute's time. I may not cut you off now, but in 1 minute's time, I'll cut you off. Yeah, go ahead.
Comrade, hand will touch you.
Just 1 minute. No, I mean, I'm tired now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I know. So we don't always talk about it. And what often goes through my mind is, if you own a company, a multinational company, if you look at the crop of people showing up to lead Nigeria, will you make them your CEO? It's not a CEO that will sit down, because a multinational company involves a whole lot of things, not just know-how, energy, get things done, right? Will you give that to that person? So that's how I want to bring this conversation from another angle, or say it in another direction. Whenever we come in, we always talk about politics, but we talk about the career of a singular politician, Peter Obi, Atiku. We don't even say, where is Nigeria? And who is going to move Nigeria forward? Discuss it in that context. We only discuss, it has to be Jonathan. What has Jonathan done? What is Jonathan going to do? Has Jonathan said that he's going to run?
Yeah, thank
right?
you.
No. Let me round off, right?
Round up, please.
Nigerians, when you discuss issues concerning your future, don't be complacent. Don't distance yourself. Put yourself in the mix and say, if Nigeria was a company and you own that company, Nigeria is your portfolio, would you make this person you're pushing your CEO if you own that multinational company?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ezechikwelu. Thank you. I mean, I don't think we need that lecture. I mean, yes, I don't think we need it, to be honest, because I think your lecture is even very, very flawed, because Obi never thought Atiku was incapable to be his vice in 2019, right? Then if Atiku is so incapable, then I think Obi have a problem with decision making, a problem with judgment.
Comrade,
No.
I did not call anybody. I'm not shut me down. I did not call anybody. You are the one making this conclusion.
You said wait.
Conclusion.
We were all here. You said Atiku is synonymous to Tinubu. The same slow that anybody that say let us vote Tinubu instead, that person is not wrong. You called names. So don't even though I'm feeling sleepy, I heard you clearly.
Comrade, why not bring show if you're looking for who will run?
So if I want a very sanctimonious guy, go they talk of Sore now, where they form holier than thou attitude. That's the thing. The moment you want to make that morality argument, you will never win it. And I even tell Sore guys the same thing. Right? So let us drop this sanctimony. Right? If I were a PDP guy, I will attack Obi in 100 ways. And I will be spot on. So more leave this so sanctimonious, okay, clean. Nobody. Obi is a political animal. Atiku is a political animal. Nobody is holier than each other. And do you want my honest opinion? I think Obi is capable. Obi will run this government well, right? But I also think Atiku is capable too. And Obi think Atiku is capable also, because remember 2019, Obi was the one debating for Atiku, telling us how Atiku is capable, how capable Atiku is. So should I believe Obi, who is your leader, or should I believe you, Ezechikwelu from Nsukka? No, I will not believe you from the comfort of your home in Nsukka. But anyways, I think Ezechikwelu spoke for himself and his household. So we move the discussion.
Comrade, at what year did Obi and Atiku run? At what year? And what would be the gap? What was the gap between when they ran the first time and 2027? Answer yourself. Comrade, you see, this is why Nigeria will always
hold on.
Because even you, the younger guy that is educated, doesn't even know what you're saying.
Ezechikwelu,
What's the time frame between
event has
2027
overtaken
and when
you.
they ran the first time?
Event has overtaken you.
Let me help you.
Yeah.
He said
Please, let's move
that
on.
they've been there. They've been there.
Sir Just, more leave is a Chikwelu. You get
as if Peter Obi not be governor before.
No, we are not here. That's the thing. This thing,
Let's move on.
this type of discussion, now go trigger people. They go come launch attack on Obi. You are doing a disservice to Obi actually with that submission. But anyways, I think the next person. Okay, everyone like I go ahead, sir. No vex.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So straight to it. I have a lot of contributions, but I'll just limit it to 3 to at most 4 minutes. Yeah. First of all, we've been talking about the coalition, and the coalition of the thing. In my own view, one of the most important ingredients of the coalition is the political party, right? And for me, I'm thinking, what political party will the coalition use as a vehicle in 2027? So if they are using PDP, for example, that means we have to leave Labour Party and join the PDP. If that happens, that means Obi will become a political prostitute. We've been accusing others of being political prostitutes, moving from one party to another, right? Then will it not be hypocritical for obedient to now say, oh, they want to follow Peter Obi again from Labour?
I'm sorry to say, Peter Obi has been moving from one party to another before now. Is that a new thing?
Of course, he has been moving from one party to another.
So which one is prostitute? Back to move from ATN to
allow him to use
Odogo, I bet let him just talk here so we can just
So that's on one hand. On the other hand, if Atiku moves from PDP to another party, the problem with Atiku moving from PDP is nobody's going to follow Atiku from PDP. I mean the top guys. I mean the governors in PDP are not going to leave their governorship position to follow Atiku on the white ghost chase. And Adeleke in Osun, for example, or Seyi Makinde in your state, that are PDP members will not follow Atiku to any party. Adeleke does not need Atiku to win his second term. So why should he risk his own second term to follow Atiku to do what? So Atiku, we actually struggled to bring the who is who in PDP to follow him to any coalition. And in all of these things, you people are also not considering the finances. Who's going to finance these elections? To finance an election, yes, Obi may be a billionaire, Atiku may be a billionaire, but to finance such an election is not about having billions in your account. It's not something you can do alone. You need a whole lot of war chest, government funds, people that are in power to fund you. Unfortunately for both people now, except for Let's in Abia State for Labour and a few people in PDP who are not even interested in Atiku anyway, who is going to finance the election. Another thing I want to quickly talk on is the 2027 and 2031 issues. If by whatever chance Obi wins in 2027, it becomes a problem in 2031 because of the North and South agreement. And the reality of the matter is, no matter how good you are, no matter how brilliant you are, you cannot change Nigeria in 4 years. It's not possible. If even by some miracle, Obi is able to even change Nigeria in 4 years. So it means after that 4 years, if somebody else comes in, then that means everything he may have done, all the magic he may have done, can be outdone in just about 1 or 2 years. If when I speak to some obedient and they say, oh, when Peter Obi was the governor in Anambra State, he did all the magic and all of this. So what is the situation in Anambra today? So if you are saying even after 8 years of Peter Obi in Anambra, the person that succeeded him managed to actually destroy everything he has built, even though I don't believe he built anything. If you are saying the Obiano, I mean, what's it called that succeeded him, destroyed everything he has built.
Aaron, like, what is your point? I'm just like coming in now. Like, why are we going to Anambra? Like, I don't understand.
No, the point I'm trying to make with the Anambra analogy is that if for whatever reason Obi wins in 2027, you only probably spend only 4 years before the North says they want the power again. And if after that 4 years, even if he has done all the magic he is able to do and has changed Nigeria in 4 years, anybody that comes in after will be in 2031 can actually destroy whatever Obi was able to do in 4 years. Because we are saying, when you speak to some of the obedient people now about the situation in Anambra, the excuse they give to you is that it is Willie Obiano that succeeded Peter Obi in Anambra, that destroyed everything he did in 8 years. So I'm not saying that if whatever he did in 8 years in Anambra can be destroyed by another person that succeeded him, it means it can also happen in Nigeria, that after he has governed for 4 years, did all the magic he can do, another person can come in and destroy whatever he has done.
So, Arelaka, yeah, okay, thank you for that. Let's just leave it like that so we can let others speak. Yeah. So, whether it is Obi or article that gets there, yeah, I think the primary thing they should do, or we as Nigerians will demand them to this, to fix that electoral system. You get? Just fix it up, right? So, once that system is tightened, like I don't think Nigerians have poor judgment to choose who their leader is, right? Giving credible options. Yeah. So I think that should be, so that should solve the problem of so if Nigeria go elect person go destroy everything, then it should be on them, not because somebody cheated their way to power or just use the back door. Yeah. So that problem we solve itself when they get there. And to be honest, you see why I don't want people to use that north south thing, because my position, if I use this your analogy, Obi gets there, he's entitled to his re-election. If you are being honest, this so he will spend 4 years. That thing no go work. You get. So in fact, I go even campaign making campaign for in re-election. This whole northern southern thing, it has never been a thing, right? And that's why I don't use it against article, because yeah, people can use it, but when you use it against him, it will bite you later in the future. Just be consistent on it. So I'm laying my position out here.
Let me even add up to what you just said.
Yeah.
Quick, comrade. So this is what people talk, when I hear people talk about this north south thing, I get angry, because in 2015, why didn't these people why didn't they support the southern president at that time? The likes of Tinubu and co. Jonathan is not from the south. Why did they just say, okay, finish your second time, then we bring in Buhari?
Yeah, so people use that thing when it favors them.
In 2015, APC
Yeah.
said it's not. They said the agreement with PDP has nothing to do with them. They can bring anybody from anywhere.
So
Not start.
so even
So now they want to use that for us.
yeah, so that's the thing. It's a political thing. Like, so if Obi use them today, I no go blame him, but just be careful tomorrow. Yeah, it
Let
can.
me be the thing, because even if Obi,
Because you see people are already using it against Article, because Article use that card.
Exactly.
Yeah, so just be careful when you use that argument.
It was APC rhetoric against the South, and this same president, the Southerners did not support him. Did he?
It is a different ballgame. Yar'Adua had died. The North did not complete their own 8 years. So Jonathan
let's move on. I beg. Let's move on. Okay, so let's have the queue this way. Yeah. Okay. Don Santos, you don't talk before. Yeah. Okay. Don Santos go. Pre-Savior we go. Or Hams we go. Oh, Doctor. Okay, so.
I didn't want to raise my voice,
but okay. So I'll fix you. Sorry in the middle. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's. How will I do this queue now? Okay, let's do 3 minutes. So, who confess? I don't even know who confess again. Okay.
Dr. Udo hasn't spoken at all, and it's been years, to be honest.
Okay, Dr. Udo, go ahead, and then Prince Savior will go after you. Then Don Santos, then Ohams. Then Chooks.
Thank you. Thank you, but I will need more than 3 because I've not even spoken.
Olamide, no, Dr. Udo, hold on, guys. So here's the thing. Deji, don't go sleep. Yeah, let me mute because of echo. Yeah, so Deji, don't go sleep. So I'm trying to get all the speakers. Then me, I go sleep my own. And he has instructed me the moment I want to sleep, I should drop everybody. So yeah, then he will close the space later. So yeah, if you see my speech, I don't sleep off. So that why let's just be considerate and just yeah, this space we go on another day, so we can always come back to lay our points. Yeah. So Dr. just more they do 3 minutes.
Please, let me try and do it for me, because I know I had a couple of points that I wanted to make. So
okay, go ahead then. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll be fast. Anyway, let me start from the last point that was on the floor, though. This North-South thing. I believe that even when Buhari had done 4 years, Atiku, as at that 2019, when he ran and Obi was his vice, are you saying that if Atiku had wanted to go for a second term, Obi wouldn't have backed him or the people wouldn't have supported him in 2023? So this argument of North-South thing, I think it doesn't really hold water. I mean, the same standard you hold today, tomorrow it will turn around and even, also point back at you. But anyway, comrade, I wanted to ask, the way you have been talking, it seems you have woken up. I was even thinking, as PDP paid you money, because very soon your people will come and attack
They
you.
don't already the accusation. They don't pay me for this. But
Because
I don't even have a
you are not
candidate.
obedient.
Yeah, so
You are not speaking as a typical obedient. I'm not trying to, throw shit at anyone, but it's very difficult to have a conversation with obedient where you think that you people are having, a logical conversation, but you have been speaking and I like it. I don't know what happened, whether I've paid you, but anyway, I just wanted to say.
Dr. Odo, he said that they paid me. So now they paid him.
Anyway, look, why I even asked the man because of AY, what he said the other times. Look, let me say something here. I can't support GEG, okay? Because I supported GEG in 2015. I cried for GEG. Those are new. I cried for GEG. I shedded real tears, not Twitter tears, real tears for that man. And I have consoled myself and I've moved on. This is 10 years now. I don't want that man to come back. GEG was a weak leader, sorry to say that. And never again will I queue behind that shoeless Otuokwe man. I mean, he mentioned something that the North will vote GEG because he has done one thing. Which North are you referring to? GEG that the North retired. And besides, Tinubu has also one term to go in 2027. So what's the point? Besides, they not have more gratitude to show Tinubu than GEG because he helped them to get back that power they were asking for, which GEG stole from them when it was their turn. And even after agreeing to one term, attempted to steal 2 terms from them. So what turn are you talking about? Which not? If you put GEG and Tinubu, they will vote for, because they have a reason to. And this is why Tinubu did well in the North in 2023 when he ran. He won some states. He did very well against Atiku in the North. If you see his vote, most of Tinubu's bulk of vote came from the North because the North reciprocated that gesture, what he did for them. GEG is not in the good book of the North. Okay, he stole the term of he stole the turn of the North, and he doubled down on it to go for a second term. It was an ingratitude. Someone that agreed to do one, and he said, "Oh, the North will vote for because he has one term to go." Tinubu also has one term to go. So let's dead the GC. Besides, the wife have dead the whole thing. The wife, a woman that sleep on the same bed with the husband, is telling you who they will vote for, and we know Madam Pipi. Madam Pipi, once she says anything, it's final. That is what GG will do. We know Madam Peace. So all this what people are doing, you are just selling snake oil because GG is not going to come out. He's a weak man. We know him. He's a weak man. He won't do it. Anyway, and there's someone talked about if you have a company, would you employ? To start with, look, Atiku built Intel from 1980s. When he sold it to his business partner, he sold it for $300 million. He has the biggest farm in Adamawa. He's the biggest employer in Adamawa. He has university. What kind of resume would you need for someone that has been successful in his business? And even Obi queued behind him in 2019. So let's not try to shade someone and then we now leave the facts out of the whole thing. Atiku is a competent person that can run a business. It's only Buhari that you can say that to, not Atiku. But by the way, what I wanted to talk about in the coalition talk was this issue of who should head the ticket and who should not head the ticket. You see, there's a reason why obedience, even after what they have been saying against Rufai, you call him this and Kwankwazo, why they are not even, proposing him as a vice president or to run Kwankwazo is because of one thing. Rufai and Kwankwazo don't have the political ascendancy that Atiku has. Okay, these people have never been vice president before, and they are also presidential aspirants in their own way. So why some of these people want to accept a conversation having El-Rufai, is because they know that if you bring any other person in that conversation, Obi will easily be the one to hit the ticket. So most of the time when you see people, everything is Atiku, it's because they know that any coalition talk between Atiku and Obi, they know who will hit the ticket. They know who has more experience. They know who is going to come out as a leader. So I think that is why sometimes you see people say Atiku should step aside. He shouldn't even come because they know what will happen at the end of the conversation. But they are comfortable if they mention El-Rufai name or they mention Kwankwaso or anybody they want to mention. There's no problem. But the only person they say, oh, he should retire. He's retires Atiku. Having said that, what is causing the problem with the coalition for 2027, as opposed to 2014, is mostly because of the precondition on who to fly. In 2015, remember, they all came together with one agenda first. The agenda was to remove Goodluck Jonathan. That was the first thing. When they came together, they all ran. Nobody knew who was going to win. Nobody even knew that Tinubu had already had a plan, with Buhari.
Doctor, the 1 minute. Doctor, the 1 minute.
Okay, yeah, I will run them now. And he helped Buhari to get the ticket. And after that, all of them worked for Buhari. But why 2027 has a lot of problem, I think, is because people are already setting precondition first. People say, if you want to talk about coalition now, you have to guarantee us that maybe Obi has to have the ticket. I mean, I've not heard that, to be honest, on the side of Atiku, because people know that if Atiku goes into a coalition convention with, they know, Obi, they know what the outcome will be. So that is why you won't hear from Atiku or his people making precondition, because they already know. So they want to push him aside. Maybe they can have those conversations, maybe if it's going to be El-Rufai and all that, and they know, yes, they can bargain and have the upper hand in any bargain, because they know, of course, Obi is a celebrity. I mean, you cannot take that away from Obi. Is a big fish now in Nigerian politics, even if you like it or not. Obi is a big fish. The only person that is bigger than him is Atiku. He knows that. Even his own supporters, like Obi does know that. The only person that is bigger than Obi in Nigeria today in this coalition is Atiku, and Atiku is the one that will top that ticket if they go into that conversation. So that is why they want to exclude him from the. Anyway, comrade, welcome. Maybe I will come to your DM and know who is paying you, because the way you are talking now, you have been talking so much sense. Over to you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so me, I don't talk. I'm saying anybody will come out from the coalition, I will support that person. Yeah, and that's the mindset where people supposed to develop. Because even if Obi go alone, like for me, I see a potential problem of platform, right? Because there's this Labour Party of today, why I see they go run Obi streets, like mark this word, yeah. So I think it favors Obi to even go into this coalition than not to, right? Because there's no guarantee that he will get a Labour Party ticket. Like, Alex Otti, since the publication that came out today, that all Southeastern governors are not supporting Obi, and that is factual. And Alex Otti is inclusive. Yeah, when you watch that interview with Arise TV, you go see say in that Labour Party, yeah, Obi is on his own. Alex Otti is fighting for Labour Party to have a platform to run for re-election, not for Obi's interest. So I think Obi is like in a political wilderness when it comes to political party right now, and that is why this coalition is in your own interest. That's for Obi and his supporters. Yeah, I don't. They should not just be asking for it; they should be begging for this coalition, actually, right? But anyways, let's. Okay, so I think Pre-Savior, now you I don't call. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, can you hear me, comrade?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving me time. It's getting to 3 a.m. now, but happy to speak on the space. I'm happy to hear from you again after a very long time, but I'm not that to, your sentiment. You know how you did twisting, sha, but good. Let me just start with the last submission on Alex Otti. While I agree with you that Alex Otti is not really in for Peter, and even with his last interview, and I could remember there was one interview he had that
Please,
he
you have
said
just 3 minutes, so
he
just
was.
in case you want to use it to talk about
I
Alex
know,
Otti.
yeah. So, well, I agree with you. It can also be politically. 2027, you will see Alex Otti being fully in support of PO, right? If they will still be in the same political party. So let's not really judge the book with the cover or with what we're seeing now. So back to other submission. I totally agree that as obedient and we need a coalition. So when people say obedient have not learned, I will somehow agree. But when it comes to Peter, I will tell you that Peter is not the Peter 2023. Peter you will see 2027 will be a totally different one. I can tell you of that, right? But probably obedient you see 2023 might still be some of them you are seeing now. But the fact of the matter is that coalition, I'm very, very fully in support of it. When this coalition comes, politically, it will add more numbers. So the obedience that cannot stand the coalition, like my friends who always say, "Oh, Hams, he made one put." Obedient are this set of people will say fire go the enter house. They bring fireman to come quench them. They say fireman too dirty. But they are waiting for the cleanest one to come and quench the fire. They go to that house, fire go burn. So I know there are some obedience like that. But the fact is that when it comes to politics, you put aside your sentiments. The only thing I want Peter to do now is, they too listen to us, obedience. Just do your thing, make your decision, and put it out there. But when I'm saying Peter should make decision, it's not to go and be a vice president. To be vice president. If Peter will come up with anybody outside Dati as his VP, I know some people have been crying about Erufai. I'm fully in. I think Atiku as a person should just step down and respect himself and be a kingmaker 2027. Yep. Instead of me to vote for Atiku, I would rather prefer Bola Ahmed Tinubu to continue. And on the case of, that's my point. That's my own opinion. And I'm not just speaking it. I will work for it. I will paint him good. And on the other side, where they are talking about not Peter go do 4 years. Even they say Peter go do 4 years, you just agree. Everybody agree Peter go do 4 years. By the time, we just get power first. When I see people cry about this you don't cry, get it first. Then when you get it first, the next 4 years, the people will decide whether Peter should do 4 years or not. Except saying that Peter will just behave like good luck, come out saying no one go again. But like I said, please and please, Peter, you see, 2023 is not the one you see 2027. I'm fully in support of coalition. Whether or not devil won't be in VP, make it be. We go vote for him. Who no one vote for him should go to his house and sleep. As far as there will be coalition, there will be more numbers that will be added. Any obedience that believe that we can win election on our own. You are just deceiving yourself.
Hold on. So you want a coalition? You have to be realistic, right? You want a coalition that will increase your number. Yeah, but the people that are coming to join you, they are not getting anything in return. Like,
no, that's not my point. I want a coalition, and I know Peter is talking about a coalition that will move
but when
Nigeria
you
forward.
condition a coalition to, to one particular outcome, is it really a coalition or like more like an acquisition? Actually,
Okay, the coalition is about moving Nigeria forward. It's not about
it
power
is
grabbing.
about
So
power
that is why
grabbing.
we have
See, like you want to, why you call it's about, it's not about moving Nigeria, it's about getting power.
Get power and move Nigeria forward. Yes, I agree. Get power and move Nigeria forward. The mistake Buhari
So
did
if it is
was
about
we
getting, wait, hold on.
power sharing.
If it's about getting power and moving Nigeria forward, then why do you say you still support Tinubu if you really want to move Nigeria forward?
Because you, why should I believe Atiku can?
Yeah, you
Why should
should
I
think
think that
Atiku can
Atiku
move Nigeria
make
forward
any
because
difference?
Obi believed that in 2019.
He can't.
So Obi, your Obi judgment is wrong.
Now, no, wait. Let me correct you with that because I've heard you make that statement before. I can support it today because of how you are speaking now, but I will get to know you better.
What has changed? How has
you
Obi
again.
known Atiku better from 2019 to 2023? Has Atiku held any public office and mismanaged it since between 2019 and 2023?
Sorry. Let me remind you something. As of when some of us did not know that Bola Ahmed Tinubu was involved in drug dealings when he
What
was
is
governor
the
of Lagos
new
State.
factor
Some
when
people
it
did
comes
not
to
know.
Atiku between 2019 and 2023?
But we came to know that 2023. Similar thing
Okay.
with Atiku Baba. The comrade, please, let's be very honest. I
So
can know you
what
today,
is the new
but
information between 2019
and I
and
will know you too.
2023? And now, actually.
Atiku is not capable and is surrounded by corrupt people, my brother.
Yeah,
Like what I'm
but
telling you
that
is that
if
Peter,
Atiku has been
Peter,
accused of corruption long ago, but Obi still became a vice to him in 2019 on the ticket. No. Odogo, let's leave that. That's his perception, right? But Obi never saw it that way. He ran on the same ticket with him.
yes, okay, yep, that was my brother. Like I said, Sisi gets my point. There's something obedient always cry about. Like, I'm coming,
Okay,
just
go
allow
ahead.
me
Just
finish.
round up here from there.
Obedient will say, okay, okay. Obedient will tell you, oh, so person was this, so yes. But what if the person has changed? Change happens. Obi have known Atiku better, and he has decided to run for his own because he's after. My brother, Nigeria changes. Okay, what happened to the former governor of Delta State and Atiku today? He said the biggest mistake he did was to be Atiku's VP running mate, right? The fact is that any coalition, I'm fully in support of coalition. Atiku can be part of the coalition, but the coalition Peter must be the flag bearer of that coalition. At the end of the day, now Nigerians people could decide. That's my point. So
Prince,
Atiku could be a kingmaker. Atiku should be the
it's okay,
supporter.
Prince, you've made your
Atiku should
case.
put Nigerians people
Prince,
first. Please.
Hold on.
Prince.
Do you trust Obi? Prince, do you trust Obi?
No, Sir Judge Mo, leave this question and answer, please. Like,
Hold
I don't
on.
get that time for it. Sir Judge, I want to sleep. I want to sleep, okay? No,
Comrade,
Prince,
you wait now.
you've been talking since.
Sure,
Let's
comrade.
let others talk, please.
That's a common question. Just yes or no. If you trust Obi.
Oh yeah, Prince, answer that question, yes or no? That the answer is
Sorry, what was
obviously
the question?
yes.
What was
Sir
the
Judge, why are you
Do you
asking
trust
question?
Obi?
We
Do
know
you
the
trust
answer.
Obi? No, hold on now. Do you trust Obi?
what?
Guys,
What is
let's
the
move on,
question?
please.
Do you
Let's move
trust
on.
Obi?
Sorry, what is the?
Just forget about that question.
Go
Do I
ahead.
talk to Obi?
Ohams, go ahead.
Yes.
No worry,
Yes, of
Prince.
course.
Prince,
By
don't worry.
principle, I
But
want to talk to you.
if Obi decide to join Atiku, you vote Tinubu. I don't know how we think. You trust him, but if you
Obi
decide,
can never join Atiku, my brother. That is a
Good
claim
evening.
that can never come true.
I heard
Obi can
Ohams
never
go ahead.
Ohams,
join
go
Can I
ahead.
Atiku.
go
Go
ahead?
ahead.
This fake news.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be as brief as possible, but please, don't I beg, don't interrupt me like that. I'm just going to try and make my points as quickly as possible. So I will start by addressing those people that ask Nigerians to arise and try to push the responsibility to Nigerians. That is always my own personal trigger point. There's something called 80-20 principle. It's everywhere. Everybody knows about it. 20% of the population determines the outcome for 80% of the population. It's not going to change. That's how the world works. So the day anybody is thinking that the people will arise is a joker. It will never happen. Even if people start eating from the gutter in Nigeria, the poor man will never arise. So until you know that it is the elite and the middle class that actually liberates the poor in every society that has existed in this world, until you understand that that's how it works, you continue to live in delusion and you continue to join those people to be saying that nonsense that triggers me. Don't ever think that the 80% of all the poor men would arise and do anything. It will never happen. It will never happen. So until we know that it is the middle class and the elites that actually saves the people, until we come and accept that as a reality and take up that responsibility, we'll all continue to be jokers. No, that poor man will never stand up. If he will go from eating gutter to killing you, he will rather kill you and eat you than rise up. Just so you know. Then let's go to the dynamics of 2023 election and dynamics of 2027 election, and why I get very triggered when I hear Obedient saying this nonsense about Obi and Dati. See, Dati is one of the people I love the most. Like, I don't put politicians on my DP, but I put Dati on my DP for a very long time. In short, Dati was my previous DP before I changed to what I have now, to show you how much I love Dati, right? But it's not about love, right? Dati ticket is dead on arrival. I see. Even if you have Jesus and the 500 as INEC officials, Jesus is INEC chairman, one of the Apostle Peter
is the ICT guy director. Do you understand? You have all the other apostles as state collation officers. They even brave everything and announce Peter Obi as president because they won him and that. On the 29th, that day of swearing in, Tinubu will still be president. On May 30th, you will sleep and wake up and Tinubu will still be president. These guys don't understand who we are dealing with. You think this guy called Tinubu? Oh my God! Like the naivety that exists in Nigeria annoys me, especially among the obedient movement. They are just very naive people. I don't understand how they think. Let INEC announce Obi and that's a president. Tinubu will be there. Nothing will happen. The world will not fall. Nothing will happen in Nigeria. Everyone will be quiet. May 30th, 31st, June, Tinubu will still be president. Nothing will happen. Do you understand? And that's why when I talk about the whole coalition stuff, no good, forget good men will not give us this thing. Even me, I like coalition idea, but I don't necessarily support the Atiku idea because I don't believe Atiku has the energy for this fight. That is the truth. If everything happens, he will go to Dubai and go and rest. Atiku will go to Dubai. That's the truth. After, if they do everything and INEC doesn't declare them, INEC declare them, and Tinubu comes up with his madness, Atiku too will go to Dubai. For me, the coalition that works, if Obi agrees with Atiku to be vice president, I don't have a problem. I will not fight him. I would see support, but I know that they will still end up. I don't have that confidence that they will win. I like the madness of El Rufai. People might hate me for it, but you see that radicality of El Rufai. We need him on that ticket. We need if he's agreeing to be vice president. Let's not waste time. Let's move to SDP. We don't have any business wasting time. Move to SDP. Let's start getting candidates to fill in Senate and NAS and House of Rep. Let's start working. There's no time. If Atiku will run or will not run, I'm not bothered. If he will run, even with Obi running and El Rufai, he will just do the work that Kwankwaso did for us and him in the last election. Help us divide the vote of the North. Let us focus on the South. If Obi gets something from the North, Atiku takes away what APC would have gotten. Whatever balance that APC gets would not be significant in the North. We go focus on the South and clear the South, and we would win. Let them come and collect that ticket from El Rufai and Obi. I know that one will not happen. It's impossible. El Rufai knows what to do. El Rufai, he knows what to do. He cannot let that ticket leave his hand. Which is why when I hear all this talk about El Rufai, see, that is madness, that is radicality. Whatever it is he has done in the past, we need it now. We need that his madness now. It is now we need it, because people that think that Tinubu will lose the election in 2027 and just go home, back to Lagos. I don't even know whether you guys understand. Tinubu is not that man. He's not the man that will lose and go back home, just so you know. He's ready to take you guys to court and get an injunction saying that he will remain president until the result of the court ruling comes out. Tinubu is not something, he will definitely do it if he loses. So you people need madness against madness in 2027. If anybody is not ready for that, to just go home and rest. Just go home and rest. All this one about we need a saint, you guys are joking. There's no saint can do anything in 2027. It is madness for madness. And if you guys are not ready for it, please, you are not ready for Nigeria, go and look for arms. Maybe when we get to the point where we are now doing armed struggle, you will now understand the situation we are in. That it's either armed struggle or we have this kind of radical madness against radical madness, and then we can move forward. So for me, coalition it's very simple. And when someone says Obi has changed, the choice of coalition will make me know if he has changed or not. If he goes to pick one Bala Mohammed, I'll know that he's not even serious, that he has learned absolutely nothing. As for the obedient movement, they've learned absolutely nothing. I'm totally disappointed in the movement, because it had so much enormous capacity to do so much, but see what it has turned to: online nonsense, dragging themselves and talking, just tweeting and looking for engagement. Is that politics? 2027 is very close by, and no structure in place for now. So I don't see obedient movement playing a pivotal role in 2027. So what I'm looking at for 2027 is real politics from real politicians to come and salvage this country. And if that's not going to happen, I don't see there's nothing we are looking forward to. Tinubu will just win. He will win easily. All these, just give him Obi that, let him eat. Let him just, he won't even campaign. Let him just have a walkover into this thing, because it's Jesus that will be our next chairman. I submit.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
thank you, Hams. You get. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, you know, me, I don't express that skepticism about that will be article combination you get, because even Dr. Odo, when Dr. Odo was speaking himself, like it reminded when Dr. Odo they talk of who won the North. Dr. Odo was doing analysis with fake results, very invalid results. Like, so I think, is this really a culture? Like me, I not go do. You see, even if I want to do that kind of analysis, I go first put a caveat. Yeah, say these are the fake results I can announce. Then okay, for the sake of this argument, for academic purpose, right? But when you see Dr. Odo analyze this kind of result, Dr. Odo will present this result as real result, like as a vote, as a true reflection of the voting pattern, right? And that is disturbing for me. And it's something I said
No,
earlier.
that's what the court. That is what your court endorsed now. It's not me. I didn't say the result was fair and fair. I said that is the result we have.
Yeah, but like, so you cannot, when you do your analysis, you have to factor in that rigging, yeah. And this coalition is also targeted that, okay, I'll play APC in that particular game, right? So that whole court factor is a moot point. It will not get there. It should not get there, right? This election now for election they go end. If you know win that election, they go home.
This is why me, I'm even looking for the coalition. Look, because I know that if Obi can give, like there's a speaker that said something which I agreed with him. Look, people were waiting for Obi to talk, just to talk, like Obi is old enough to die. Like, if assume, I'm not saying he's going to die, but if you want to lead, you must be ready for the consequences of leadership. And the consequence of leadership is that it is not convenient. Leadership has never been convenient. Mandela has spent 28 years, if I'm not mistaken, 20-something years in prison.
Okay.
People have come out from, even the current president of Senegal, him and his prime minister, the outgoing president, arrested them on fake charge because he knew that they were leading an operation to remove him. He used tax evasion and jailed them. People were on the street of Senegal for many days. So he released them and they ran and won.
Sorry, comrade, let me just add one thing in less than 30 seconds.
When you think that Obi should sit down in Agulu and they take the presidency to him, no, I don't agree. You don't have to sit down and they bring the presidency. You have to get that man has so much power that people were looking up to him.
Comrade, no vex, just 30 seconds, yeah?
Yeah.
Just 30 seconds.
Just go quickly, then we go to, I think.
Yeah, you see this whole talk about down changing from down up, right? And why
okay, go ahead.
Okay, just 30 seconds. I'll give an example with myself when we just finished the election in my local government, Shomolu. We won that local government for the first time for Obi. That was the first time APC ever lost in that local government. We built up a structure. We are rock solid, right? In that my local government. PDP wanted to come and form a merger with us to cancel PDP completely from that local government so that we can plan for councillorship election until this whole rubbish with LP started at the top. And then they now lost confidence in our own structure because we already lost at the top. They left us, we didn't do that merger. Labour Party today is dead in that local government. So regardless of what you do at the top, at the ground level, if the top is not rock solid, you are wasting time. So people should stop blaming the ordinary Nigerians. They should just stop it. It's getting to my very last nerves. If the guys at the top cannot do anything, you can do nothing at the rock bottom. There's nothing you can do.
So Chidi, go ahead then. Chooks then Obe. Then we go. Okay, then Onyeka, then we'll close there. Okay, Chidi, are you there? Chidi. So Chooks, go ahead then. Okay, Chooks, don't sleep us. Okay.
Can
yeah,
you
go
hear
ahead,
me?
yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, my own is just to use an analogy of the US election. You can see even when Trump, when he left office, if you go on CNN, everything is Trump, when he wasn't in office. So even when he was there, Trump. So my point is that people don't really throw stones at trees that doesn't bear any fruit. You understand? I am for the merger, of course, but my own is that I don't have anything against Atiku. I fully backed Atiku in 2019. So then under Obi's run in 2023, that was the first time I donated to an election. So my own problem is if you go with Atiku, will Atiku have the same vibe to give energy that is needed to uproot Tinubu? Because you absolutely need that energy now with the way the country is. Is it going to be somebody that people will actually donate their money to his campaign? Because I heard somebody talking about finance and what people donated hundreds of millions to his campaign without any motivation but to see that Nigeria works. So my own is that on the PDP side, I've always been a PDP apologist since 1999. But when I see the way they talk about people that support P2B, I support P2B, but I'm not obedient. It doesn't make sense when you're telling them, oh, you people are inexperienced, you people are small children, you don't know anything about politics. These small children pulled off a shocker last time out. So show them some respect. Bring everybody to the table. Let us discuss how to move the country forward. I will never ever support Tinubu, ever. Even if Tinubu, even if Atiku is leading a ticket, I will back Atiku. I will contribute my own quota. I will never say, oh, let us go to Tinubu because rather than because just like P2B analogized, if you enter a bus from Oka going to Enugu, and then the driver starts driving to Asaba, you are not yet on your way. So if with Atiku we start coming back to getting on our way, I don't think it's a bad idea. 4 years is a long time. That is just all I have to say. And then obviously
Thank you. Chooks, thank you for keeping it short and simple. Thank you for that straight to the point submission. Okay, yeah, thank you. So okay, up I go then. On you go.
Hello, good evening. It's been nice. It's been a long night. But I wanted to correct an impression that Comrade said. And Comrade said that Peter Obi doesn't have a party. Atiku also doesn't have a party as of today. I don't know if you have seen the news. The 3 senators from Osun State just aligned to support Bola Tinubu,
That is
which
not
means
true. That was fake news. Don't
okay.
worry.
Where you like to bring fake news, come the present
That's
paper.
No. It's
because the
from wait.
PDP Senate caucus just endorsed the opposition fully. So
But anyways,
if
No.
hold on,
Mr.
guys.
Adeleke, hold on,
Hold
if
on now.
Mr. Adeleke has not gone to
Okay,
APC,
but
Adeleke
just discount that news and make your
Now
points.
they see everything on
No.
the talk, when they say everything for
Wait
social
now.
media.
Hold on now. You know why I can't discount this news? I think this is from where Bajabe Amila just went to see the governor. And the full news will probably develop tomorrow. And the essence of what I'm saying in this is that, you know, if for instance, if that is true, then that automatically means that Osun State, that Atiku won the last time, is practically gone. So I also don't think that he has a party. So I don't think it's fair to just lump side and say.
I beg Odogo, make him finish. Me, I'm even tired.
Wait. Make I quickly make this point. I beg. May I quickly make this point. So Atiku will lose that state, but the states that Peter Obi won in 2023, he never had any governor, any senator, anybody there, but he won all those states. But Atiku cannot win any state because the people
Wait,
decamp from PDP. Let's go ahead.
can you
Let's
no, just hang on now,
ahead.
just hang on. I'm not saying that. Let's hold on. The main reason
Odogo, let this man finish now.
let me speak now. The main reason why he won, he built. Now you have 2 different men. One man built his political strategy on structure. One man built his political strategy on the people. And now I'm saying, if the structure that he built his political strategy on, those structures are being depleted by the day, and the man that built his strategy on the people, in fact, opportunists joined to take advantage of of his wave to get into offices, and the man who built his strategy on on structure, and who are the structure? The structures are elected officials and all of that. So there are 2 clear different. There are 2 distinct strategies, and that's what I'm explaining here. But there's no contradiction in any of this. You don't understand. The man who ran the election in 8 months without any structure or anything, and did what he did, and the man who builds his own strategy around the structure and have backings, and it was obvious. Oshun, it was Adeleke delivered 100%.
1 minute, Selbe.
Yes, so back to that. I don't think it's fair when you say they both don't have a party, because I can tell you that if today, if Atiku even how are we not sure that PDP tomorrow will not come out and say they will be the way it's going, that they endorse Bola Tinubu for presidency, or he loses the ticket. So they both don't have political parties, And I'm sure they are both not so foolish enough not to have option A, B, and C. They obviously have one or two things on their cards. And I don't think someone who did it in 8 months, it cannot be a problem. But I just wanted to correct that impression where you said, he doesn't have LP. He obviously would be looking at other cards or other things on the table. What if the coalition doesn't work? Are you saying he's not going to be on the ticket at all?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Yeah, if the coalition did not work, it's a possibility he might not be on the ticket, right? And I just addressed the OB issue. It doesn't mean the opposite is true for Atiku, right? Earlier on I addressed two of them, yeah. So
He definitely will be on the ticket. They said there are almost 50 political parties.
okay, we just hijack. Okay, it doesn't necessarily have to be Labour Party. Okay, that's fair enough.
Definitely.
Okay. So okay. So let's leave it like that. Anyways, I beg if you did request section, I beg I want only to be the last speaker, so we can close for the night. Deji, don't sleep, and me, I want to go to bed too. Yeah. So when you go ahead, at least everybody for the speaker section don't talk now.
Comrade, I greet you. Odogu, I greet you, sir.
I greet you too, my brother.
Yeah, every other person for the speaker session, I greet you. I greet everybody. I've been, I don't come for this space, come out, listen to more. Sleep, wake up again when I still day, but thank God say I be the last person. You see, I just hope that the leaders of this coalition will put every emotions aside and tell themselves the truth in their closets so that we can achieve a very good result. You cannot convince everybody. What is needed to win an election is a majority. That is what you need to win an election. You don't need to, everybody that is under PDP or SDP or APGA or any opposition party must not be on board for you to win election. Everybody in the obedient movement must not be on board because before you can win the election. The most important thing is at the end of the day, you must have gathered the majority to be able to defeat the incumbent. I will say it again. A lot of people might not like this thing I'm saying, but you see, that is just the bitter truth. If the opposition contests this election alone, they are going to lose. That is just the truth. And you see, that is the reason why whenever you see APC supporters, everything they are doing is either they are encouraging Obi to run alone, or they are encouraging Atiku to run alone, or they are looking for an avenue to scatter the coalition. But if there is a coalition, what it will do is that it will activate the consciousness of Nigerians. People that are not even that interested, they will become interested to swell up the numbers because they know that something is happening. You get? It's just like when you are not when, for example, like last weekend, just last weekend, I was watching Man City versus Crystal Palace. I didn't actually start watching the match. But immediately I saw that Crystal Palace is leading Man City 1-0. I switched out and started watching the match. That was because something has raised my consciousness. But if the opposition go and stay alone, a lot of people will be docile. They will be like, this one. But when they come alone to generate that current, one, will have the majority. Two, it will activate a lot of people to start being interested. All these donations you're seeing, all these people you see donations and money and all those things, you see people will start getting interested and people will donate. And it's not even all about money. Yes, we know that you need money to run an election, but it's not just all about money. So please, let anybody not discourage it. For me, I'm not interested in anybody that is running. That's why I'm very skeptical when people begin to, yes, I know a lot of, in horse trading, you might begin to try to bring out the negatives of the weaknesses. I'll not say negative, the weaknesses of somebody that is going to be able to be on a strong position to negotiate. It's understandable. But please let us be circumspect with that. No, all these trying to, because if you go and start bringing out, if you say, oh, Obi did this, Obi did, what of at the end of the day if Obi emerge as the leader of the coalition, or even if he emerge as the running mate, you will promote him. So if you begin now to be bringing him his personality down, is he not the same person you are going to promote tomorrow? If you begin to bring down the personality of Atiku or Aero5 today, tomorrow he might be in the ticket either as a running mate, or even if he's not even on the ticket as a running mate or even the presidential candidate, he might even be as there as a campaign DG or one of the strongest voices. And you just need to protect that. And that is what politics and election is all about. People, there is usually primary election where there is a campaign and all that. You will see smart leaders, they are very, very smart not to bring down their opponent during primary election, because that their opponent might actually be their running mate or one of the strongest voices in their campaign. So please, for me, I don't know for other person, I know people will have preferences and said, I don't care. Me, I am very confident that when the opposition comes together and bring out candidates, people will be there. Let me tell you, comrade, if you see anybody trying to tell you, oh, if Obi comes out and if he takes Aero5, that instead I'll go and vote Tinubu, that person wanted to vote Tinubu and ab initio. Oh, if Obi accepts a VP to Atiku, oh, instead I would, that person want to vote Tinubu ab initio. Forget all these things. Do you understand? The person want to, because tell me that you are an Atiku supporter or a PDP member or a member of opposition, and you are seeing what is happening in this country. You didn't support Tinubu. Even me self that even campaign for Tinubu last time. Any opposition leader you bring, I'm supporting that person. Not to talk of somebody that supported PDP before, or an obedient, or somebody that was actually in the opposition. If you bring Atiku Obi ticket, there is no way the person is voting Tinubu, except the person wanted to vote Tinubu before. It's either the person stays away or he will vote the coalition. So you can't tell me that there is an obedience somewhere that we go and vote Tinubu instead of Atiku Obi ticket. What the person might do is to stay away or vote the ticket. So that's why I'm saying everybody must not be on board. Once you are able to gather the majority, that is enough. And another thing again is that let us deceive ourselves. Though, like I said, in their closet, they will have this discussion, they will have these frank discussions. Yes, I know that there might be election malfeasance and all those things during the last election. But let's not deceive ourselves to think maybe any of the members of this opposition won that election. That is the thing. But I don't want to go there. Let's not deceive ourselves. The issue is that most of all these members of the opposition have places where they have strengths. They have regions where they have strength. Because I hear somebody is saying, divide the north and all those things, and Obi will clear the south. Yes, we know that they will clear the south. But remember, because I'm hearing somebody talking about Osun State, in the southwest this time around, it will not be this business. Let's tell ourselves the truth. It will not be business. It's not a diss on the southwest. The southwesterners are going to vote for Tinubu. Let's not deceive ourselves. Even in that Osun State, I will not be surprised if those senators, whether they decamp or not, I don't even see it affecting them. So we need to brace off ourselves. What we have against Tinubu, yes, there will be a couple of votes from Lagos and there are some places. We need to brace ourselves to lock down Southeast and South. I'm very confident of Southeast because, like I used to tell a lot of people, forget all these things my leader, Soludo, and other people are saying. They are going to, Tinubu is not going to get any reasonable amount of vote in the Southeast. And the good thing about it is that he's not going to rig the Southeast. It's not even possible. You know, when people put body for Southeast, you want to rig for Tinubu. You cannot. So, but I'm afraid of people like Oshomole and the Wike and Akpabio and the rest of them in the South, and all these people that decamp to Delta State. But if we can be able to lock up those regions, forget it. For my dear people in North Central that are saying, oh, we don't want this person in the ticket. Oh, we don't want Aero5. We don't want Atiku. Oh, let me tell you guys, You are afraid of Fulani herdsmen, right? Or you are afraid of okay, sorry, let me not mention Fulani anyway. You are afraid of herdsmen attack. You are afraid of extremists being in government. Let me shock you. If Tinubu win 2027 election, forget it. In 2031, ticket will go back to the north. Presidency will go back to the north. All this, oh, it will not work in 2031. The north will take over the presidency. If Tinubu wins in 20, because the north, they're already lagging behind though. If you watch from 1999, they're already lagging behind in terms of number because of the unfortunate death of Yaradua. They're already lagging in number. If you watch, Obasanjo has ruled for 8 years. Good Luck has ruled for 5 years or thereabout. Tinubu is now going for another 4 years. So if Tinubu rules for 2031, they're already lagging behind and they will take over the presidency. It won't be by force, but they will win. No reasonable person, Southern, will come out to say he want to contest that time. If you contest, you are contesting on your own. Even me, I will not back you. If Tinubu wins in 2027, my next candidate will be another now. I'm saying it here now. So that by that time, you see, a lot of people like to come and try to emotionally blackmail people. If Tinubu win 2027, I will support another in 2031. Because that is what convention, that is what is supposed to be. Now, that northerner.
Only 1 minute, please. Only 1 minute. So, I mean, so I won't sleep, yeah, but I will still leave this place open. But just no speaker will come up again.
Okay.
At least everybody here know themselves, so we can have civility even if there's no moderation. So maybe yeah, Odogo, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you guys. I mean, if anybody, you can go down yourself, but I will just leave this place open at this point. I think you are safe.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So let me just cut this in short now. If Tinubu wins 20, now not that they enter, and let me shock you. If Tinubu win in 2027, he will become more powerful. Look at just 2 years. Look at what he's doing to the governors now. He will become more powerful, and he will choose that northerner for you. I'm talking to my brothers and sisters in Middle Belt. Leave all these Greek gifts that Tinubu has given you. He's giving you chief of defense staff. He's doing some certain. He's giving some of your leaders some positions and all that. Leave all those things. At the end of the day, I listened to the governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, a few days ago. He was saying that the governor of Plateau State and other people, they are still complaining about insecurity in the Middle Belt. And they are running around to see how they are going to solve it. So don't think that it has stopped. Or see, we need somebody that is intentional, not somebody that is doing anything by politics. In the Middle Belt, Tinubu is going to choose that northerner for you. You don't know the northerner that Tinubu is going to choose. And he's going to choose that northerner based on his whims and caprices. So if you are here saying, oh, instead of me voting for Obi presidency, Aero5 vice presidency, oh, I rather vote for Tinubu, you are doing yourself. Oh. Because by the time you go and vote for Tinubu and he wins, in 2031, he will choose the northerner for you. By that time, the northerners, northwest and northeast, they will vote that northerner, and southwest will vote that northerner, and it will be a gunner by that time. And by that time, you will not participate. And by that time, that northerner, I'm not saying that is what we will not be under any obligation to solve your insecurity issue because you did not vote for him. It is good now you participate in this coalition. Leave everybody that is deceiving you that anybody is going to. Once there is coalition, there is an agreement. There is an agreement. I don't think anybody in the coalition will come and begin to sabotage the people of the Middle Belt because somebody.
Onye, can I ask you a question? Sorry, excuse me.
Okay.
I think it's cut you short, but you just
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So I got
that's
the
fine.
crux of what you're trying to say. Okay,
That's
so
fine.
if to paraphrase, you're saying in 2031, for sure you're going to support.
Who is speaking, please? Who is speaking?
Chidi.
It's Chidi.
Okay, I can't see that, but it's fine.
Okay, sorry. If you're saying in 2031 you're for sure going to support a northerner, because, to paraphrase, it's the turn of the North. Basically, that's what you tried to say, because you said if Tinubu wins in 2027, you're going to support a northerner in 2031. So if you are sure you're going to support a northerner in 2031, why can you not support a southerner in 2027? That's one. And two, even without you expressly saying it, I know you're leaning towards an Atiku topping the ticket. What do you have to say? Are you not concerned about that Achimugu guy? Remember that his ex-aide that do you recall the role he played during the 2023 election, when he was like releasing recorded conversations between him and his ex-principal, releasing emails and stuff? Are you not concerned about what he has in his arsenal? Recall that he is currently, I'm on the phone. Recall that he is currently working for this administration, and he was not selected to work for this administration because, oh, they like his voice. It's because of the role he played. Are you not concerned that he has some stuff that can be used against Atiku during campaign period? And do you think during campaign period, instead of us to focus on like campaign and stuff, we're going to be busy putting out fires of one rumor or something that Atiku said or did not say? Is that not a concern for you?
Okay, thank you very much, my sister. Now, maybe you didn't hear me very well. Thank God you say you paraphrase. Now, the first time I came here, I say I don't care who heads the ticket. But before I come to that, I am not leaning towards Atiku or anybody. That is one. And I said clearly that if Tinubu wins 2027, that is what I said, the Northerners will take over the presidency. See, every one of us here, I don't know this thing. It's not a rocket science. If Tinubu wins 2027, 2031, a Northerner will take over the presidency.
So why then are some people pushing a Northerner to take over in 2027 if we know it is going to be cast in stone that is going to be the turn of the North in 2031?
Chedi, wait, let me explain now. You asked me a question. You are misinterpreting what I said. And you see, that is the problem. That is what I'm saying. So for me to say if means that I am skeptical about that. That is what I'm trying to say. Now, the issue I'm trying to say is that it is not cast in stone that in 2031 that a Northerner will take over. But what I'm saying that if Tinubu wins, that is what I'm saying. If Tinubu
Let me help you, Yeka. Let me help you, Yeka. Okay, now the thing is, we are looking at the strategy where Obi can become president in 2031. Don't forget that in 2015, when Jonathan was going for a second term, irrespective of whether he would have won or not, a Northerner would have still been president in 2019. The issue was, did they not, want to, wait for that 2019 or work with Southwest to collect that presidency now at that 2015? That was what happened. It's the same situation that we are facing now. Irrespective of the outcome of 2027, the North will be president in 2031. Same with 2015. Even if, the South had won, good luck had won, he would have still handed over to the person from the North. Okay? So the issue here is that, I think what Onyeka is trying to tell you here is that, irrespective of what happened in 2027, is the Southeast that will lose. Because that will be the last shot for the Southeast. Because when Tinubu takes 8 years, it is over for the Southeast. He has taken the turn of the South. Even if you like it or not, South has taken its turn. It will go to the North in 2031. Now, the point there is that if the opposition come together and play a more pragmatic, game here, Obi will still have a chance again in 2031 to run instead of him to just end his presidential aspiration in 2027, because that is where it will end for him, even if you like it. In fact, he was speaking today at that coffee whatever, that he's 65 years old, that he doesn't even support running I think that was the way he put it. So that means technically he himself knows that he's not going to be running forever. Okay, so it's for him to.
Yeah, and yeah, he knows
But my
it.
question,
He
let
knows
me ask
that
this
he's
question
not
now.
going to be running forever, and that is why I am miffed that Atiku has still not realized that he can't keep running. This dude,
Chidi,
or rather,
let
this
me tell
dude.
you
Hold
this,
on,
my
let
sister.
me just get my sentence in. Okay, I'm sorry. Atiku has been running since 1992.
Okay, so your
At the
problem is
other
Atiku. Is your problem Atiku? Is that your problem here?
let me
Wait,
finish
hold on,
now.
guys,
Let me
See,
finish,
so
and then
make
you want to.
Chidi, I
Yes.
called you earlier to make your submission, so you can make your submission. Then maybe Dr.
Oh,
Odo
okay.
can respond.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone.
No. I haven't finished Chidi. My sister, wait. Sorry.
Oh,
No
okay.
verse.
No, sorry.
Only, I beg, just let her speak.
No, wait now.
Only, hold on.
Ask
I
me a
don't call
couple.
him since. Make she speak.
No, wait now. Just give me 1 minute or just 1.5 minutes. She asked me a couple of questions.
Only. No. I don't beg you, Only. You go.
No.
The
She
space is
asked me a
open.
couple of questions. Let me
Only,
just respond now. She asked me a couple of questions. I haven't finished
Only,
now.
hold on. Let her make her submission
Okay.
now, please. Only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. Good evening, everyone, or good morning, wherever, depends on where you're spacing from. So this is a sequel to my submission from yesterday. The synopsis of my submission yesterday were: 1, I'm in support of a coalition, and 2, Peter Obi should head it, and I gave my reasons why. I wish I was gracious enough to say, oh, I don't have anything against Atiku, but I do, and I cannot lie to myself. I'm not sure those who are giving Atiku false hope. He is simply not sellable. He is not. Tonight, I am here to answer the question because it's kind of reoccurring. Why not Atiku? Yesterday, I
Chidi,
asked, yes?
yesterday you were speaking, yeah, and everything,
Yes.
right? So because I have I think I'm a bit confused when you say we are for the coalition, your
Yes.
preference is Obi, but it should never be. This is a like conflicting, like you are for the coalition, but
yeah,
if somehow you understand, then you are for the coalition until you stop being for the coalition, right?
No, I'm still for the coalition. And okay,
So if
the beauty
Atiku
about
emerged from that coalition, so what is like? Will you still support the coalition?
We're jumping the gun. Let me say, and this is the beauty of democracy. We all have like our reasons for making our choices. So I'm
Chidi, hold on. Chidi, I think you are missing the point. I'm not disputing your choice. Yeah, your choice is your choice. But in a case whereby your choice did not materialize, will you express upon the spirit of sportsmanship? Don't be a sore loser.
That is what the essence of my submission today is to point out the reservations I have against Atiku.
Yeah, we know you have that reservation. That is a given. Chidi,
it's not cast. Oh, let me just if you just let me finish my statements. Okay, go ahead.
Your reservation, for me, like, I don't think you should. This expression, you should recount all your reservation. I'm not saying they are not valid; they are valid, right? Everybody have their biases, right? So, what I'm saying, are you willing to compromise, in spite of that reservation? If you don't get your preference, are you willing to compromise? You say you are for the coalition, right? So, are you for the coalition until you stop being? Maybe when you don't get what you want, you throw in the towel, right? So that's what I'm asking. You have that reservation, is valid, right? But sometimes in life you don't get all you want, right? So
I agree. Yes.
will you is it a one way street for you, like a one directional angle for you? So that's so like I've not been able to get that clarity from you since you've been speaking since yesterday.
That's because you haven't asked the question directly. So, comrade, ask the question directly, and I'll give you a direct answer.
Okay, so will you support?
If I understand you, are you trying to ask if Atiku heads the coalition, will I support Atiku? Is that your question?
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, fair enough. That's a fair question. Yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. And then I'm trying to tell you, these are the reservations I have about Atiku as a person. If maybe his staunch supporters here can like explain out the issues I have. One, the Achimogu guy, and some other things that I was about to like reel out why I have these reservations about this guy. If maybe someone can say, okay, yeah, about Achimugu XYZ, we've dealt with this, this is what we're going to do. About XYZ that I'm going to raise, this is what we're going to do. And then I'll sit back and say, oh, okay, actually things that I thought were like a concern to me is actually nothing. But you're not even trying to allow me finish to even reel out the concerns I have about Atiku. If you're trying to say, oh, okay, you know what, even Atiku supporters, I'm sure, would also have their concerns about Obi. They should be free to like say, oh, okay, these are my concerns about Obi. If he heads the ticket, will he be able to do this? And then it is not us that will now tell them, okay, yes, these are your concerns. This is how we're going to handle it. And that is the essence of a conversation, true or false.
Okay,
But
go
you're
ahead,
not
go
trying to
ahead.
make it,
Go
you're
ahead,
trying to
Chidi, go
shove
ahead.
Atiku down my throat like, hey,
Go ahead.
if
No,
you,
no, 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 no.
okay.
Chidi, you see, you are making a listen. I am asking you a question, right? I'm not shoving anything down your throat. And I feel like when we ask this question, you get so defensive, right? Because I think it was shoving it. I'm not even supporting article, so I want to get where you are coming from. Nobody's shoving anything down your throat.
Okay. So yeah, these are my concerns, and I'm going to like raise some questions, and then once I'm done, anyone can like, say whatever they want to say. Okay, I've mentioned about the Achimugu guy. We really don't know what he still has in his arsenal that can be used against Atiku. Like I said, the last thing we need is like unnecessary, like we're running from pillar to post. Tomorrow he'll bring out a voicemail of Atiku trying. Okay, you guys get my point. My second issue is we really do not know who Atiku is. He doesn't appear accessible. He seems elitist. And these are like curations of concerns people have that are just put together. He seems like he's an establishment politician. And this is my personal opinion about him. He is what I term a soft life politician, meaning I've never really observed him with his sleeves up, rugged. I'm ready to put in the work. He always appears in his well-pressed agbada, with no speck of dust on his shoes. It's not like there's anything wrong with that, though. But I just feel, where is the grit? Where is that passion? Where is that drive? I don't see it.
For your information, Atiku was the only person that protested the INEC haste in 2023. Obi did not. He came out with his children. He was the only one, please. So stop saying what you don't.
Dr. Udo, let her finish. Let her finish, please. Allow her to finish. Let's just maintain civility, please. I'm even supposed to shut down this place, but I just trust that we'll have a civil conversation, even if I'm not here.
We've been having that civil conversation before you came, to be honest. All right, go ahead.
Okay, let me continue before, All right, so my next issue is, and I'm sure some of you have secretly thought about this, with the state of our economy, right? The focus of a 2027 administration should be cutting cost of governance. How can that be successfully achieved if the first family has 27 children and numerous grandkids? That is an issue. It's like no one has brought it up. Do you know the cost of servicing the first family? And I'm just being realistic, okay? Do you know the cost of servicing the first family with just 27 children minus spouses? Let's think about that as well. Like I said, I'm really not my concerns. I'm sure somebody will come up and say, oh, just tell me, oh yeah, the first family with the 27 children, they're all established. They're not going to be like Nepo babies with what we're experiencing now. Let me know, but nobody has brought that up. Another thing that I have often heard is he can or will protect, that he has the ability or the capacity to protect the votes. How? What are his antecedents? Which vote has he protected and when? I was going through his son's Twitter, whatever. His son acknowledged that in 2019 he was rigged out. And in 2023, he was rigged out. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, I be mumu. So back to back, you allow them to rig you. As in, okay, I can even understand PO's at least his first rodeo, he thought he was dealing with humans. He didn't know he was dealing with let me not even, I don't even know what phrase to use. And he was like, oh yeah, we'll go through the right process, we'll go through the judiciary. And thanks to him, at least we have seen like the rot in our judicial system. That is his first rodeo. I will be disappointed if the second time around he's going through that same route. My issue with Atiku 2019, immediately after the elections and after all the Buhaha died down, you left the country. Why did you not stay back? You left the country, left Obi in Nigeria. You traveled to Dubai. So that's what I'm saying. Everyone keeps saying, oh, he has the capacity to protect the. When has he protected the votes? I want to know. And then my next point is that he strikes me as a tad bit disingenuous because this is the longest.
I think we should be taking the questions out here so that we don't forget. You've asked a lot of questions. Let's answer this.
Someone should just write it down so that maybe if you want to answer the question, it will not be a submission. Okay.
No, don't worry.
Okay, let's go back to let's go to the first question because I just prefer to.
I'll take it from the last one.
No, okay, since you want to answer my question, you answer it in the order I'm asking. Okay, deal with the Achimugu question. How are we going to resolve that?
Okay, see, I'm the person that asked that.
Let me be PDP man now. Make an answer that. So the Achimugu on is every election there is always the propaganda. So that one is not a big deal for me because it didn't even affect the election anyway. For example, BAS, drug dealer, this, no results, no school, today, boom, he's there. That's election. After the election, did you hear anything from him? No. So all those ones, during election, they brought some stuff against Obi, a lot. Boom. It doesn't all propaganda. So it doesn't move an inch of anything. It's normal. It happens. Even American election or everywhere in the world, people come out with different propagandas, different stories about people, and that's just the way it is. That's the election for you. So that outside.
Okay, my next question, because I know it's not like because I don't want to like drill you on your answer, so I'm just going to move. I'm just going to move on to the next. But mind you, hope you know, voice recordings and email, like paper trails, are not propaganda. I'm not saying that is his case, but if there's
it did affect the election.
But that is not propaganda. But okay, moving on. So
it doesn't affect the
okay,
election, so
all right. What else? Okay.
Okay, you asked me a question, Chidi, about if about 2031. Now let me explain it to you.
Okay. No, I'm even coming there. Don't worry.
No, you asked me a question because I don't want you to.
Wait, she's coming. Are you leaving now? I just want to attend to the whole article thing. Then you guys can continue. So, what's the second question that you asked?
Okay. He to me, he's an establishment politician. He doesn't appear accessible. He's elitist. He's too elitist. He surrounds himself with okay.
All right, that's
case in point.
Okay, people have. I think every politician has a way of handling themselves. They have their own personality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think before now that we started seeing some people coming up and going everywhere in the north and in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Atiku has been in politics. In fact, this guy has not been in office since 2027.
Mm-hmm.
No, since 2007, and he's still one of the most influential politicians in Nigeria today. He has friends everywhere to show you that he's really, really accessible. You say you don't know who Atiku is, or you've not really studied who Atiku is. You know, he's one of the, after the government, is the net highest employer in Nigeria, maybe probably in the north, the whole of the north.
Yeah,
so,
I
can go on and on.
I know, and that's why I get your gist. And that's why
so we can say this man can run business very well, and in politics too.
Okay.
Because sometimes when people talk about this guy, I just smile and I laugh because between 1999 to 2007, that was the period when Nigeria had the best data and indices.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Okay.
Then you spoke about his kids. right? He said he had 20-something kids going to feed the first family. And the question I was asking, who is feeding them now since 2007 that has not been in government?
I mean,
Right?
Sheikh Tinubu was also
No,
feeding prior to 2023. Let's be realistic. Once
they
you
were
are
feeding.
elevated
Oh,
to
hold on
look,
now.
no, let's be
Hold on.
realistic. Once you are
No,
elevated
hold
to the
on
first
now.
family,
Hold on.
one child has by
They were
protocol.
feeding prior to 1999.
Not
When he
feeding
was
per
like,
se, is the protocol, the logistics. One
even
child
the
is
protocol,
entitled to
they
3
had all.
DSS per
They
child.
had all that. They
Okay.
had all that. Before 1999, they were surviving.
Okay.
They had all the security they need,
Okay.
right? Then he contested in 1999. He became a governor. So
Okay.
For he wasn't sworn in before he was chosen by Obasanjo to come and become his VP.
Okay.
Right? So he's been providing all this by himself, right? And till date, his kids are living large. They don't live on the government, right?
Yes.
As we speak.
Okay.
So his first son is a commissioner. So they're all his daughters and everything. I think you can actually their profiles there, all his kids they don't have their profiles online there. It's open for you to know who the man Atiku is and how he runs his business and how his family business is thriving. So it's the same question we ask any politician that has a big family. I don't think there's anything wrong in anybody having a big family.
No, there's nothing.
Sorry,
Buhari has a very big family
Chidi.
as well.
Sorry, Chidi. Sorry, Chidi Odogu, please. You see, one thing that I want us to always address, right, is that we are Nigerians, and let us speak to exactly what it is. And with what Chidi is saying, I don't hold this as a major point. But anybody who wants, again, you're looking to bring people on board. And what she's saying is absolutely correct. And it's just an example of what is going on in Nigeria today. You've got a first son, you've got a first daughter. And now she's saying, if you have 27 of those, let's forget. And again, wait. Odogu, hold on. Odogu, hold on.
Do you know how many kids Obasanjo had? Did we have the first daughter?
Hold on.
During Obasanjo days?
Odogu, hold on.
No,
Odogu, hold on,
let's
please. Wait. Let me just land so you can address my concern fully.
Okay, land.
Hold on. And now you need to understand that in life, or when Obasanjo was president, Obasanjo was a president and an active president. My brother Atiku is going to be 80. At that age, we all protect our parents. That's why Sheikh Tinubu is almost a bodyguard to his father now. We cannot discountenance the age factor. So he's going to need to rely on people. And one of the first people he would rely on are his biological kids. You cannot take that away.
See one thing,
let's face issues
I don't have
as
a problem
it is.
with your challenges or anything you want to think about.
Do you understand? Even Trump in America currently relies so much on his kids. So we're not. Don't say that. Don't discountenance that fact. Because if
you asked the question, I'm trying to answer it.
No. Because you are going back to Obasanjo. No, I just want to elaborate because Obasanjo was an active president. Obasanjo did not need to depend on his
kids. An inactive person. He doesn't walk. He doesn't move.
At 80 years old, my brother. Let's speak the truth. Let's speak the truth. Let's speak the truth. How much can an 80-year-old?
He's stronger
than Obasanjo become
right?
Can Obasanjo be president of Nigeria today? He can't be president of Nigeria today. He can't.
Right, guys,
let's speak the truth.
Let me move on.
What are we talking about here?
Let me move on. And
no, we're saying the truth.
You're bringing Obasanjo. Remember, 1999, early 2000s. Those were, let me quote and unquote, those were the good old days. When you hear Sena climbs, right? Those were Sena climbs. Now, Sheyi Tinubu and Tinubu's daughter, they have set the precedent.
Now, you see it, right? When you guys try to use,
Chidi, it's Odogu that is talking to you, not me. Yeah, it's Odogu. You are speaking with Odogu.
It's Odogu that is speaking. So at times when we use these things as a yardstick, like everyone that comes, we have to go through that line. Oh, that's the yardstick now. I laugh because it is really not.
Okay.
We've had people we've had people who had grown-up kids. They've never done anything like that before. It's not like they cannot do it, right? So it speaks about the man in power today. That's how he wants to run his business.
Okay.
It doesn't matter that maybe Obi will come tomorrow and his kids too will do the same. Or Atiku will come tomorrow and his kids will do the same. But you can bash to say, oh, if Obi comes, he can't do it. Does not mean that, but you come and tell me that, oh, Atiku will come and he will do it. Atiku was there as a vice president. We never knew his kids.
That's 1999,
right?
Oga. We're talking
No,
of...
It was vice president for 8 years.
Of the Senna climb days is my point.
What?
Now,
Okay, so
changed.
Chidi,
Yes.
that means you're not being fair. If he could do it for 8 years, Senna climb, he did it. But now,
Odogu, this one you are explaining, Atiku has a lot of businesses. Which of his children is controlling business? No, you will know from the business he's running first, right? The man has a lot of businesses. He employs even white men from United States to run his university. White people are running his university.
Doctor.
So why are you now trying to make it look like when he goes to AsoRock, it is his son that's going to run them?
To make Chidi understand is the fact that you are using one lens to say if Atiku gets there, he will do this. Because of his kids, he's going to do first or whatever. But if Obi gets there, he won't do it. He won't see his children. But Atiku has.
But currently, none of Obi's kids are active in politics. Atiku's kids are active politically. No, that's an answer. That's a direct
they
answer.
Cannot be active tomorrow.
No.
Mean they can be active tomorrow.
Currently, he has said my children are doing what they do. No, he doesn't. Why would you say? Why would you say? He ran campaign.
That you want to hear.
My sister, my brother, he ran campaign. Bro, did you see his son? Atiku ran campaign in 2023. We saw his children everywhere. So what are we saying?
I just said something now that Atiku was there for 8 years. You're telling me that was a Senate climb for 8 years.
He was the vice president, and remember, you look at what your boss is doing. Obasanjo, for instance, Obasanjo was up and about all around, junketing the whole world in his first term. Are you telling me Atiku has that strength? Let's face it, he's 80. I don't have a problem.
Told you that he's not fit enough. I don't understand you people.
What does the laws of life? The laws. Why do people retire?
Don't we have? Why do people retire then? 80 years old men that is even much more stronger and better than a 50-year-old man. Medically,
what is the percentage?
Atiku is age-made with Trump. Is Trump active? Is Trump strong? Is age-made with Trump?
Does Trump not depend on his children?
Doctor.
Depends on his children. It depends on his children. His children are only running the Trump organization. The children are running. No. Let's clarify this thing. Trump children are running his company, not the United States government. Trump is fully in charge of United States. You cannot tell us that Trump children are running America. It is wrong.
His children are actively involved.
Okay, guys.
In what? Actively involved in what? In what? Involved in what? In what? Explain.
Do children need to have direct roles?
So what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You cannot throw around. If you tell me that if you tell me that Elon Musk is active in government, no. If you tell me that Elon Musk is active in government, I will agree. What role is Trump children doing in American government?
When everyone is speaking,
we can choose to skip around the issues. But
you cannot skip someone having a comment. Some children having a comment on what is going on in America does not equate to them running America. That is factually wrong of you to even assume that Trump children are running in the United States of America.
I am reclaiming my time, please.
No, your time. You have spoken up to 10 minutes.
No, let's answer the question. There's a last one.
I had not finished, but I think
you are not finished. There's a last one you asked. I'm ready to answer your question.
Don't. You know what? Please, thank you very much. No, I don't answer my questions if I'm not done. I'm going to finish my submission and I'm going to ask questions in between. If no one cares enough to take down the questions and respond after I'm done, that means the question is not important. You don't have to address it. If you don't answer the question, I will take it as rhetoricals. But you see this, when I just say one point, you guys will debate. Let me finish my submission, and then if you want, I can repeat the question.
It was actually your man that came and disrupted too.
That's what if you would let me finish, I was going to say, let me finish my submission. Then if you want me to like repeat the question, I can, and then I can listen to you guys debate it. But I don't want, when I make a sentence, you guys will debate for like 10 minutes and it's stretching my submission. Let me just say what my concerns about article and move on. And then if you did not get my question or you cannot answer it, that's fine. Okay? So I've mentioned the first family of 27 children. And my point is not, that they're going to feed from the national purse. No, my thing is more of logistics. One child is going to have at least 3 DSS. I know someone said, oh yeah, they already have security. I am not sure, and I'm sure it might be. I know only Atiku is entitled, since it's an ex-VP. I'm not sure if all children, their spouses and grandchildren are entitled to DSS protection. However, once they are elevated to the first family status, they are entitled. It is their right. And the thing is that when we see such red flags, we don't say anything, we excuse it away. And that's a red flag for me. It's everywhere. During campaigns, when children campaign with their parents, it is a strong indication that they will be active during their parents' administration. And that is why I admire Peter Obi, because his children are not seen with him. They do not go with him on the campaign trail. Let me move on because I do not want to dwell on that. Okay, I asked about the how will he protect the votes? What are his antecedents? Has he protected the votes, and when? You don't have to answer now. You can answer later. Then my next point is, like I was trying to say, he strikes me as someone's mic. Someone has a hot mic. He strikes me as a tad bit disingenuous because this is the longest he's been in Nigeria between campaigns. Typical Atiku would have been chilling in Dubai, only to make an appearance few months prior to party primaries. We all know who is making him stick around this time around. I can hear myself. There's someone's mic that is on. Dr. Udo, do you mind muting your mic? Dr. Udo, do you mind muting your mic? I can hear myself. Okay, moving on. I don't think he can hear me. He, as an individual, he has never really expressly condemned the killing in the Middle Belt. How many times, especially during Buhari's tenure, go through his timeline, search the keywords Plateau, Benue, Southern Kaduna, or even Buhari in person. How many times did he condemn Buhari? I don't know if it's because of the tribal affiliation. I don't know, but that is my observation. How many times did he condemn the ethnic cleansing in the Middle Belt? And the one that I still cannot get over, people, he deleted Deborah's tweet. He did. Regardless of the reason he gave for deleting that tweet, I have read that tweet countless times. I have read it over and over and cannot find anything wrong with it. I have broken that tweet down in 3 phases, like 3 first phrase rather. I've read the first phrase, second phrase. There is nothing in that tweet that warranted him deleting it, if not that he succumbed to threats or whatever. That means he cared so much about potential votes that he was going to lose compared to the sanctity of life. If something is wrong, be bold enough, especially if you have already put out that tweet. Stand by the tweet. Be bold enough to say the barbaric act meted out on this lady is wrong. Stand by it, but don't delete it. And then you go on Facebook in Hausa, you're explaining and you're giving reasons why you had to delete it. Who are you pandering to? Now, to some of you guys, In 2019, the mantra then was, oh, only a northerner can defeat Buhari because Buhari is a northerner. Only a northerner can match him up. Now, in 2025, very convenient, the new storyline is, oh, two southerners cannot run. It is only a northerner that should checkmate the incumbent southerner. Really? You see how we're just twisting ourselves into a pretzel just to justify, oh, in 2019, it was, no, Buhari is a northerner. He needs another northerner to checkmate him. And now I'm hearing, oh, since he's an incumbent southerner, he has to be balanced. He has to be another. I mean, guys, please now, let's just try and be honest with ourselves. And then, like I said earlier, Atiku has been on this journey since 1999 with Abiola and Tofa's sets. Abba, it is time for him to hand those boots. He has tried. We appreciate him for his service. We thank him, but it's time for him to go and rest. Another factor for me, which I'm sure some people have overflowed, and I'm going to round up in like a minute or minute and a half. His age. He will be 81 years in 2027. And even that, okay, like someone said, oh, is Trump not 81 and XYZ? Even in Atiku, that vitality is lacking. Have you not seen him walk? Can he run up a flight of stairs? That vitality is lacking. His low energy is apparent. We can't. Now it's time for even if you're 85, let that vitality be there. Let's see that bounce. Let's see that passion. And then that brings me to my next point. Respectfully, Atiku is boring with a capital B. Very, very forgettable. Okay. What was his tagline last election? At least with PO, we know his was, oh, if we hear go and verify, we can attribute it to PO. Tinubu was Bulaba Balablu. What was Atiku's tagline? We have seen PO try to build bridges in the north, building boreholes, spending Ramadan with the kids, visiting IDP camps, making donations to some hospitals and schools in the north. Can someone list practical and visible ways Atiku has extended a hand of fellowship in the south? Or is it that is it that we don't need that hand of fellowship from him? Building bridge should be two ways. You can't expect one person to be building bridge in the north and then the north, you're not building bridge in the south. If he is building bridges in the south that are visible and what is it? What has it done for us in the south that I'll be like, oh yes, so this is a visible way that Atiku has actually extended a hand of fellowship in the south? To me, he's part of the old order. What has it done differently? Was his campaign style different? At least PO made his campaign issue-based. He brought excitement. He was willing and ready to attend all interviews, debates, town halls, anywhere and everywhere there was a microphone and a camera. PO was there.
Sorry, Chidi. I mean, you are taking too long. You are campaigning. This is a campaign. This is a campaign. This thing. Yeah.
No, in 30 seconds.
This is. I mean, I feel like this is just you are giving a campaign speech here. To be honest.
No, it's not. I'm just saying these are my concerns, and in 30 seconds, I'm going to like round up.
Because when you roll out those concerns, I don't see somebody giving a concern that want to be convinced. Yeah.
No, if you notice, even when they were answering, I was not going back and forth. I was just paying attention because this is not like a question and answer, and then based on what they answer, I'll pick. I'm not.
We are waiting for you to finish so we can answer you.
It has taken too long. Like, to be honest.
Okay, yeah. I'm rounding up. Okay, so like which besides the regular debates, how did Atiku engage? And lastly, who and where is Atiku's base? I would really like to know.
Social, just everybody.
Thanks, everyone. I yield my mic. I'm done.
Social, hold on. Let me handle it.
This coalition is not going to work. But just
it's okay.
Because what you call it, we are supposed to be on a timetable, right? What we're supposed to be doing is building a broad-based coalition, not alienating people.
Exactly. Social. I agree with all these things, but Odogu them. Social, hold on.
What it is,
Social,
it's
hold on.
poisoning
Odogu,
people's
wait,
minds.
social,
I'm
social,
getting
1 minute.
DMs,
Social, 1 minute.
people telling me they don't even want coalition anymore.
1 minute. They all agree to have this discussion. Yeah. And including Odogu. So me, I don't even go sleep. You get I just came around my phone again and I saw Chidi is still asking question like even before.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
I'm going to work in half an hour.
No.
Yeah.
Social.
I'm going to work in half an
Social.
hour, right? I just wanted to say this, right? And this is very, very, very important. This is very important, right? We need to understand what we're doing. We need to really understand what we're doing. It's either we want a coalition or not. And to achieve a coalition, you need to come to this. Sorry, but an open mind. And you don't, sweet lady, you don't have an open mind, right? And it's not going to work. The unmistakable lesson from 2023 is the divided opposition benefits the incumbent. And all this, what you're putting in, is poison in the water. If you can't see it, I'm sorry, right? The last election clearly showed that when the opposition vote is split, the ruling party has a much clearer path. And what you're saying, all the sentiments you're pouring out, I mean, we're talking about human beings, right? People have got feelings. And if you're going to hurt their feelings, they will not work with you. You've said so many things against people that are for this coalition, right? And this is not good. This is not good. You have said so much against the Tiku, which, oh my goodness, it's absolutely ridiculous for you to say that and then claim that you want a coalition. You don't want a coalition. You want somebody to carry you on their shoulder. And that is not going to happen. What is the Tiku bringing to this? Atiku is bringing national structures and reach, right? Something not many politicians in Nigeria have. Atiku, through his long political career, what you've listed, right, and the PDP, commands established political machinery and grassroots networks across all 774 local government areas, right? This includes polling agents, canvassers, and loyalists that are vital for a national campaign.
That's with PDP structure, though.
Especially in areas where a new movement might still be building capacity, right? This isn't about old versus new. It's about leveraging all available assets.
Okay, yeah, I
We
think
want
we're
the
missing the
Northern
point.
electorate
So
and the
under which
demographics as
party?
well.
Guys, hold on. Guys,
Under which party
Chidi,
you would even help
okay. So I beg, social. I beg, like Odogu agreed to this, yeah. But me, I feel like you're absolutely correct, social. Like it is alienating people because when I came and I had the last talking point of Chidi, and that's why I told Chidi, you are campaigning. This is like a campaign message. Like I don't see you as somebody that wants to be convinced. You already have your bias and sentiments, and it's either will be or nothing. So I don't think there's any answer Odogo will give you that will convince you, right? Because you dug up a whole lot of things that, I mean, even the whole children campaigning for their, it doesn't mean the children will partake. Even in America, when politician comes out like Hillary Clinton, yeah, even Bill Clinton, when he was campaigning, Chelsea was in those campaigns, right? But Chelsea was never in that government. Obama, throughout his campaign, we see in children, his two daughters, right? But they were never in those, you know. Yeah, even Hillary Clinton, we saw Chelsea Clinton again in those campaign trail. Yeah, Joe Biden, we saw Hunter Biden in the campaign trail, but Hunter Biden was nowhere near that government, right? So I feel like you just dug up a whole lot of things. I mean, Chidi, I like. I don't know. You have a predetermined mindset, you know. So
Comrade, thank you. You see, all these are just petty excuses, but social, we already know that.
Exactly, because you see, when we're talking about a coalition, we're talking about negotiation.
And putting your differences aside,
you have to put those aside.
So would you guys prefer maybe with those of us that have these concerns And please let me just ask this question.
But Chidi,
In the
don't you think
spirit
they also
of
have concerns about Obi if they decide to go
they
that
must
route?
Everybody has
all track the
concerns.
concern.
Everybody has
So
concerns today,
exactly. So
right?
speak
And
up. So
when
would
we're
you
talking about a negotiation, we need to
I don't even
understand
understand. I don't
we
understand
need
why
to
you have
understand the
issues
nature
with
of
how many kids a man
negotiations,
decides
right?
to have
And the
oh,
as a
genuine
problem for
coalition
being the as
involves
a yardstick of being the president.
negotiations,
I don't even
compromise, and
understand
a
all this.
shared
These are very
vision,
who am I
right?
listening to?
You need
Because
to
two people
focus
are
on the
speaking.
primary
Okay,
objective, right?
social. I beg, if you do me a favor, yeah, I want to go back to bed, yeah. But please, like, I don't want to close down the space. So
Okay, I'm just going to say this, and I need to go and prepare for work. Things not going to play. The nature of negotiation, like I said, it's very important we understand this coming to this coalition. A genuine coalition involves negotiation, compromise, and a shared vision. Final ticket and role should emerge from a process that respects the value of each partner. What you have to respect what these people are bringing together. If you don't respect what they're bringing together, why should they work with you? So that is very important. Forcing a precondition, like one leader dropping out, undermines this process. Furthermore, a successful coalition in 2027 will pave the way for various leadership configurations in the future, but the immediate hurdle, 2027. So instead of focusing on who should drop out, the more productive conversation for all who desire change is how do we build the broadest, most formidable, and strategically sound coalition possible, leveraging the distinct advantages of all keepers to give Nigeria the best chance for a new direction in 2027. And this requires all hands on deck, including significant political capital in which that somebody like Atiku Abubakar would
social, and to be fair, Chidi, 1 minute, please. And to be fair, social, I think this is not an anomaly. I believe that people will get there eventually because this is just 2.0, like I said earlier, Great Coalition 2.0. So I'll be surprised if maybe by the 10th space, the Great Coalition 10.0. Yeah, we still have people.
Well, I trust you, comrade. I trust
Yeah,
you
so
very much.
so this
I know you.
this is expected. Yeah.
Exactly. So and social,
So
just
people
to
will
say,
get there at the end of the day. Yeah.
I agree 100%. Oh, sorry. Oh, someone's mic is
Dr.
on.
Odo, your mic is echoing. Can you mute, please?
Social, I agree 100% with your definition and the way you succinctly put what the coalition means. My thing is, at what point, and is it not better, just like what Comrade said, is it not better we raise what we see as potential baggage or red flag now at Great Coalition 2.0 than for us to like gag ourselves, hold ourselves, and then by coalition, coalition 10.2.
Dr. Odo, please, can you be respectful? Your mic is echoing. Just maybe when you want to speak, others have to mute their mic because your mic is echoing badly. Okay.
See, Chidi. Now this is it. What's the goal of this? What's the goal of the coalition? To win an election, right? And when you want to win an election, we throw away. We don't look at the the excuses of why it's not going to happen or why it's not this person. We want all hands on deck. In fact, if we have a squad that this one to their own is to carry this box and go and throw it away the way they used to, they want, because the people want it that we're dealing with, that's how they know how to conduct elections, right? So it is not about who is leading or who is not leading. We're going to leave that for those up there to decide on that.
Yeah.
Our goal on spaces like this is to sensitize ourselves, see how we can build our own coalition, make it easier for the men up there. Let me tell you, these men are listening to our spaces. When they see us not agreeing together, it's even difficult for them to like, hey, I would let us understand that when we have an open mind, I don't care who Atiku is, I don't care what's his name, Peter Obi is. We have a common enemy here that we're trying to chase out of, because the suffering alone is resetting people's brain right now. Right? This is we talked about this in 2023, which we had the best chance to have booted these guys out. But we have learned, hopefully we've learned from that. And that is 2027. And we are saying if we come together, we have the numbers. Like Social said, every part and everybody has a role to play. If we say, okay, Peter Obi have the presence of others, good, he has the presence. Atiku has the elite. Okay, Peter Obi has the youth and everybody. Fine. Atiku deals with the elite. Peter Obi deals with the youth. Right? Atiku is coming with structure.
Which
the
structure?
whole local government. Right?
Which,
that is there.
Okay, as in PDP structure or which structure?
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying,
okay.
like politically, he's been there. He's been in the game, right? He still has his structure.
Oh.
He still has his people. Peter Obi has his own, which will join together. One thing why people keep saying LP did not win the election in 2023 is because they say, hey, you cannot provide 54,000 of party agents. How do you want to prove those results?
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yes.
But we have a structure that if we come together as a team, that is sorted out. Right? Either we like it or not. And I don't like when people say, oh, when he becomes a VP, it's just going to be figurehead. I don't like that. Atiku was one of the most powerful vice presidents we've ever had in Nigeria. With a strong-headed man like Obasanjo, he's still relevant. Till date, he was relevant in that government. So it depends on the person, to be honest. And do I see on a Peter Obi like someone will just push together? The Constitution has a role that the vice president can play in the Constitution with some ministries. It's there. Except those who don't want to assert it. But the number one goal of this coalition is to fight this common enemy first.
Okay.
And I can tell you categorically, campaigns, I don't know if you've been.
Because I wanted to.
I'm coming, doctor. Let me quickly say this.
Just confirm, is my mic okay?
Yeah. Chidi, I don't know if you've been into campaigns before. You understand that as the vice presidential candidate and the president, everybody has their people working in different segments.
I agree.
Nobody's a push away here. But we know why we are coming together. That is the goal. To be honest, they've said a lot. We've argued back and forth here. People have said a lot. Look, when Jesus Christ comes down today, people will still see reasons why he should be nailed back on the cross. That is it. But we don't need to look at all these things. And when I hear people say this guy is corrupt, I'm like, corrupt?
See,
he has never been charged.
If you notice in all of that, okay, so wait. My question is, at what point will we that have someone's mic? At what point would we that have like concerns be allowed to express them? Or are you saying, hey, if you have concerns, shut up, just join the coalition and keep it moving? Is that it? So that I know. So that
No.
okay,
No.
So that maybe
See,
these things that I raised, it will not be as if, you
our
shouldn't have said
concerns,
that. I know it's things that we're all thinking inside, but is the
our
feelers
concerns are
I'm
valid.
getting. That is what
Our
I'm getting.
concerns are valid. Our concerns are valid. So when people, okay, for example, let me give an example. When people say, oh, Peter Obi is a new order. Come on, we know he's not. He was a governor. He was part of Jonathan's government. He was in PDP. You understand? He was all these things. And when people now come and tell me, oh, he decamped, so he has become a new leaf, and I'm asking myself, this guy has been in government. What are you talking about?
No, that's not a concern, though.
No, I'm just saying.
No, so tell me a concern.
Can I also chip in? Let it not be about just.
So it's not be about them. That's what I'm saying. This coalition is not about either Atiku or Obi.
Okay.
It's about a lot of other factors and other people. Two of them cannot do it alone.
No. See, Odogu,
doctors, go ahead.
When you raise concerns, right? Because I like when somebody is allowed to raise concerns, but I believe concerns have to be raised in good faith. There's how you come up with.
Pastor, speak. Doctor, speak louder.
Oh, okay. There is how you come up with a concern, right? And it is raised in good faith. Someone will be able to address your concern. If someone already is telling you that your choice of who you marry and how many kids you have is going to be a problem for you in government, I don't think that is raised out of good faith, okay? Because I don't even see the rationality around that concern. I have 7 children or whatever. How does that affect your ability to do your job?
Udo, you know that is not what I
Udo,
said. That is not my concern. So if you're going to address my concern, address it. I did not say the number of kids would impede him from
you talked about the security.
discharging
You
his
said the
duties.
DSS.
Please,
I'm coming.
let's not be disingenuous. So if you're going to address my concern,
Please let me come
address
now.
it within the
Please let
scope
me
of what
come.
I raised. Please.
Please let me come. I heard you. I heard you. You said that there is going to be at least 3 DSS guiding 1 children or whatever that you said. Look, those are concerns that are not raised in good faith. Because
you said that before, so let's move on. That's okay. That's okay.
Let me come now. Allow me, please. You spoke at length. In fact, you have been speaking for the last 30 minutes. I look when you started speaking. I was actually driving 20 kilometers when you started speaking. When I got home, so it's about 30 minutes. Let me just speak small, please. So, when people say that this man stole money that can feed 300 million Nigerians, that is not concern raised in good
Okay,
faith.
who raised that now? Who raised it this evening? Are you
I didn't say
okay?
it's you, I didn't say it's you. Hold on now.
Oh my God.
I'm not even
Let me.
we gave you the respect to speak. I said you spoke for 30
And
minutes.
then if you're going
You
to
spoke
raise,
for a
if you're
long
going to address my question, my concern, address what I said.
I'm not
Let's
talking
leave
about
it
you.
all
I'm
for
not talking
Doctor, I
about
mean
what you
Chidi,
did.
Chidi.
It's not just about you.
No,
It's
no,
not
no,
about
Chidi.
you.
To be fair, you raise concern, and Dr. Udo is addressing the concerns. Yeah, I feel like you want him to address the concern. I don't know whether you want him to speak in a particular way that satisfies you, right? Because the first point he raised, the children. You did say Atiku have 27 children, but when he started addressing it, you said, no, that's not what I said. You raised the issue of 27 children now, and he was speaking in line with it. So I don't know, do you want your concern to be addressed or you don't want it to be addressed? I don't know for you. So maybe if you don't want it to address, just tell them so
no.
they
Okay,
move the
and I'll
conversation.
I'll let him speak. No, concerning the 27 children, my opener was his mic is distracting
Okay,
him.
Dr. Udo, let me hear her out first of all.
Okay, so regarding the 27 kids, my concern was the cost of governance aspect, not his children even working in his. Those ones are even like
Yeah, and
ABC.
Chidi, I
It's just the
understand you,
cost of the protocol
Chidi.
involved.
No, Chidi, hold on. That is very simple enough to understand. I comprehend well. And Dr. Udo is on point when he was addressing it. He started by telling you he doesn't see how many children I have, and he gave the example of 7. Right? Whether you are talking about cost of running the family, not really the family participating in government. He never said. He was talking about, okay, tying the number of kids somebody have to the cost of running a government. That is not rational. That's the point he's making. But when he starts, you come up like, okay, let me clarify. You are clarifying to something he's already speaking. And when you clarify, you are not saying anything new from what we understood earlier, right? So, Chidi, allow people address your question how they feel, except maybe you've not asked those questions in good faith. You don't really need the answer, then we move on. Dr.
Okay,
Udo, back to
Dr.
you.
Odo, yeah, go ahead. I'll listen.
Thank you. Please, Chidi, there is a reason why I started with that point that when concerns are raised in good faith, you will have answer. Because I know why I said that. Because when you have a predetermined mind on an issue, they say that there's a saying that when you want to hang a dog, no excuse on this earth will do. And it is obvious. Okay. Now, I try to address the concern of the children thing. Look, the real waste in governance, if you want to even talk about governance waste, it's not even about the number of children someone is going to feed. It's about what Tinubu is doing now. Tinubu has just one son that we are aware of, who is the first son, and one first daughter. What do they call her? Can you imagine the way that family is wasting government money right now? The son was taking the presidential jet, went to Kanu, he went to Sokoto and all that. Those are real wastes. So someone can have one child that is even wasting more government money than someone that has even 10 children. Because at the end of the day, your 10 children is your responsibility. Yes, of course, you are in office. The government, can feed, can feed that household, they say. But that is not really where the waste is coming from. The waste will be coming from what those children are actually doing, how they are being involved in government contracts. Like Tinubu's son, he sits on the board of a subsidiary of High Tech. We saw it in the report. Tinubu's son is an active businessman. In fact, the house that Tinubu stays when he's in London, we saw the report, the Panama papers. It was bought by his son, not even Tinubu. We even thought it was Tinubu that bought that. It was his son that bought it. His son has a lot of business interest, even while he was governor and even now that he's a president. So that, I think, is the real waste in governance, when you have a family that is actively involved in government, in terms of government businesses, doing contracts and all that. Not just having kids should be the main concern. I tried to raise it. I said, right now, Atiku doesn't involve his children in his personal businesses.
okay.
If you have any of them, show me any of the children that is running his university. That was, I think Atiku's companies are run professionally, not by his children. The only person that is even involved in politics right now is his first son that is a commissioner in Adamawa State. He doesn't have children that are sitting down on his boards of his company. So I wouldn't expect somebody that has been doing business for over how many years, so suddenly because he's now a president of the country, to now give his children those kind of responsibility. There was a time even Atiku's the daughter, he had issues. I mean, I don't know whether you saw it in the report. He had issues with even his own child.
Yeah, I heard the voice recording from the archive, and that's how I knew about the issue, the recordings.
So this is a very strict discipline. If you know, Atiku is a disciplinarian. Atiku is a kind of man that can cut off his own child, his own blood child, if he misbehaves. He doesn't take nonsense. So when I hear people talk about this man as if they know him, I just laugh, because you don't even, some of you don't even know him.
Yeah, that was like my second point. My second point is, I said, I don't know him. That he's not accessible. He thinks elitist. I sincerely and honestly do not know him.
That is why, if you want to know, if you genuinely want to know him, then you should ask the right questions that will make you know him.
I agree with you.
Public life before. I agree with you. He has been in public life from 99. He was a vice president. I mean, this is a man that is someone that the public knows him in and out. Okay, most of the accusations some of you guys used against him,
he's the most scrutinized politician in Nigeria today.
In Nigeria, yes.
They've never found anything against him.
The EFCC that Obasanjo set up himself, that Ribadu was the chairman, the first chairman of the EFCC, the ICP, everybody investigated this man. They found nothing wrong with him. In fact, they thought they would find something with him. They thought the court would stop him in 2007 when he ran for election. His name was not even included on the ballot paper for that 2007. It was when he went all the way to the Supreme Court and it was cleared that INEC had to order the backup ballot paper from South Africa at that time that now had to include his name. Obasanjo did everything, to cripple him. If that man had something, do you think Obasanjo, that was a vindictive man, you saw what he did to anybody that goes against him? You think they wouldn't have found something? There was nothing on that man. So please, if you're asking genuine question about Atiku and you want genuine answers, I think you should come out in a genuine way and ask questions, okay, that will also give you genuine answers, not throwing in windows that that is just to, smish the man's image and give you an unfair advantage over him. You even talked about age, that can this man run, what do you say? I don't want to misquote it, but you're asking, can he even run? Sorry, if you can help me rephrase.
I said, can he run up a flight of stairs? Where is that vitality? Where is that passion? Where is the energy?
Okay, good. Yes, thank you. I didn't want to misquote you. Well, I don't want to, give you a very funny answer, but the office of the president, yes, needs a lot of energy. I agree with you. But I don't think the office of energy requires someone that can run a 100-meter race. It's not something that you must be able to run a 100-meter race, jump up flight of stairs to make you qualify.
Okay, this statement, the one you just said, just reminded me of what APC used to say about Tinubu. Oh, we don't need his body, we need his mind. How is he turning out? We don't expect him to run 100 meters, but we want to see that stamina, that vitality.
If you can run a flight of stairs, right? A flight of stairs.
Doesn't mean that's just figuratively. Doesn't like.
Word on this mountain for so long, I beg.
But go ahead. I'm asking like. I'm actively. Go ahead. Thank you.
If this man doesn't have that energy to be the president, okay, I would not even debate this with you and support a man that lacks energy. The man is an old man. Let's agree. Yes, he's a man of 77 years old, so he's not a young man. Okay? So when you say he has the energy, I want to clarify: is it the energy to work and serve in the presidency office, which he does have that energy, or is it the energy of a young man to lift weights and maybe lift things in the gym that they are talking about, which obviously he might not have again at that age. He doesn't have it. But yes, he has the energy that is required for that office of the presidency. Then comparing him to Buhari, I think is unfair, or even to Umar Musa Yar'Adua.
Who compared Atiku to anybody?
I'm the one that's saying it because I mean, you said that Buhari, you said Buhari, but I'm the one that added.
I did not call Buhari here. When did I call Buhari? No, I said this. That's why you're not actively listening to me as well. I said the phrase you made just reminded me of APC and what they said about Tinubu. No, Tinubu, when they were saying they don't need body, as in around that handle, then your mic. Around that handle, shake era. Their comeback was, we do not need his body, we need his brain. No, Tinubu, not Buhari. Are you kidding me?
That phrase. Are you kidding me?
Please, can somebody confirm it? Was it Buhari or Tinubu that his people were saying we don't need his body, we need his brain?
Okay, let me agree with you. It was Tinubu, okay, fine, even if it's Tinubu. But now the point is here, right? Even if you said you don't need his body, you need his bread, it is because the person did not even show any sign of, strength to even carry himself. You saw Tinubu during the campaign, right? Did he show any sign of energy?
No.
He didn't show any sign.
He really didn't.
He didn't show any sign of energy. He didn't. Yes, of course, he didn't show any sign of energy. So you can't compare him with someone can be young and he's sick. Like that was why I wanted to mention Umar, even though you're not the one. He was 56 when he became the president. He was sick from the start. Go. In fact, from 2007, he started going. Sorry, during the campaign, he wasn't around because the passenger was even doing campaign for him. But he fell sick. They flew him to Germany. The person even called him from the campaign stage and said, they say you are dead. Are you dead? I said, I'm not dead. Campaign president was every day. So it's not even about age. Age and being healthy is two different things. You look at Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump is from the something. But can you compare with maybe Joe Biden that looks very well and all that? No, you cannot compare. Even his mental health and capacity, the way he was even talking, he even forget things. So you cannot compare these two things. Atiku is 77 degree, but does it look like someone that has mental issues that maybe he doesn't have awareness of himself or his surroundings? Yeah, I've heard that Atiku speak before. I want to share. If you are going to share with him, if you want to show, putting age aside, which is you think that he looks like someone that has that mental is very is in place. He's in place. And
he's
compare
down.
with someone like Tinubu. Tinubu is younger than him.
Leave Bala, leave Tinubu alone.
Let's be fair. If you want an honest conversation, we can be fair with him. At the end of the day, he's not compulsory that you must support him. Yes, we can back and too. For me personally, look, someone said this earlier on, and some people were arguing with him. And I look, if tomorrow Atiku decides to back Obi, most of the people in PDP will support Obi. People love Obi already, even in PDP. They will back. No, nobody hates. I know there are a few people in PDP that gives it comes back boast with people in but most people in PDP will support Obi if he's the one that they give the ticket. People support him. Nobody hates him. But I don't see that reciprocal kind of love and respect when it comes to Atiku. I do observe that many people in the PDP just don't like the man. They just hate the man for the reason why. Bring it up. They're not things that has been debunked. That is my whole point. Please.
Okay, thank you so much for throwing light on that. I really appreciate your time, for taking time to talk. I don't think majority of obedience hate Atiku strong. On the contrary, and I'm sure other people want to speak, so I'll just be on the contrary, it's even PDP people. Unprovoked. It's either they're sobbing or they're writing think pieces. Notice, and please correct me if I'm wrong, which obedience will you just take out of the blue on a maybe Wednesday morning? They're writing think pieces on Atiku or you're sobbing him.
Have you gone to check the builders?
Oh, maybe I should
Go and
this
check
one
his
then.
timeline every damn day.
Okay. All right. So I
can
take
give
back my
you-
words,
I
but I
can
don't want
give
to
you
argue.
names.
Okay.
I can give you names so you can go check your major guys. And we know why they are doing these things.
Like unprovoked. Today they just say, "Oh, Atiku did
They
this."
just
okay.
They just do it unprovoked.
Okay.
And when I hear that PDP, in fact, everybody knows on this street now, PDP supporters are even the guys that don't even have time. We don't really banter like that. To be honest, we don't. No.
Right.
To be honest, we don't.
Yeah, I'm not even
Maybe
arguing.
sometimes we just have to
Before
private
coming to
react.
say I'm arguing, I'm just paying attention. I'm
No,
listening to everything
see,
you guys are saying.
Chidi,
Obedience that
the issue here is that the issue,
unprovoked.
Chidi, personally, right? I don't have time. I don't respond to obedience.
Oh, that
I don't.
Okay.
Personally, if I need to respond, I respond to the Sarahs, those ones that I know that we can handle ourselves. But you said those ones are, I don't have time for those people. You're right. But we've gone past that. We have a common enemy that we need to fight. And the funniest thing is that this stuff does not affect you directly. It doesn't affect me directly. It doesn't affect Dr. Udo directly. It doesn't affect me directly. Right? I can look at this place right now. I can even tell, I can count almost 70% of us here right now lives abroad. You understand? But it's just for the love that we have for the country and what is going on right now. And that's why when I see all these excuses and all these things coming up, like the time you were asking, how has he defended his vote and everything? In 2023, this was the only man that came out to protest on the street. Where are you guys?
No, protesting is after the fact. That means the votes were not. No, we're talking
after the election, is that not when you protest?
No,
when do you
that's
want
what
to
I'm saying.
protest?
Protesting means the vote has been counted. So whatever manipulation they want to do,
someone at the collation center for PDP came out that they stopped the counting. His agent started the protest in where they are counting it. Before results were even announced.
Are you talking of Dino?
Yes.
The results have been collected already now. It's just announced.
No, they were collecting it. But they never stopped. They never stopped. They went ahead. What do you want them to do? And their police officers and everybody there. That's the best they can do. And okay, let all of us go to the street. You people did not answer. You people said you're waiting for.
You know
Hold
what?
on.
Maybe it's me that has always had this misconception, because anytime I hear, oh, he doesn't have the capacity to protect the vote, I've always wrongly
When you talk about
assumed it on the field in the
when you talk
polling
about
station.
capacity, how are you talking about? Look, we have, at least I am part of the PDP situation room. We have results. We have them from all agents. We have our copies. We knew what went wrong. But when you go to the street, you protest, and you go, what else do you want to go? Is it not the courts? And when you want to go to the street, is it only one man that we go there? It's not with supporters. Why we were on the street protesting? You guys are waiting for go ahead from Obi to say, can we go or should we not go? And you guys didn't go. So who protected the votes? Who was trying to make sure the votes are protected there?
Okay, so sorry,
if we all
paint
came
me a
out,
picture. When someone says, oh, protect the vote, what, like I said, you didn't let me finish, okay? I've always assumed, and maybe wrongly so, that when you say, oh, protect your votes, it's on the field, in the polling unit, while collation at the ward level. Again, I'm willing to concede that I'm wrong. So please paint me a picture. When someone says, oh, you're going to protect your vote, what do they mean?
So now, when you talk about protection of vote, I remember when you said, oh, they rigged him at the first time, they rigged him at the second time. The first time he was rigged at in 2019. He was with Obi, right? Did Obi protect his own vote in his territory? Let's leave that aside. 2023, at the polling unit level, we have all results. But the party that you people contested on, you people could not provide 54,000 agents. How was that
You're
protected?
tempting me to chime in. Be honest. You're tempting me to chime
No,
in.
we're just talking. We're just talking. Yeah, we are not
Because
causing anybody.
most of these things you are saying, you cannot substantiate them. If you have all the results,
came out
then
to say it.
I'm coming now. If he had all the results, then why didn't he win the case in court now?
Is that what?
Hold on now. If Atiku had all his results, why didn't he win his case in court?
Presented in court. We presented it in
Then
court.
why didn't he not win?
We did
And so
present cases in court. Are we the court?
What we are trying to say at the end of the day is that that's not the way forward. That's not what is going to help us. Whether we have the results or we don't have the results, it's not what is going to help us in 2027.
What are you saying? I just told
if you say Atiku held a protest, I saw that protest on TV. How many people came out for that protest now? Are you saying that Atiku cannot mobilize people to come out? It was a very shameful protest.
Even if it's 2 people, but he was there, he came out. You people that did not protest at all, it wasn't stable for you people that said you won election, but you didn't want to protest.
No, that's not my point. My point is if you are using that to show Atiku's strength,
somebody
you should
came
be
out to
using
protest.
something that
Called
is
everybody. See the press
substantial.
conference. What press conference? So we are protesting Sunday. You people start behind. You don't want to protest, but you say it's a shameful protest. But you claim you won the election.
Guys.
Who are you supporting? Let's see.
So here's the thing there. I know that this thing will come to this. Yeah, but the way you say on the one get civil, you see it's getting combative.
No, we dey get conversation. I come say protest is
Who talk that one?
blah blah. Someone cannot. Don't say that.
No, at least it's an attempt now. I mean, for a country when they protest, that is a start right. Yeah, but
can you imagine that?
So that's the thing.
But why you were waiting for your own order?
Odumo no just
that one don't see. Comrade. See, you see why I know they even bother me. Also, I just talk. I just catch cruise because I
no. This is not catching cruise. So here's the thing, yeah.
No,
I know the moment this thing gets feisty.
I'm really learning. You know,
those men will decide.
Set your cruise aside and please educate me.
No, Chidi, I mean, to be honest,
if someone says protect I'm really serious. Like this is
Yeah, we're
cruise
having a
apart.
conversation, right?
Cruise apart. So
Which
yeah,
I really
explain
like.
to
Which
me
I
so
really
that
like.
I would know. And if you notice, anytime I just ask my question and keep quiet because I want to actively listen and learn.
Sure.
Like I
At least
said,
I'm glad.
I've always erroneously understood protect your vote to mean on the field. So paint me a
To be
picture.
honest, that
Please
is what
say,
it should
hey,
be. To be honest,
That's what it should
that's
be.
what I've
And we
always
did.
thought. Yeah, and that's not what you're saying.
No,
That's
we
what I'm
no,
saying.
TD, I
Thank
just
you.
told you. I just told you that we did that at the polling unit level. We
I
have
beg,
the
sorry,
results.
who else was listening? Is that what he said?
That was what I said. I said we did that at the polling. I said
No,
we
you
have all
said
the results from
Atiku
our agents.
protested, but I'm saying protest is after the fact. And I kept stressing that my understanding of protecting the vote is at the polling unit and ward level. But
Okay,
you made
and
mention
I
of
told you.
protest and Dino, which is at the ward collation.
Okay, hold on.
After
Now,
all the
I told you that. I told you that we have those results, and regardless of whatever you do at the polling units, at the ward level, at local government level, to the state level, they still move it to the main federal collation center, right? Which they air on TV, right? Now, that same sheet, once they get to that level, that's where the problem is, and that's where what's his name? Dino was saying, no, that wasn't the result that we have with us. That wasn't the result that was announced at the state level. But INEC did not listen.
But that is refuting your votes, not protecting. So, okay,
We're
what I'm trying to say,
already protecting
assuming
votes.
I'm speaking to my bodies and say, okay, guys, we have a role to play. We're going to protect our vote. Describe my role. What is my expectation? What am I expected to do? Let me put it that way.
Okay,
I'm
so
learning. I want to learn.
okay, so when you say protecting your vote, this is it, right? You go to the polling unit and done registration. You already know how many people registered, and the election starts, and you voted, and you know that okay, let's say 100 people registered, right? And you make sure that it's not more than 100 people that voted, right?
Yeah.
And they count the vote, and everybody signs, all the agent signs, right? That's at the polling unit level. Then the agent and the INEC officer follow that same result to the ward level, right?
Yeah.
You collect everything. At the ward level, you have your agent who's going to take a picture and probably send to the control room, right? Then we move to the local government level. Local government level, there's another local government agent. At that point, they get the figure, they send to the control room. We have that. Each local government, just like that.
Okay.
Then to the state level. Now, at the point where the problem lies, is I remember every state has we have our state agents, where the state, according to INEC, they will announce the result at the state level before it goes to the main federal level, right? Where the air and they call each state rec to come and whatever, right?
Yeah.
That is where the problem is. Now, the result that you feel you are the agent that you've been protecting, and you already have the figure, you already have the copy, well signed, which you sent to your situation room to say this is it, this is it, this is it, right? Now they want to announce that same result, which your agent at the federal level already has a copy that they've sent to him, maybe on his phone, to say this is it, or this is the picture of this state result, right?
Yeah.
They now want to, the state rec now wants to call that result, now calls a different result, and you will say no, that's not the figure.
Okay, at the state, not Abuja yet, right?
That's Abuja. That's what the problem is.
Oh, okay, wait. So you're saying, that means the state is correct, but is the transit between the state to Abuja is now the
that
person
is where
in
the
Abuja
problem
reading
is.
the numbers that would not read something different.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So at that point, you have our agents to say, no, that is not the number. That's not the figure.
Okay.
But they won't listen to you. The same thing happened in Edo.
Okay.
Exactly the same thing. And when we did our forensic this thing on it, it was one person that wrote all the results. One man, one person at the state level, at the state collation center. Whereas
The result on IREV tallies with what we have. Do you understand now?
I do.
From polling unit to state to wards to state, everything tallies with what we have. But when it gets to Abuja, it changes. Edo, everything tallies. But when it gets to the state collation center, it changes.
Okay.
So
Thank
how
you
else do you
for
want to protect that
describing
vote?
yeah. Thank you for describing the process. So now, when people say, "Oh, candidate A does not have the ability to protect your vote," "Oh, candidate B will protect your vote," what is candidate B doing, or what will candidate B do differently that candidate A does not have the ability to do based on this process you just described?
You have a trusted ally as your agent that will not compromise.
Okay, so you're saying maybe candidate A doesn't have the ability to choose trusted allies.
Yes,
Whereas
and
candidate
again,
B
another
has.
thing we are asking for is this electronic transmission of results, so everybody sees it real time.
Okay.
But INEC is telling you that even if you have the result you have with you, tallies with what you have on the IREV, IREV is just a viewing center for you to go and view and see the result. It does not count to say that result must be what will be counted at the end of the day. On their own website, too.
Okay, I don't want to stretch it though, my brother, but to be honest, you still haven't answered my question in a way that I would understand. And I want to narrow it down to the candidates. So when people say, "Oh, candidate A will not protect your vote, candidate B will," what is candidate B doing? So you're
Odogu, should I
saying
help and
what
answer her?
candidate
Should
B
I
is doing
help
is
answer her question?
choosing trusted polling unit agents and all that.
Does
Is that the
candidate
difference?
A have the spread in the 779? What's the 779 local
So
government?
774
local governments and polling units.
774,000. Okay, so that's
Yes.
okay. See, now you're breaking it down because you didn't say this. So
that's why polling unit is a unit. Polling unit is polling unit is one unit now.
Okay, but that's but basically, right? That's the party, not the candidates themselves. It's the party, or is it the candidates that
my dear, let me tell you.
Plus party or plus candidates. Okay.
It is a candidate. So Atiku has what they call Atiku.
Party will do their own, but candidate will make sure.
Yes, there is two ways to it. There is a party agent. There's also what they call Atiku. There's what they call Atiku support group. It's mostly strong in the northern part of the country. In fact, I've already started for the next election. So that was the problem I think Obi had. Obi didn't have candidates, he didn't have people that came out to volunteer to secure, be polling unit agents in the north. So I think about, if I'm not mistaken, Obi only had about 40,000 polling units out of 100 and something thousand. Right? He missed a huge chunk of polling units, but the PDP covered, I think, 90% of polling units. So now, what I think we're asking is, what makes the difference between the two is that who is able to pull out more people to come and sign up and defend the law. Atiku can do that across the north. Atiku had a police agent that would personally support group people, not just the party. Yes, the party has its own people. He also has his own personal people that signed up to be agent for him. He's doing that already for 2027. You will look on most of his.
Okay, sorry if I may ask. If what we're saying is correct, and I'm not disputing it's actually correct, I'm just playing the devil's advocate here, right? Why was Bilai crying foul at the National Coalition Center if all these things are sufficient to protect the vote?
What happened was that now INEC chairman went to Chatham House. He promised that election will be transmitted real time so that even you can stay in the comfort room. Because the idea was that, right, you don't need to be in the polling, because the way elections are conducted before now is that elections are rigged when it gets to the collation center. I think I've spoke about it, but not on this way. It was on the social how a whole lot of people became governors back in 1993 while they were transporting, because then elections were not announced at polling units. What happened is they would drive it to the, especially for the governorship, take all the results from local government, they will bring it to the state capital, then the state rep would take it to Abuja. It was a 9 o'clock news in the night that they was announced the winner. So you can have one result now. It happened in Cross River State. Kanu won the government election in Cross River State. By 9 o'clock, it was Tip that won the election. The matter went to court. The purpose just successfully appointing Kanu as a general back then. That was the matter. So I'm just saying that the elections have come a long way, right? So now, this INEC chairman promised transparency. He said that the elections, to help in that transparency, which they have identified over the years, would be uploaded real time so that it will boost that confidence, right? He didn't go by what he said. By the time he announced the winner of that presidential election, 25% result came out. And pointed out and said, look, we are having a result that our own agent have signed a polling unit that is different from what
you are presenting.
Some of them are mutilated. Where you see results were different from what polling unit agent has snapped, because people waited, counted their votes, and even snapped and also had personal copies of that result. When they now uploaded it, they had mutilated and all that. Now, the court did a great service to us. What the court did was that the court now endorsed INEC's argument, because INEC also came to court, just the way INEC was also there to defend themselves, because INEC don't want them to cancel the election. So INEC argued, and the court agreed with them that yes, that the INEC reserves the right to collect the result with whatever method that they want. Okay, they don't need to use the INEC is only a viewing center. So that means technically we can see the results in INEC. But what INEC has as their own copy, and what they share, because they find that there's a copy they'll give to
Doc. So, mind you, let me add this one. Mind you, Chidi, the result on the IREG was actually uploaded at the polling unit, which was duly signed and uploaded at the polling unit through same INEC device. Or they are telling you that one that you uploaded, which is supposed to be, and they have the CTC with them, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you that one, because what we told our agent is make sure it is uploaded on IREG before you leave that polling unit.
Okay.
And you take a picture of it, take a picture of it, you sign, everybody is fine. And INEC is telling you that one they uploaded, IREG is just a viewing center. It does not mean that the one they uploaded, which is the original one, no, they don't care. When they have them, they can change it.
Okay, Doc. So just as a follow-up question.
What they were trying to do was that they didn't want violence to break out. So they wanted people to believe that once you take the copy of the election result and upload it, you can go back home, right? And then you can be able to monitor the result. Then they changed the rules of the game midway into the game, and they now say they're not going to use that one again. They're going to use whatever result that came to them from the polling units down to the state, local government, and state election center. That was the one, and those were the ones that were manipulated, because that is how election results have always been manipulated when it is being, moved from the polling unit. Because the voters are not going to follow you. They all go.
Someone's mic is not feedback coming from someone's mouth. I think you could do it, isn't it?
Is it okay now?
So I think it was me. Yeah, it's okay now.
So I mean, there was a lot of spaces that we all had to discuss this thing. The court is, in fact, if we want to apportion blame in why we are here today, the court has a lot of blame, because the court didn't hold INEC accountable. They just allowed Mahmoud Yakubu to get away with what he did. But again, too, I also blame us as an opposition. And this is why I also, made my point earlier on when I said that OP allowed golden opportunity, missed a golden opportunity. See, look, so sometimes change does not come from the institutions. Change comes from the people. The people can drive the change, right? Yeah. Through a demand, through a sort of a revolution, not as if, oh, we're going to burn down the country. Look, there is no way that man would have come out to INEC center that nothing less than 100,000 Nigerians would have come out. As at that time,
What stopped Atiku from doing that?
Atiku came out, of course, he came out, he protested, then you know.
No, you said INEC center. You said INEC center. Did Atiku come to INEC center?
Atiku protested.
No,
he came out with
no, protest was another day, and that was like I guess the following week. No, I'm saying
No, let's not debate. Let's not debate from where we are going.
No, but we are trying to blame Obi. You said Obi should have. I'm saying, did Atiku do so?
Okay, sorry. So that I actually asked these questions because I was trying to get us somewhere. Most of the things we said now are things that everybody knows. There's hardly anybody on this place that does not know what happened, that does not know the sequence of events. The question she asked, which led us to this place, was who can defend the vote, right? What you guys have explained has clearly shown that neither Atiku nor Obi had the capacity to defend their vote in 2023. Because if we all relied on IREV, which was what most of us did rely on, and we are going into 2027 relying on the same IREV, right? Then what are we going to do differently? What is going to be the game changer if they play the same game they played in 2023? And what are we going to do? Are we not already failing?
We are not relying on IREF. They are saying that, look, to rig election, you need basically two things, right? You can't rig election when you are hugely unpopular. You only rig election when the election is close, it's tight, where you also have a considerable number of supporters. Let's say you go to a unit or a state, for instance, 100 people are for candidate A, and maybe 60 are for candidate B. Of course, candidate B doesn't have the majority at that point, but he has a considerable number of people that can give him a window to rig an election. But if you go to, for instance, a place where 100 people are for candidate A and for candidate B is 0, just take, for instance, the Southeast. Why didn't they rig election in the Southeast? They were able to kind of, do other things in those regions because they had,
the best example is actually Lagos.
Okay, we can use Lagos as an example. Now, my point is, you were asking a question, right? You asked the question, what can we do differently? I'm saying that if there is a coalition now, what the coalition does is that it's not as if the coalition is going to stop these people from rigging. The coalition is going to, give them a hard time so that the numbers for them to cover up is too much. Okay? If, for instance, now, you have an election where it's only 1 million that will decide who is going to win. Let's say candidate A will win with 12 million, 11 million. It's very easy for the incumbent to rig 1 million votes. It's as easy as A, B. It happened in 2015. 2015 is a good example. Okay? Because it was an election where the opposition had a coalition. It was not the way Buhari used to run alone. Then it was easy to rig him out because he used to run alone. When he came as a coalition, as Rivers State was bringing out 1.4 million votes, Kanu brought out 1.9 million votes. Akwa brought out 900,000 votes. Onu brought out 1.1 million votes because there was that energy to energy. They were able to match you and even, counter you. Okay? Now, 2023 is a very different game. The votes were split in 3 ways. If Atiku and Obi work together, it makes Tinubu's job very, very hard. Because now the margins will reduce. He probably needs more than rigging at that point itself to even win that election. Because you will have Tinubu now, with what is happening, Tinubu has basically is now popular in the north. A lot of people in the north are going against him. So he's going to lose a huge chunk of the north. He has a strong base in the southeast, right? Tinubu is doing well in the south side, of course, so he's going to get votes there. and also is going to win the South. When you begin to calculate all these numbers, you see that the opposition has an edge over him because Atiku will have more votes than him in the north. You add it up to votes in the southeast, and then probably the north and central will also.
Okay. Sorry, I'm cutting you short. I'm just trying to get you to the point where you can address all our concerns, right? And I'm with you. To be honest, I support what you're saying. To a very large extent, you echo my own thoughts. But let's further criticize it. In Edo election, was Akpobelo, was it popular at all? Was there any form of popularity that Akpobelo had going into that election?
So let me answer this, doctor.
You should answer. Yes, so the news for the
So Okpebolo wasn't popular at all. So what happened in that election was, because I'm actually part of the situation room in Edo as well. We had as that 95% of the results were already in, both on the IRF and what we have in the situation room. Because what we did was we have two people handling each local government as the results are coming in from the field. And as they're posting it on the IRF, on the IRF, we already have two people dealing with each local government that they're printing out from the situation room, and at the same time our agents are sending pictures in to make sure it's the same copy. So we already 95% of the results are already in. We already got our figure. As at the time we got the figure, we know that there was nothing they could do anymore for them to inflate because the results remain in the 5%. If you calculate the numbers remaining for those 5% remaining, which was in Akoko Edo, where Oshamole is from, and the former deputy governor. That was where they did everything. So, at the point of the State Collation Center, they didn't allow our PDP agents and other political party agents to go in. It was only the APC agents and the governor. In fact, it was even fight before Obaseki could go in there, but before when he went down, the former governor, by the time he went in there, this has been done. In fact, they even fought him, the area boy. That was how that was carried out.
So yeah, question, and I've often wondered. Sorry, this is just a short question. Is there any law, or will it be breaking the law if instead of or while your polling unit agents are sending a picture to your situation room, you guys are posting it on social media? Is there a law against that, or is this something that is allowed?
No, there is no law. It's allowed, but it's just that you cannot announce it. If the result has already been announced at the polling unit level, that's what you're sending. Because the law says that each result must be announced at the polling unit level first.
Okay.
Before it goes to the next. Yeah. So if you are sending out the result, if the result has already been announced at the polling unit level, do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't like a result that you just, got figures from somewhere. No. They counted the vote.
My question is just like, how you said 95% of the results were in,
yes,
right?
Because on the IRF, you can only see uploaded results from the polling unit level at the IRF. So as it's coming in, there's a chart that is showing the percentage as remaining.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm saying bypassing IRF now. No, look, I'm saying, how, you said you guys had 2 agents per polling unit, right? So after
2 agents, we have 2 people in the situation room, 2 people handling a local government.
Okay, so how many agents did you have per polling unit?
No, we have 1 agent in every polling.
Okay, so let's say, because one is sufficient, right? So I'm saying 1 agent per polling unit. After result is collated, all the polling unit agents sign and everything. That copy, as the picture is being sent to you guys, collation center or collation room, my question is, can it also be posted online And the premise of my question is, since you said 95% of the results you guys had, and I'm imagining, assuming 95% of that result has been made public, remaining one local government, you said Akoko, Edo, right?
No, I said it was remaining the Akoko Edo area, which is
Area.
where, is a senatorial district where Oshiomhole is from.
So yeah, so that means that 95% of the result already, you guys have your numbers, you know your margin. You now compare it to, because the way people permutate is you don't even compare to your expected. You compare to the total number of registered voters. So so was there? Why didn't you guys send out the 95%? Then we know you guys look. Let's see the margin there. So because there's not how 100% of registered voters will vote. Is that what they did?
95% is on the IRF, is on social media.
Oh, okay. That's what. Okay.
Everybody has it.
Okay. Good. Okay. That's just my question.
Okay, Odogu, can I continue?
All right. Sorry. Yeah.
With my question. Okay, fine. And this now brings us to where I was trying to get us from the beginning, and why I even started asking this question initially. So we've seen Edo as an example, right? That you had all your structures, you had all your polling unit guys, you had all your results. Okobelo was not popular, yet you guys did not get the governor at the end of the day. So this brings me to the conclusion that the dynamics has changed, and that is what I try to make people understand whenever I'm on spaces or I'm tweeting. The dynamics has changed. Whatever we saw in 2023 is not what is available today. Today, these guys are blatant in their region. They don't give a damn. Your spread, your it doesn't matter. Have all the votes, have all the numbers. They don't give a damn.
I understand your fears, and I understand that the template was when it started using that template, right?
It has continued from Edo to Kogi. It has continued to Ondo. It is the current template now.
That is the template because they tried it in off. These are off-cycle. I said off-cycle. These are off-cycle elections. So, like the one in Edo now, all the APC governors, almost all the PDP governors, they were all there. They have the time to put the pressure on whoever the state president is. Edo election was so glaring. Even the APC guys know that they lost that election. But like Dr. Udo said, that's where the judiciary comes in. Right?
Is it this Kekereko judiciary? Is that the one you're looking at? Kekereko?
No, that's what she said. That was what we are saying. But in a general presidential election, it's not going to be easy. And let me tell you, you can only read where you are popular. That was why I said that Edo election, the finished job at Oshiomhole's territorial district. You can imagine a polling unit that is like maybe 100 people. Almost the slam at 2,000. You can imagine that.
Yeah, it's possible. It can happen. So this is actually my position.
That same polling unit on the IRF is not showing that. And again, when I realized that most of the results, they brought another result sheet, different entirely.
We follow the news. We know all these things. It's the same handwriting. We saw all these things.
What I want to tell you is that for presidential election, it won't be easy because it's all 32 states at the same time. Right?
It's the same INEC.
Yeah, no, wait, I understand.
Everything will come to that same National Collation Center. Sorry, some of us are forgetting that just results. Just is very close to Abuja. Was one of the last that was called. Why do you think they called just last?
Because it took time.
No, it didn't take any time. What happened to Jos was that I'm coming. The margin in Jos was massive. LP decimated them in Jos, and they needed to know. I'm coming. Let me finish. They needed to know what the gap was going to be after their region to know what they are going to allocate to Jos. That was what they did with Jos. So they saw the gap was huge. They kept it, finished allocating all the numbers they wanted to allocate.
they knew what they would give to Josh so that it will not take Obi to be above Atiku or Tinubu. That was what they did with Josh.
Bro,
So this
I
things
like
has not stopped. This format is still there.
bro, I don't like assumption. In as much we know that we know. But I can only speak for what I know. Right? And what I'm not involved, I won't say. Again, I would say it is where they are popular. Let me give an example, another example. Borno State. PDP flood Borno State. But because of the vice presidential candidate, as at 12, they were still holding on to the result. 12 a.m. At the end of the day, they have to concede. Do you understand now? So
I understand what you're saying now.
Because of the vice presidential candidate who was the former governor, tried to use his influence, right?
I get you completely. Yes. Which is where I've been bringing us to since, which was what I was trying to tell you guys since, that defending vote is not polling unit or anything. At this level, defending vote is having loyalty at that level. That is what defending vote is. Having your loyalists at that national INEC level, government parastatal level, that is actually what defending vote is now in Nigeria. It's no longer polling unit that is normal. You have to have that one. But ultimately, if you don't have your loyalists at that national INEC level or the government level, institutional establishment level, you cannot defend your vote. That is where we are today. That is where we are today.
Presidential general election is really rigged, but they rig am anyway. For example, how did Obi win Lagos?
I can tell you clearly because I worked in Lagos for that election. We flood APC with more than 600,000 votes. They started rigging at night from Ikorodu where the talks changed all the results in Ikorodu. We were lucky to escape with it because the margin was so much that we escaped with that few thousands. They tried to cover it up. So that's what I'm talking about.
People understand, bro. That's what, like Doctor said initially. If this coalition is going to work and we can work together, I know that by the time the coalition is set and everybody is on board, the momentum will pick up back. Trust me. There's that margin that we need, that wide margin, so that even when they want to rig, they're not going to know where they want to ring and pass the place.
That is 100%. That is just the solution. It has to be the margin has to be very mad. Very mad.
But if that margin is enough to all rig up, they will look for that number, they know.
I agree with that, but then I also agree with the fact that we have to have people in the establishment level also. Those are the two things.
You see, let me tell you, one thing I always get to understand is the people that want to spend their money for this election, you think they don't know what they are doing? Do they also have money and they want just to spend it? Are they not politicians as well? Do they have
I agree.
plans?
I agree. So, which is why when I hear people are debating the very trivial issues, I get pissed. Because our issues are way bigger than all this nonsense they're talking about. Oh, this one will be this one is an innocent man. We need someone that is righteous within the sense. Our problem is bigger than all those things. The problem we have with 2027 is so massive that all these trivial conversations are even irritating. We shouldn't even be talking about them.
Very, very irritating. We are arguing, we are even talking about stuff that doesn't even kind of.
Okay, so if we agree that voter apathy is not an option come 2027, let's be honest with ourselves. Who is that person that can energize the youth to bring out the vote?
Anybody the coalition brings out, we all support.
Okay.
No voter apathy. Everybody come out and support opposition.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. So it's like regardless, so it's not a matter of we like wearing red. I don't like red. This is the coalition candidate. Everybody fall out. Okay, good.
Everybody follow. Now vote the bring come and vote.
Once they don't agree, saying that the coalition with this, they finally fit agree. All those organ them waiting for Atiku or Obiero, all of them, they finally agree on the ticket. Everybody fall behind, simple and short. All this talk about is righteous, is unrighteous, is holy, is not. Please just share for those things that we are not at that level at all. Where
The
we are,
righteousness is
we are
not
inside fire.
good.
We are not there. We are not there at all. We are not there. We are not at that level.
Chidi, to be honest, do you think it is me and you that will determine the political future of PO and Atiku and everybody?
Oh no. This is just mental exercise we're doing here, but it's just that I want us to get as a country, right? I want us to get to a point where it is the you look, I don't know how to explain this, because if we keep deferring to this elite or elite to make the decision, this trickle down economy will never work, because they will agree amongst themselves, share the position, and say, you head the ticket, you VP, then
No, Chidi, sorry. This is where we come in. There's House of Rep, there's National Assembly, which is my grouse with this coalition. They should reach an agreement on time. Let people know the platform so that youth can now go into those parties, that party, and we can run for House of Rep. National Assembly, not this kind of riffraffs that came out from LP in the last time. No, let's get reasonable people to fill up those positions in National Assembly, so we can have majority. That is what we need. And that's why the delay in this coalition is getting me very angry. They need to reach an agreement quickly so that reasonable youths can pump in and let's secure those National Assembly positions. That is how I see it. We can't drag president with those guys, not now yet. But
so
let
we're
us
not
even
there
get
yet.
House of Rep and Senate. We are not there yet. Not these youths that I see on
Thank
Twitter.
you
It's not,
for being
it's not this
honest.
one.
Thank you for being. I wish we were, but yeah, I mean, it's good for us to be honest with ourselves. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. So we'll just wait for them to spoon feed us. Whatever they feed us, we swallow and move. Is that it?
The real politician has not started. This one, they're just scratching the surface. Because normally, political season has not even started at all. It should be later this year, by towards the end of the year and starting 2026. But this government, they don't have anything to do.
Yeah.
So they're looking for
So they started politics early.
They started
Instead of
politics
focusing on governance, and that's my issue. You haven't even clocked 2 years in. You have dumped governance for politics.
That is it. So, but that is a strategy. Okay, let them continue. But then, I don't know if someone is not being jittery, don't start politics, don't they give governors of opposition parties different kind of promises and agreements so that they can decamp and all that. But every year our elections are getting involved. If they don't want like president, they like president. 2019 elections, prepare for 2023 elections. 2019 elections will prepare for 2027 elections.
Yeah, question,
So,
all these governors are be like, oh, the entire Northwest governor is with Tulumbu, this one, that one. Is it possible, or is there like a slight chance that these governors will openly verbalize their support, but when it's time, they will work against him? Is that a possibility?
I don't think so. This governor will work with him.
Oh, okay.
They will work for him, to be honest. But
as in for real. So all this their show is for real, because I just feel it's just a show. Everybody's saying, oh yeah, just to save their neck from EFCC. But if Tinubu could lose Lagos, if he could lose Lagos, I mean, I just feel it's like, we're behind you. When time will reach. When time reach. They'll be like, oh, is that not how Audrey Zakalu did LP not win Abia State? But Audrey won his whatever territorial state. So leave all these things in front. Hey, yes, so Tinubu wait for you. When time reach.
Now, that is
They all have one vote. They all have one vote.
That's the way I see it.
Simple and short.
Well, I'm not a politician.
No, it's about momentum. See, all these things is momentum. If we get the right momentum going into 2027, if governors will become G3 to do anything, the problem is momentum. But if there is no momentum, if people are just lax, if coalition are not even serious, they are coming and dividing their votes again, then the governors will have the the courage to do whatever they want. But if they see the massive momentum coming against with the opposition, they will be afraid to do anything. That's how these things work. Everything depends on momentum. And then that's why they are going to do everything possible to keep voter to raise voter apathy in 2027. I can beat my chest that INEC will do everything possible to kill motivation to vote. What this nonsense they're talking about, you can vote without PVC, it's part of their strategy. So that people will say they are going to rig it. More will still come out. INEC will, oh my God. We will see how 2027 will be. If everybody should just be ready. If it's either we want to do it or we don't want to do it. All these talks of we need to get 1 cent or we need to repeat. Let us we passed we won in 2023. Let us repeat the same tickets and just laughing. We don't even need those conversations now. Let these guys just come out and say we are the people. Everybody back there with all your energy. That's what we need for 2027. Let them figure die. Everybody want die for the ticket. Opposition, one opposition, everybody ticket. That is what we need. Once they see that momentum, everybody gets G3. But if there's no momentum, they will rig it. All the governors will deliver. That one, no, there's nothing. We will not do anything. All the governors will deliver for Tinubu. Everybody that is promising will deliver. If there's momentum, they will not deliver. Simple and short.
But then too, right? It's still a 50-50 chance. What I mean about that is that, for example, look at 2023 elections. We have even sitting governors who couldn't even win their Senate seat. Sitting governors who they couldn't
because there was momentum now. There was momentum.
And the people stood by those results.
People slept in polling rack centers, slept there overnight to protect their results. It's that kind of momentum. But if that thing is not there, just forget.
But funny enough, and I've always been an advocate of voting. You know, this thing, it's just that people are not understand. Of course, INEC should not be trusted. But this voting without PVC is actually a good thing. And I've always been an advocate. Now, INEC is not saying don't vote, as in you can vote with your TVC, your temporary voter's card. It doesn't have to be that plastic, because if you had voted, you would know that that plastic is what it is. Just a plastic. There is no security measure. It's not like maybe they'll scan it and then your info will come up. No, all they need is just that last 6 digits, of which if you're a registered voter, you can go online, get the last 6 digits. I don't remember what the name of I know it's not BVN, it's not NIN, but that last 6 digits. And then the major thing we should be advocating for is
VIN.
Yes, thank you. The major thing we should be advocating for is under no circumstance should the bimodal verification or something. What's that thing that either with your face or your exactly? Under no circumstances should that be bypassed. If that is bypassed, then you know voting with PVC, the aim has been defeated. But as long
let me
as
tell
you
you the game.
okay, let me
tell you the game. You heard it here. You heard it here.
maybe as I was
They
still
will say
trusting INEC. Okay, tell me.
NIN is the most ridiculous database we have in Nigeria. It's a useless database, right? And they are going to capitalize on that NIMC. That's their plan. I can assure you that that's what they are going to do. Now, they will now come that day when they now start doing the electronic. They will now start telling you, it's not working. The NIMC is not integrating well with Beavers. Okay, we will do manual accreditation for those that we cannot do. We will now do electronic for those that we can do.
That's what I'm saying.
Once they say that thing, forget it. It's rigging galore.
As long as
Rigging
we're saying
galore.
the same thing. I'm saying that no PVC would work. No, but you can bypass it though if they don't.
Do we have law in Nigeria?
No, they say you can bypass it if it's not.
Electoral law, you cannot do it. You have to go through
The state of emergency in Rivers is based on which law?
leave that one. Electoral law different, my guy.
Hey, no, that's so. We're
Guys,
not saying the same thing. I'm
everybody
saying
just
as
need
long
to
as
be
they
there that day.
bypass
That's all. Be there
electronic
that day. You see?
accreditation.
Oh God. Una dey trust INEC.
So you don't trust me?
Accreditation is the Beavers now.
I know, but yes. No, but are you saying with Beavers, they can't bypass it?
No. See, that's why. See, let me tell you. As we speak now, the only way to up over voting and mostly begin is the Beavers, because the electoral law says whatever number that's in that Beaver, these are the people that can actually vote.
And they didn't follow it in Edo now, so the game has been
But that is when you get to court
They
now. It's not when you get to court.
I thought you said in
did.
Akoko
It's not
Edo,
when you get to
assuming
court.
there are 100
No,
registered voters back
that's
in
what we are
2000.
saying
That's
now.
overvoting. So,
Now,
mhm.
now, INEC now. So the law again, once INEC pronounce you, then you have to go to court.
Now you're
So,
talking. Now you're
we
back
got
to
to
where
court.
we are.
We got to court. The same INEC will just beat us.
Mhm.
Whatever document, whatever data is in our papers, they already gave us the seat before they brought the papers to court, right? We've already presented the seat to show the figures based on what we have, what's on the IRS, what's on the papers, numbers in the papers, and everything. We already sent it. We put everything to court. And they have to subpoena INEC to bring the papers to court as well, so that our CTC plus what is in the papers and what's on the IRS, that's what we tendered as evidence. So, mind you, who gave us the CTC? INEC. Who owns the papers? INEC. Who gets IRF? INEC. But the court is still saying otherwise.
Yeah, but that's where we are. You're back to where we are.
Exactly. So that's my point. So, using Edo as a case study, what went wrong? What dropped the ball and when in protection of votes? So how? It seems like you guys did
Nobody dropped the ball. It was just what they wanted to do.
exactly.
It's simple.
So this protect your vote. He will protect your votes. This person cannot protect your votes.
You will protect it until you get to
See, which brings us back to the earlier arguments.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
In as much as I will not cover violence, but sometimes if that is the way to go, we go that way. Look at
We need radical people on that ticket. That is all I'm telling you.
Adamawa governorship election. They already went to NTA to announce the APC candidate.
Binani, right?
Yes. Why coalition was still going on? When they know that she lost the election. Or when the people, the man that looks like the INEC rec officer, they catch up for road, they beat nonsense come up for him. INEC, look at the man, he knows that he's not safe. And the whole place ended up boiling. They went back. INEC gave a statement that no. But then it didn't work for everybody. Nasarawa, yes, Nasarawa, the same thing happened there. The PDP guy won the election. Clean, clear. In fact, they've already, like said, it's all over. Sleep and wake up, they announced the APC guy. They went to court with all the evidence and everything. All the women even naked for street protest. So, but then they know where they fit through that kind of madness reach. You understand?
Yeah.
Like places like in the southeast, maybe everybody you can say how more at the mark for you, no go happen. It won't happen. Places in the north. The north is even worse. Because those ones they work out like ants. One-way traffic. Hopefully, let's see what we can do. Like they said, 2 heads are better than 1. If the coalition will happen, let it happen on time. But for me, I really don't want us to be doing this back and forth, whoever. We have one common enemy. This man must leave that place at 2027.
So what on the streets to you and what the whispers you're hearing? What is the delay? Why are they delaying? What's the hold up?
Like I was saying,
in announcing the coalition, the candidate, like what is?
This is beyond.
Or nobody won't agree for the other person.
No, they go agree. Then they agree now. Convention is going. They agree. You will hear soon.
Okay.
very soon, very soon. But then it's not just what they will just say and agree in one day. There's a lot of things to go in there. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because this is politics. And you should know that the people you are talking to serve are people that you can trust as well.
Mm-hmm.
The way you are planning and talking, these other people do the plan and they talk.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
So, and that's just the way it is. One thing I'm sure of, that I'm 100% sure, the coalition will happen.
Okay, that's good to know.
It will
Because
happen.
me, I'm for coalition.
The coalition will happen either with Obio or without Obio. It will happen. Either with Atiku or without Atiku.
No, but let's be frank. There's no, we can't call it a coalition if these key people are not part of it, though.
And that's what we are saying, that
100%.
any of those people that do not join, that means that person will not two ways. Because at the point that we are now, you cannot sacrifice yourself. Make everybody come sacrifice themselves, make themselves come. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's about the entire nation right now and the people. Drop your stupid people. Drop them somewhere. Mokuna come. How we go take? That is it. And I can always say, I wouldn't say APC has ever won an election. PDP lost election by PDP. In 2015, if the likes of Atiku, Saraki, and the Northern Caucus did not leave to PDP, I don't think Buhari would have won that election. He would have won. In 2019, it is even the people in the South that sabotaged the election because they weren't happy.
In 2019, please no now. The results are there now. Southeast voted for Atiku very well. Please, let's not do this. Atiku, it was the North that killed Atiku in 2019. Please. Now the North kill him. Southeast voted for him. South voted for him. Over 70% vote. 21 make Southeast. We will kill ourselves. 70% no to Atiku. How you say Southeast kill Atiku for over 70% vote no do for one region? How will give 100%?
How was Buhari happy with that 25% in their point? And some other things.
25% where? In which Southeast? Hey, just Ebonyi now. Which other states?
This is too. Which other states again? Let me remember. You have 25% there.
So that's how because he had 25% in the point, that means the entire
Only
side will
Ebonyi.
sabotage the ticket. Be fair now.
Was the one who was so angry that why would they choose Peter Obi as vice president?
Oh, okay.
He said it openly. In fact, they had a meeting in Enugu where they said it. That they were
but that did not stop people from voting Atiku now. Atiku, we gave him the highest percentage of votes.
Vote different from vote. Right? Let's say, for example, let's say we expect our permutation says 2 million votes from the Southeast. Right? It is 2 million votes. But the gap wasn't much. How do you see that? It might be 70%, but the whole of the South is 700,000 votes can be 70% of total voters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that vote make sense? Because Kaduna alone don't cancel out. The whole of Kaduna votes alone don't cancel the whole of South. Do you see it now? So at that point,
you're saying low voter turnout? Is that?
Yeah, at that point.
Is that what happened?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at that point, they want all they just needed was 7% here, 7% here, and they got out the votes from the North. And that was what Buhari won.
So if Atiku was loved in the North, why didn't the North give him votes? Now the Southeast vote they bank on. He's not a Northerner.
What are you talking about? Who did he campaign with? Who did he contest with? It's not Buhari.
Of all the votes that came out, he got over 70%. Need to be tried for him.
Who did he contest with? It's not Buhari
Buhari.
That followers.
So that's the thing. He was no match for Buhari. It's not that the Southeast did not try for him.
It's not about no match for Buhari. He didn't win some states here. He won some states in the Northeast. He won some states in the Northwest.
ultimately, the North decided that election, not the Southeast. That's what I'm saying. The North decided his election.
Even 2020
You can't say the
election,
Southeast decided his election.
2023 election, it was still not that decided.
I agree. The North decided
It was
2020,
still
but
not
it was.
decided. And
We know it was rigging. We know how they rigged it.
and
So it's not like those are the results.
if we had come together at that time, if fly the same ticket that we did in 2019, we won't be where we are today.
Yeah, but you guys know why
Sometimes I don't agree
You,
with the argument.
it's you
Actually,
people that
but
cause
let's
this.
leave it. I don't agree with the argument.
It's in the past, and there's no point in litigating. But then, you people in PPP, let's not even point fingers, but you people know that there is no way after 8 years of like, how did you think you could spin it?
No way how.
That after 8 years of
Atiku showed
Buhari,
utter
the Fulani
disrespect for
Muslim,
Southeast
you will
by
not vote for
contesting in
another.
2023.
You see,
Utter disrespect.
sometimes what
But, I mean, it's fast,
I'm not sure I'm forgiving Atiku till today for what he did in 2023. I'm not sure. Politically, I'm forgiving that man.
What did he do in 2020?
For running, it was a turn of the South, and then he came to run. The region that has supported the party for how long? It was their time to produce the person. He still came and ran. No, that was total disrespect. Came and campaigned and said that he is the door, he is the key to Southeast presidency. That was a slap on the whole region. How dare he come out and utter such nonsense? Let's not even go to that 2023. I beg. Let's just leave it. I'm trying to move on from Atiku.
I can't
You
predict
understand?
the
But let's not go
future.
there at
I
all.
can't predict the future,
You
but I
cannot say we
feel
told him anything.
I feel if Atiku
We should
had
detest
allowed
him.
someone from the south, and I said allowed, if he had allowed someone from the south to go instead of him, even if the person did not win, and he wants to come out now, it would have been more palatable and people. But
Exactly.
you 2015 you were in front, 2019 you were in front, 2023 you were in front. No, like he was in front, meaning he had the audacity to go with MPDP because somehow he thought,
Yes,
it's the turn of the North.
don't know what
It's like,
transpired in the PDP. So you should not say what you don't know.
that's why I'm not talking about
What
PDP. I'm
transpired in
talking about
PDP?
him as a
This is not
person.
the
That's why I
PDP
said
state. So this is not that. Not the
I know. That's why I said 2015. I'm saying him as a person. He was in front. 2023, you. 2027. I'm saying if
There's
he had
nothing
just.
wrong with that.
I know there's nothing wrong. I'm just saying if he had allowed a Southerner to go in 2020,
But the party threw
even if that person,
the party threw it open, and they went
It was scheming. Why didn't APC throw it open? It was all scheming. They knew that they threw it open. Article was going to emerge. People are short. That's what they did. They threw it open.
No, I don't think Wike thought he was going to emerge.
Article, there was no way Wike was going to beat Article in PDP.
You
It was
feel
not
so?
going to happen in
Was it
heaven
not
or
close?
on earth.
Wike was almost there. If not for Tambo had stepped down, especially if he was
Why
all
wouldn't
part of
Tambuwa betray him? Are they not northerners? Why wouldn't Tambuwa betray him? Like, if you throw it open, and even if they bring coalition now today and they throw it open, Atiku will beat anybody on that ticket. It is normal. I don't expect Atiku to lose any primaries that he contests if it's not Tinubu that is contesting.
Why is it normal for you?
Because that is just what it is. He's a big weight politician.
Exactly.
And he will do the things for that will not.
See, hold on. This is one thing we say about politics. Like I said, you people sometimes think politics is black and white. It's not. Now who gets structure? Like get part.
Now who get waiting?
Who gets the structure of that party?
Yeah, Atiku get that structure politically now in PDP.
Now, when I hear people say,
Odogu, wait, hold on. Let's not argue. Let's not argue far. Let's not argue far.
$dollar. Because the
If
structure,
they
the
bring
wheels
this,
of the structure has to be oil. It's dollar now.
dollar will work. Dollar will work, but it's not only dollar.
Loyalty.
It's not. That is the key word. Is loyalty. It's not only dollar. By the time you bring all the delegates from the north, how many delegates from the south and southeast? How many? By the time you buy some of those money mongerers that I know, those useless parties, I think we buy them. Obi will not buy. Some people will not buy. I think we buy everybody buy it. Get all the loyalists from the north. He will beat anybody to that ticket. Let's not deceive ourselves. There's no primaries in this world that Obi and Atiku will run
that Obi will beat Atiku.
There
It's not
no be
happening
that
today, tomorrow,
anybody
next year.
here. If Obi no say he wan collect ticket, he go spend the money like everybody dey spend am.
Okay,
It's
so
not
what's the
that
point
done
in being best
everywhere in the
in
world.
winning primaries, but you can't win election? There's
That's
no
why it's
point.
done every
So
that's
because
why
you're
it's
not
done
blocking
everywhere in
chances
the
for
world.
people that can actually win an election. For the fact that
And then
someone can win a
see,
primary does not mean the person can win an election.
politics does not it's not like that. If you want to go into an election, ready to spend money. Nobody is going
Guys,
to
it's not like I don't agree with you. I agree with you, but it's just that
even
the
here in
dynamics will not
America, even
favor
here in
Obi at the end
America,
of
you
the
go
day.
to hear
So
donation. When they will tell you, this guy you don't see billions of dollars. So, I go it shows that if you win the primaries. You don't win the primaries anyway. But it's that money. What's the money meant for? Billboard. This, that's the American one. Our Nigerian one. Now you will give it delegates. You go carry them go to Abuja or convention center. You go pay for their hotel. You go feed them. You go do and you go have to make sure say you don't kill each state. Because if you tell yourself they there, your delegate, if you don't tell you and you get delegate, make you no worry. Make there is convention center, I mean I go vote for another person.
yes, now normal,
Until they vote that vote,
normal something.
nobody know who comes up. So they don't just anybody. All those small parties where be there you go. If you like, make you be the best. How many best candidates say they win primary?
Yeah.
How many?
Let me talk as an Obi supporter, right? If I were Obi, it's not what I'm going to do. I won't even waste time. I will just go to SDP, meet with Erufai, tell him be my vice. I won't even talk to Atiku
You
again.
love this
Let him run.
Erufai, you love Erufai.
I love Erufai.
Why?
I love him.
Why? Tell me why.
No, wait.
Why?
KK come here now. Say,
Erufai, every market, all market days, Erufai.
I love him. I want Erufai. I want him to be
I was
VP.
saying people around Atiku, Erufai, blah, 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 blah. But I've heard more opinions saying Erufai should be the VP.
Erufai is open to being the VP. That's the truth. He's open to it. Yeah, he is. He's open to it. I'm not saying he definitely will, but he's open to it. He's very open
You should
to it.
not push him, please. Like how? Why?
I want him on the ticket. I don't even want him to
Why?
support
Okay,
from afar.
yes.
I want him to be the VP. Go.
Take 35 seconds and tell us why.
Why?
Yes.
Very simple. He's radical. That's all.
How is he radical now? You keep saying this
So
because he grants interviews and talks anyhow.
let me make you understand what I mean by radical.
Yeah.
Right? Anything Tinubu wants to do, he can do it. Just take it. Like anything Tinubu wants to activate in 2027, Erufai can activate it.
Okay, it's good as you're talking in codes because I would.
That is what it is.
Okay. Okay.
If they want anything they want,
Anyhow
he can
they
match
want it.
Anyhow they want it, he can match it. That's what I want. Obi should just leave that angle for him. Let him. He should outsource that angle.
But our middle belt comrades say no. They no agree.
They'll be all right. That's what I tell them. By the time, okay, who would they vote for? They'll vote for Tinubu. They should vote Tinubu, no problem.
No. But you have to. You can't
Northwest, northeast.
Fling away their feelings. They have strong feelings. Why?
Even my own feelings have been flung away a long time ago as a Nigerian. As an Igbo guy, my feelings have they killed 3 million people from my place. Do you understand? And we are still in that country. My feelings left they buried my feelings a long time ago. Do you understand? So it's not about feelings anymore. It's not about feelings. It's about whether we want to make progress or we don't want to make progress. At this point, everybody should be willing to sacrifice something. We have sacrificed so much as from Southeast region. Other people should sacrifice their feelings. Is every time they tell us that we should calm down, we should not be emotional now. We are to this. Every day today should not be emotional now. Nobody should be emotional again. Everybody should let's face the facts for what it is. Salvage this country, all of us will die.
Let me ask you.
I've got to take it easy.
Honest question. And I want you and Chidi to actually answer it. So, I want to ask you a question.
Oh, okay.
Now, let's have the option like this. It's an honest question. No Nothing else. Nothing else.
Let me write it down so I can give an honest answer. Okay, go ahead.
So if we call the whole South, we want to give you guys VP and it's sure banker, that election will be won. Or you allow that to go and you to keep getting commissioner ministers. Which one would you guys prefer?
Okay, your question is sure banker, VP, or 50-50 president. Is that your question?
No, because right now, the seats now, we know that most of the leaders in the southeast are gearing towards that, right? Now,
Those ones will not affect the election.
no, don't worry. I'm just saying now, just for.
Okay.
But that's what it is right now, right?
If the momentum comes up, they won't. If
No,
there's no
the leaders
momentum,
already.
it
We
will.
don't see them. We see the leaders now. We see them. We don't know. I'm not bothered about the leaders. So now we are not saying that we'll give you guys. I'm just saying, nothing about. We'll give you guys VP, right?
Okay.
Against 2027. Mind you, you still get all your commissioners, all your ministers anyway, because it's the constitutional matter. You still must have a minister. Now, which one would the South take? Will they still go for bad or they will accept the VP? Which one?
Okay, let me go first, and now Ahams
both
can
of
go
you
after
accept?
me. Okay, me, the Southeast that I know will ask two questions. Okay, you want to give us VP, so who's going to be the president? That person will determine.
No,
But the
let's
Southeast,
leave that. Let's leave that. Let's leave the option of president
okay,
out.
okay, the
Let's leave the option of
Southeast,
president out.
and okay, the Southeast that I know will say, you see that president, nobody is born to rule. Let us hustle. It's better for us to stand and fight for it and know that we failed than for us to sit down and be handed. And come on, there's even an
No, you are
it's even the
overthinking
way you
it.
presented the
You are
question.
overthinking it. What I'm just saying is, listen now. I'm just
Sure, you
saying.
asked me question. Me, I'm
No
just saying the
option. It's
Southeast
either
I know.
pick either of two.
Oh, okay, I have to pick. Okay, it's either
So
either
and
VP
another
or BAT.
caveat there is that from that VP, you are sure the president.
You've added that one now.
Okay, don't let me even don't let me add it yet. Let me leave that. So pick one.
Okay, so option A, VP.
So option A is, would the Southeast want a vice president, or they want to work with the BAT that is there now? Which one would you choose? Would you choose?
If my opinion counts for the Southeast, with my hand over my nose, meaning is a very smelly decision, I will choose the VP. With my hand over my nose, because it's a very smelly, rubbish option. Because that is not an option.
All right.
He is not. Put goats and put bats. Put stone and bat is this the opposite option. So Ahams, what's your own option?
Okay, thank you. This will be like my last contribution because I want to go to bed. So what I hear you say is, if Atiku brings that offer, I'm going to let you know that Southeast will not be interested in vice president. If Atiku emerges as the coalition guy and he takes P2B, I'm coming. I will give you my background first, and then I will choose, right? But I'll give you a background. And if Atiku is listening, if he emerges, gets that ticket, and gets P2B as this thing, if he wants to campaign in the Southeast, let him just tell them that he's going to release Nnamdi Kanu. That's all they need to hear. And I'm very serious. That's all they need to hear. The VP will not trigger anything in Southeast. It will not trigger anything in Southeast.
I don't want to add that any caveat to it.
If he doesn't campaign on that, I can assure you that voter party, even with Obi, might not be massive in the Southeast. However, with a lot of hard work, it can still sell, right? And the VP is better than nothing. You get, it's not like I am not interested in it, but it's better than nothing at the end of the day.
You see the issue right here, right? You see the politics here. And in as much as, to be honest, I really don't like doing any conversation with anybody because it's something everyone into politics in Nigeria should know. If the Southeast doesn't get anything in this 2027 election, I don't know, and I would tell you categorically, in 2031, the vice presidency will be going to the South under the AP. Then, after their own 8 years, if God help them for the North, is going to go back again to the South presidency. I'm telling you. But let's leave it at that.
See, sorry, I think I'll just say this. Most people in Southeast are not necessarily interested in all this. We want a Southeastern president, we not want a Southeastern vice president. And that's one thing that I think Nigeria doesn't understand. We are not really too interested in those things. You get, we just want good governance. We just want a country that works. That is what most Southeasterners want. We want equal opportunities. We want to be in the federal, the way the other tribes are in federal parastatals. We want to be able to be there. We want our own people to get the same student loans that other people get. Just for this nonsense marginalization. We don't give a damn who is president. And we feel strongly that the person that will change that thing is if we have our person as the president. We don't trust any other person at this point because a lot of them have gone down. It really has not changed. We are still being marginalized because of the war since how many years ago? So if we get someone to be president, then it's exciting. We are interested in it. Apart from that, we are really not interested. And so when people come and campaign to Southeast with vice president, you guys don't understand that it's to us is nothing. We are not even interested. Most of us don't even feel like we're Nigerians anymore. That's the point.
Odogo, let me throw the question back at you, right? Your question makes it seem as if whoever is giving the offer loves the Southeast so much and is looking out for the interest of the Southeast that they're offering, they're giving, as in that is even like condescending on its own, no, but that's fine. They're giving them the VP and maybe the next election cycle, they will get the presidency. If they love the Southeast that much, why can't they support them now? What does it have to be? Oh, take VP first, and then.
So now, right? In terms of politics, my dear, let's just assume the South is there now, and all of them are clamoring to say it's son of the South. Bat has used 4 years, right? If the next 4 years, if a neutral person from the South goes in, is that person ready to do 4 years before he comes back to the North? Just saying, yeah, I'm not interested in North, South, whatever, no. To me, that one died in 2015. So
honestly, 4 years is enough for us. I'm serious. Just fix INEC. Fix INEC for us. Let us elect our governors. Let us be having the likes of Hopus or and all these useless miscreants coming as our governor.
Our boy has been like tomorrow.
Just fix INEC for us. Like, make we do one election cycle. Just one under a good president. One election cycle. You're fine.
So yeah, you've not answered my question. I'm saying this lover of Southeast that is willing to hand them down the VP and then give them. And like I said, the Southeast that I know, rather than being comfortable, being handed down something, they'll rather fight for it.
Someone now in the Southeast, can that person win that election as we speak right now?
Okay, now you've moved to another question. You've now moved to, initially it was, is the person willing to do 4 years? Now you're saying win election.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The person willing to do 4 years.
If a consensus candidate and everybody
will
is
the person be willing to do 4 years because some greedy politicians will not to tell you it's their turn after 4 years.
And then if it's the northerner, would the northerner be willing to do 4 years?
It's possible.
The same, likewise, the southeast is possible. So everything is possible. Why is it that when it comes to the
So
southeast, you
now
could throw all sorts of
you
hypotheticals,
want to
but
different
then it's
South,
We are not Nigerian enough.
you want to
like,
different
you
the
understand,
Southeast.
the double standard is
Hold
just
on,
so glaring.
not a double
Uh-huh.
standard.
Okay.
There are only 3 regions that have never been president.
Okay.
North Central, the Northeast, and the Southeast. Right? And if you look at it, each region feels like they are right to have the president at least 8 years. You understand now?
Yeah.
So that's the thinking of everybody. So that was what we accepting. So if somebody from the Northeast, Southeast now agrees, and that's one of the reasons why I'm supporting that, to be honest. This from the Northeast, they've never been president. So it's one of the regions that's never been. And Peter Obi too is from one of the regions that have never been too. So
Okay.
either of them are fine.
So exactly, and then the way the southeast that I know, okay, would not say, oh no, in 2027, we must die 8 years. They would rather 2027, they go in and do 4 years and then wait another turn than wait till 2039. At least that 4 years they have tasted it. Yeah.
Maybe that 2039, that means it won't be Obi anymore at that time, right?
You're talking as if Obi is the only Nigerian, only Nigerian eligible.
So, and I'm telling you now, based on permutation now, that we know on the APC side, that president is going to the South.
The what? In 2039?
If Bat is lucky enough to win 2027 elections, right? They will give the vice presidential candidate from the party to the South.
Odogu, we don't actually care about vice president. We don't give a damn.
No, but I'm saying that the South, instead of the Southeast will be like this 2027, let's struggle, get it. Even if I'm looking, in summary, I'm sure Southeast would not mind if they get it for 4 years in 2027. Because it will be foolhardy for them to say, oh no, we don't want it in 2027 if you guys are not going to give us 8 years. No, we don't want it. No. So 2027, even if it's part of the option on the table, Jonathan not do 4 years, is he not thriving where he is? 4 years is enough for anybody that knows what they want to do. 4 years is enough to start your reforms in a sincere way, not these reforms that APC is saying.
See, releasing Nnamdi Kanu is a stronger campaign, it's a mantra than vice president. I'm just telling you, for Southeastern vote.
I'm surprised that dangling vice president is supposed to be enticing and will make Southeasterners rejoice. No, I've never really, maybe it's for the elites up there, but for like the average electorate, oh, we got vice president, oh, they love us. The lovers of Southeast that is willing to give them VP. Why can't they support them in 2027 for president? You still haven't answered the question though, because I understand, oh yeah, if they give you, but that's insulting, Shao. Don't ask this kind of question next time, because I mean, why are you not asking the
I'm actually telling you, don't use this to campaign at all. It will not
work. Why are
work.
you not asking the Southeast? Okay, Southeast, what if you people give the Northeast VP? Why must it always be Southeast that has to be handed down something?
Hold on.
But do you realize how condescending that question is?
Let me finish. I don't know politics. If you give the Northeast VP, no problem. After you say now, remind you, most of the APC guys are the ones that are governors in the Northwest. And if you don't have the Northwest votes, there's no way you are going to. It's as easy as that. And when it comes to the South, if we win South, if we drag South, if we win Southwest, if we drag South with you guys, and maybe the person might actually win Southeast on the other side. But then, the North vote, they will These people will now remember that who give us this already done this, so that 2021 will carry Wahala to go. That is politics for you. They will block the vote for here.
Odogu, I understand your calculation. I understand your calculation. And if Atiku and Obi agrees to work together, I have no problem with that. I've said that earlier. Just give me the make everybody. If so far all the opposition aligned, I'm happy. I've said that over and over again. Right? So if that's the eventual this thing, I don't, but I'm only saying that don't think that is going to make Southeastern as excited. It's
so
not.
let me get you. Are you saying you're okay if Atiku heads the ticket, you're fine? Is that what you said?
Anybody that all the coalition agree, come together and say these are the people, I am fine. Anybody at all. So far, Atiku, El-Rufai would be all of them come together and say this is the ticket we are going for. I'm fine.
Okay.
I am now dispassionate. I have no passion towards anybody at this point.
I mean, you remove your
dispassionate.
feelings and your emotions, like PDP people, they like that word, emotions.
My emotions are
I'm
dead
surprised
right
Odoku hasn't used that word yet. Oh, they're emotional, political neophyte. I mean,
guys, I beg, make I run. It's nice being on the space. Thank you, guys.
He should come and close his face. So.
They will soon wake up now. Suppose on week this past 69 just so wake up. But anyway, the truth is that politics is not black and white like most people see in the immediate camp. Do you understand? There are a lot of permutations going on. A lot, to be honest, a lot. Do you get? Because it's not just easy to just throw this thing out there because everybody gets ambition. Do you get? And everybody wants to slice in that pie. No how. Because everybody will spend money, so they wonder where did they spend their money from. You feel me? And the people you want to deal with too, they are planning, mind you, they have all the resources right now. You control everywhere. So we need to make sure that you can match them fire for fire. Sometimes, to be honest with you, when people talk about we that we are saying we need a coalition, we are not saying if we really want to go all alone, we can go all alone now. Obi no suffer. I think we know they suffer. They know they're hungry now. People if they lose, they'll go back to their business, right? And everybody is fine. What is what I'm talking about is just for it's about the people. So now let's look at it this way. All we are talking about is that imagine Buhari had the election, I think about 3 times, getting 12 million votes steadily, but he never won the presidency until there was a merger. You see?
Yeah.
Before he could win. So when we say this 66 million votes, let's join it together because those 66 million votes will not win in the next election individually. Exactly. And mind you, nobody said if they join together, we'll get 12 million votes. No way. Even you'll be hearing people saying, I will not vote. No, that vote is perfect. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There might be voter party and there will be people that will switch sides. So maybe out of the 12 million, you get 10 million.
No, the thing is, I think you're at this point you're flogging a dead horse. Meaning, I think all reasonable Nigerians support the coalition. I mean, is there anybody that will say, "Oh no, my candidate can do it alone. Let's go"? No, because the energy.
You use the word called reasonable.
Because the energy of 2027 is that coalition, like whatever state, whatever corner you go, is that person's name. Is drowning out that name. That's just the energy. So it's not. Look, I don't think anyone is saying, "Oh no, my candidates." I think the issue is, and I'm sure maybe that is what is delayed. Now who go ahead?
Not be who go ahead and say.
Oh, so they don't already select who go ahead. We're just here, just doing mental exercise. Is that it?
That is what I'm telling you people now.
Oh,
it's not about who is heading. No, it's not about who wants to head. It's about the fact that they want to bring everyone on board to make sure everyone is aligning first. You understand now?
That's code for something. Be explicit. What do you mean?
So
Meaning they want to make sure everyone is settled.
you are not bringing you're not choosing a head while you are negotiating now. So you are trying to bring people together first. When you bring people together and hell, we have agreed that this is what we want to do. Is everybody on board? Yes. Okay. Now let's sit down.
Okay, so if I get you right, the issue is bringing them on board, and for them to bring them on board, they have to make them an enticing offer. Are we on the same page?
No, it's not really an enticing offer. We want to make sure that at least everybody coming on board, we have the same goal and vision to say this is where we are going.
I guess should be a no-brainer now.
No breaking it. Okay, imagine when we dey inside this space, don't argue because imagine when they one day up.
We're still saying the same thing. What I'm saying is, I'm sure even they on their level, they would not mind a coalition. But the problem is who is going to head it. That's just the long and short of it. Because
the heading the coalition, I'm telling you now, for what I think, it's not about who's going to head the coalition. That's not the issue. That's not the talk.
Okay, so assuming I'm a politician now, and they say, oh, okay, come and join us in this coalition. What reservations would I have? If I don't have like a personal ambition of, hey, I want to head it, what will be holding me back?
Number one thing that we are saying is, or we want to say to you is the fact that, okay, do you like what's going on in the country today? No, I don't. Fine. Do you want us to find a solution to it? Yes. You want to come and join us? Okay.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So if I'm a politician, I don't have like my personal ambition, or I'm not selfish, and someone comes to tell me, hey, we're forming this coalition, do you want to join? I don't need for you to ask me twice. I'll tell you, I'm in. Join me in. So, and that's because I don't care about heading it. But if I care about heading it or getting a position or whatever, that's when the offers and the
No, my dear. All people know say they are not the ones to head it. That one is sure. It's one person that we head it. It can't be two people.
So you still haven't answered my question. So why the hold up? Assuming I'm a politician, I don't have any personal interest in. I just want, like they always say, oh, I am doing it for God and country. I want the best for the country. Why would I not join a coalition? What would my excuse be? Okay, so for those that you think would not want to join, what is their excuse?
It's not only you.
I know, but I'm saying for those that don't want to join,
that is it.
You're not getting me.
You need to convince people that guys,
if you
come on board, we will make it happen.
Who doesn't know? You don't need to convince anybody now.
Wait, you know why?
Why?
You should talk to that person. This every party too, they go to that person because for you to approach that person, you don't even know to that person. Get out, he get, he gets territory in the control. Did they feel me? So as you're going to that person, these other guys are carrying money, contract, using EFCC to terrorize the person, using everything to say, oh guys, come and join. If you don't join us, so the person, look, my dear, that can tell that it's not black and white. Everybody get interest. Look at you now, you have interest. The interest is you must be, right? Interest. Me, I get interest. My interest is okay. I just want this man to that. The person I think can pull out based on the numbers from his region is this person.
And do you see how we have circled back to my original point that the issue is not people joining the coalition? No. The issue is who is going to help it. If not, if it's the hey, good, well many Nigerians, come, this is the coalition. Come join the train. If I don't have any selfish ambition, why would I not want to join? If I'm in, you know how they say never Trumper, or if I'm a never APC, I'm meaning nothing, and if nothing join me with
you
APC.
Now, it's not black and white as you think. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
No, because you're not a politician, you won't know the intrigue going on. You see this thing where they happen. So, okay, just reason as this. Reasoning is like let's assume we're all of us in the same party. Okay. When you're in the same party, you have different aspirants, right? Everybody will print posters. They want to contest for the position.
Mhm.
You will be insulting ourselves when we are doing campaign. Within party, right?
Mhm.
Then you don't buy form, I don't buy form. People will now see that you want us to go for the primaries or want to step down for ourselves. You get now. Mind you, in politics, some people are even buying that form, not that they want to contest it. They want to use that form to negotiate.
Yeah, now so we're saying the same thing
No,
now.
hold
So,
on.
oh my God!
Hold
So
on,
the
now look at
issue, the hold up of
on
the
first.
coalition is
Hold
the
on
people
first.
that want position, that want
Now,
something.
the stage that they are now is buying of the form.
Okay.
So which means all of us don't agree with the contest for this position. I'm just using that as an example.
Okay.
Right?
So as in we're all in the coalition, right?
We are
And
not
now
there.
we're all buying form.
We
Okay,
are all
I'm
the same
following you.
party. We are all in the same party now. So no one is going anywhere because when you buy that form, you are key into, you don't key to the party. Right?
Yes. Okay.
Good. So now, we all know that one person will win that election. The primary. Right? And now, maybe somebody will now, one elder statesman or one leader will now say, you know what? For